Sorry, folks. It's really complicated getting this on with Zoom and everything. And our team is just awesome, and we just are so grateful for you guys. Thank you so much. All right, so I'm not clear that did you finish, Chris?
I know. I'm actually going to start over.
Good idea.
Uh, Here are the hybrid meeting procedures again. Good morning. This Coastal Commission meeting is occurring both in person and through Zoom. This meeting is also being webcast and can be viewed online at cal-span.org. If you have access to the internet and wish to watch or listen to the meeting only and not speak on an item, we recommend use the CalSpan website. Those who wish to address the Commission today can do so in person through the Zoom platform or by phone. The speaker request forms may be found on the Commission's webpage. Paper forms and a scannable QR code for paperless submittal are available on the Commission's staff table just outside the meeting room. For those on Zoom, we have posted virtual hearing procedures on the Commission's agenda webpage, which is a guide on providing comments via Zoom or by phone. Members of the public speaking during general public comment may be given up to 2 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. Requests to speak during the general public comment period will not be accepted after 9 a.m. on each day of the meeting. In order to provide the opportunity for the broadest range of public participation, you may speak on a specific topic one time only each month. Those speaking on a specific agenda item that is not general public comment are typically allowed 2 to 3 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. We will accept a request to speak on a specific item until the chair opens the hearing on that particular item. If you have access to the internet, please go to the Commission's webpage and click on the link to fill out a speaker request. If you do not have internet access or prefer to testify by phone, please call the Commission staff at 562-477-9089. Again, that number is 562-477-9089. Staff will provide you with a telephone call-in number and instructions for how to participate and provide testimony by phone. We will manage speakers coming in and out of the meeting through a meeting organizer. When it is your time to address the Commission, the organizer will invite you to turn on your video and microphone or provide instructions on how to unmute the phone. Madam Chair, that concludes virtual hearing procedures.
Thanks so much, Chris. All right, we'll move to agenda changes, and that will be Mr. Carl, looks like.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hart. That's item 3, agenda changes. We have 4 items today, 3 of which are on the posted agenda changes, and I'll run through these. So the item 12A, this is Santa Cruz County's cannabis setbacks LCP amendment. That item's been moved to consent. Item 12B, this is San Luis Obispo County's it's the Los Osos Community Plan suggested modifications. It was a time extension. This was postponed because the county actually adopted those mods, and so we'll be bringing that back in December. Item 14B, this is the Monterey Fisherman's Wharf building improvements coastal permit application. That item's been postponed. And the one that's not on the posted agenda sheet is item 14A. This is the Cobb Hotel matter. The applicant exercised their right to postponement, and thus that item's postponed for today. It'll come back at a future hearing. And that concludes agenda changes.
Great, thanks so much, Mr. Carl. I'd like to now open general public comment.
Okay, it appears we have 12 speakers signed up to speak for general public comment. For members of the public, I'll be announcing the names of the upcoming speakers and invite you to speak when it is your turn. Each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes during general public comment. In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as panelists. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload. This may take a moment. To speed up this process, we will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you'll be moved back to attendee mode. For members of the public present in the room, I will call your names in the order that they appear in our sign-up list. When you hear your name, please line up behind the podium and announce yourself with your name when you approach to speak. Several helpful tips. There is a raise your hand function that will help us find you in the attendee list. If you are using a phone for audio, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. If you are participating by Zoom, you should see a button on your Zoom screen. If you have signed up to speak for this item and are able to do so, please raise your hand now. When it is your time to speak, we will invite you to unmute and turn on your camera. You can unmute yourself on a phone by dialing *6. And please remember to state your name for the record. Starting with speakers in the room, uh, this person might have canceled, but I'm just calling them in case. Lucas Lux, and then following Lucas would be Keith Friedman, Seth Wetherington, and Renee Lee. So if you've heard your name, please approach and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Keith Friedman. I am the co-chair of the San Francisco Home Shares Democratic Club, and I run a business called Hostwell. We help people manage their properties as short-term rentals. And many of our customers are, like most hosts along the coast, are people who are house rich but cash poor. Seniors such as Jan over there, who are trying to keep their homes and pay their property taxes by renting rooms in their homes and occasionally their whole house to people. These are things that provide the least expensive access to the coast. For example, one of our customers has a house a few blocks from Ocean Beach, and there is one hotel that serves that whole district, and the cheapest hotel room is $200 a night in winter, whereas you could stay in this person's home, have access to a full kitchen and a bathroom and a friendly host for around $100 a night. So if we're trying to keep access to the coast affordable, short-term rentals really are the best way to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Seth Wetherington and Renee Lee. If you've heard your name, you can approach either of those two. Okay. I'm not seeing those. We have Greg Gordon also signed up, but and they might be for item 10A. I'm unsure. Seth or Greg Gordon, are you in the room? Not seeing them. Okay, we'll move on to Zoom speakers, starting with Mohammed Isa Ibrahimi, Janet Rogers, and then Carol Carriage. Mohammed, give us a second while you're being promoted in as a panelist. And then when you're able to, please begin. Mohammed, I see that you're in as a panelist. You can unmute and begin. Okay, Mohammed, please hold on a second. I think we can hear you on Zoom, but we're not hearing you in the room. Please hold on a second. Can you try speaking again?
I'm sorry.
One more second.
You're good? Yeah. All right.
Okay, we're good now. Mohammed, you may unmute. I did get word that you might be signed up for a particular item, items 9A, 9B. Uh, if your comments are unrelated to that, you may speak now. But okay. Mohammed, we actually can't hear you in the room still. We have Mohammed is actually signed up to speak on a different item, so we're continuing it with Janet Rogers.
And I need my slideshow, please.
It's up.
Oh, I don't see it.
We can see it, so please proceed.
Okay, I don't know that they can see it on Zoom, though.
They can, I believe.
Okay, because I can't. All right. I'm Janet Rogers, co-chair of the Embarcadero Coalition. Next slide. Make the port maximize public access instead of public revenue. It privatizes and monetizes the whole Embarcadero. Next slide. I brought Portside Pier to your attention. They robbed us of a public deck. I hope you visited the location to see for yourself. Next slide. You approved the Laying Field Access Plan in 2012. The Marriott and Intercontinental committed to public access on levels 2 and 5 and level 17 in the Marriott. Next slide. Again, we're being robbed. The executive director decided it was immaterial to convert over 8,000 square feet of level 2 public access in the Marriott to a private event space called the Lane. The 4th floor was added to provide a restaurant and terrace. It is barren. Were you lied to? Level 2 in the Intercontinental is only used for private rentals. Were you lied to? Next slide. The Marriott 5th floor was permitted as a terrace, not commercial. Instead, half of the terrace is the Harbor and Sky Bar and Lounge with very limited access. There is no public access to the whole terrace when the restaurant is closed. Next slide. The Marriott rooftop is a total ripoff. Your executive director decided it was immaterial to move the level 17 rooftop bar and terrace to the Intercontinental, but it does not exist. There is no rooftop access. Were you lied to? Next slide. The port failed to deliver on the North Embarcadero public spaces for 25 years. You threatened to sue the port to get the Navy Pier Park. Restaurants and hotels take our public space. The port plans to demolish public parks like Oracle Park to make more money. Public access is a cruel joke with this port. Next slide. The public is being robbed of public access. There's a lot of money involved. Is the Coastal Commission being scammed or being complicit? Please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Carol Carriage, followed by Patrick McGibney, and then Rachel Wilson. Carol Carriage, I see that you're just being promoted in as a panelist. When you're able to, please unmute.
Can I start?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Carol Carriage. I live in Del Mar. I'm concerned about the ongoing plans for the Low-Sand Railway Tunnel project in Del Mar. The agency administrators of this plan, SANDAG, promise us that they will include environmental evaluations in their reports, but no one has confirmed our concerns and requests for in-depth studies for the risk of possible numerable disasters in the Del Mar area that may have a major impact on their plans, particularly on our hillside. Many of these concerns are due to possible climate-driven changes in our environment that were not as evident when this plan was first considered. These risks are many and possibly severe even before considering a tunnel under our hillside. I'm here to ask for your support in requesting more thorough studies of possible disasters in our area, along with exercising your authority to reopen and reconsider the San Diego Bridge and Events Platform project, which is planned to be constructed in our floodplain. At the same time, we are also warned of possible flooding from sea level rise and volatile storm issues in the future in the same general area. Thank you so much, and please help.
Thank you. Next, Patrick McGibney, followed by Rachel Wilson, and then Nina Beatty. Patrick McGibney.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Patrick McGibney with the Los Osos Sustainability Group. Regarding the Los Osos Aquifer, the only source of drinking water for the community, we strongly disagree with your staff's reversal of opinion regarding the sustainability of our water basin and to your concurring decision to prematurely open the door to water using development. The major goals outlined in the Basin Plan for sustainability have yet to be met, and no hard data yet exists to support determination of sustainability. Even Cleith Harris Geologists, the firm the county uses to research and report on the basin's health, remains moot on the pronouncement of sustainability. The Department of Water Resources, whose job it is to assure sustainability of California water basins, maintains that the Los Osos water basin is still in critical overdraft, as was reported in the last annual report. Your belief relies on a water metric the county gave you that is only an estimate, and one that DWR says should never be used to show sustainability. 2 years ago, you even doubted there was adequate water for the current population. You were requiring conclusive evidence of sustainability for the basin before you're going to approve the Estero area plan. What happened? Estimates are not conclusive evidence. Once building permits are issued, there is no rescinding them, and any intensification of water use will only exacerbate the problem. Please reconsider your position. New data will soon be available. A different model will be in use, and an extended drought is in our forecast. Just wait for another year. The Los Osos water basin is not sustainable. So until you have conclusive evidence to show otherwise, the Los Osos Sustainability Group will continue appealing every water intensification project the county approves, in hopes that you will review the data and trust DWR's assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Rachel Wilson, Nina Beatty, and then I'll start calling names that we haven't been able to see in the room or on Zoom. Rachel Wilson.
Good morning. I do have a PowerPoint.
Yes, we're bringing it up.
Thank you. My name is Rachel Wilson. Happy Thanksgiving. First, an update on the Morro Bay BESS. Vistra has opted to use AB 205 and have the CEC as the lead agency. Next slide, please. Second, a request for a new offsite consequence analysis using Morro Bay data. Using an air screen model, Vistra stated that a credible worst-case scenario would not present any significant health or safety risk to the public. Note, they stated that the closest weather stations were in Oceano and at the San Luis Obispo Airport. Next. The data from Vistra used was from the Iowa Environmental Mesonet. This is Windrose data for SLO and Oceano. Next. I thought it was strange that with a Coast Guard station, Morro Bay would not have a weather station. A quick search of the Iowa Mesonet showed that there is a current weather station right next to the proposed BESS. Note the Windrose data for Morro Bay. Next, please. According to weather data, the high temperature in Morro Bay is about 83 degrees. The data they chose to use from SLO Airport has the high temperature at 116 degrees. I don't even have air conditioning. It does not hit 116 degrees in Morro Bay. Next, please. Does this matter? According to AirScreen, higher temperatures generally lead to greater dispersion and lower ground level concentrations. In other words, the higher the temperature used in the model, the lower the toxic concentration in the air we breathe. So their high temperatures are showing that the toxic level is less. I respectfully request that the OCA be redone with data from Morro Bay. Thank you.
Thank you. And then next, Nina Beatty. Nina, I see you're joining on a phone. You should be able to unmute now. Nina Beatty, you can unmute by dialing *6 if you're on a phone. Okay, there you go.
Great. My name is Nina Beatty, live in Monterey. State and local agencies are stripping habitat and killing wildlife under the pseudonyms of forest management, wildfire mitigation, and fuel reductions, such as the one in San Diego on Friday. But they are increasing fire danger. Please don't okay these plans. Plants and bushes are not fuel. They preserve moisture, lower temperatures, and lessen fire dangers. These projects increase wind. Trees and vegetation are windbreaks, natural wind blocking, mitigation, slowing, and absorbing mechanisms. The stillness of the forest is due to that, but cutting trees down, thinning, eliminating their lower branches, limbing, and stripping vegetation creates tunnels and open spaces where none existed before. Winds can now swirl up and down hillsides and canyons, accelerate and strengthen via the Venturi effect. Winds can then carry embers from lower fires, fan existing fires, and aid in fire start. Lush full forests protect from fires. Limbing also takes away the branches trees rely on for balance. Thinning destroys the interlocking community's roots. Pines, due to shallow root depth, rely on the interlocking roots to stay upright, which thinning destroys, making trees more vulnerable to falling over onto electrical lines, roads, and buildings, which is more fire danger. This work destroys the watershed's natural slow and sink. Rains run down and erode the stripped hillsides, causing topsoil loss, mudslides, and silt going into creeks and rivers, degrading water quality and interfering with spawning grounds of trout and salmon, and increasing flooding risks. This work is killing wildlife, reptiles, insects, animals, including birds. Everything that can't flee, including nestlings, is getting crushed by the equipment, which destroys their homes and food sources. The forest is not broken. Nature is not broken, but humans are breaking it. Please do everything you can to stop these plans in the coastal zone. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, going back to names that we haven't been able to find. In the room, we had a Seth Wetherington or Renate Lee or Renate Lee. And then on Zoom, we had Andrea Luker. Andrea, if you're in the meeting on Zoom, please raise your hand. And then are Seth or Renate in the room? Wish to speak? Okay, I'm seeing no one coming to the podium, no one on Zoom. Madam Chair.
Thanks so much, Chris. All right, that concludes public comment. I'm going to turn to our counsel, Ms. Warren, for report out on closed session from yesterday.
Thank you, Chair Hart. When the Commission met in closed session yesterday afternoon, it received litigation information and advice and took action on City of Fort Bragg versus Mendocino Railway, Roads versus California Coastal Commission, Space Exploration Technologies Corporation versus California Coastal Commission, and a matter of potential litigation. It also received litigation information and advice on Ralston versus State of California et al. And Stewart et al. Versus State of California et al. And that concludes my report.
Thanks, Ms. Warren. All right, we'll go to item 5 on the consent calendar.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hart. That takes us to item 5. We have one item in the agendized consent calendar, and that's a CDP application for improvements to the Westport Beach RV Park in Mendocino County. The applicants are in agreement with the staff recommendation. We're not aware of any objections or controversy, so we continue to recommend that the Commission approve it on the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any ex partes? Any members of the public?
No speakers.
All right, bring it back to the commission. Ask if anyone wants to remove, anyone has any objection to, can I go with unanimous consent on this? No, we'll have to have a roll call vote on
No,
this?
you can
We'll
go
have a
unanimous consent, but you need the motion.
Motion and, okay, great.
So moved.
Got a motion.
Second.
Motion is second. Is there an objection to unanimous approval of the consent calendar item 5A? Seeing no objection, 5A is approved. Move on to item 6, please. Items removed.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hart. Items moved to consent on item 6. We have one item, as I indicated earlier today, and that's the item 12A. This is Santa Cruz County's cannabis setback update. The county's in agreement with the staff recommendation, and again, not aware of any objections or controversy, so we recommend that the Commission approve this too on this consent calendar.
Thank you. Any ex partes? Any speakers?
No speakers.
All right, we have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All right, any objection to unanimous approval? Seeing none, item 6 is approved. We'll move on to DDR from North Central Coast.
Yes, that is item number 7. We're reporting 2 immaterial amendments. I'd note that one of them is for an ADU project in Miramar in San Mateo County. The Commission will likely remember this from a few months ago where the amendment application was rejected for this property when the ADU was proposed in a wetland restoration area and thus represented a weakening amendment. We've since worked with the applicant on an ADU project that could be accommodated within the allowed development footprint, and that's what's before you today in this one DDR item. So I just wanted to note that success story of sorts. Past that, again, not aware of any objections or controversy, so Looking for the commission to concur. So the question is whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the items in the DDR.
All right, thanks. Any speakers on this?
We just had Don Schmitz online available for questions.
All right, do 3 or more commissioners object to the item that's on the DDR or have any comments? Ms. Nothoff?
Staff.
Right. No, that's fantastic that that got resolved. All right, the commission concurs with the North Central Coast DDR, and we'll move on to item 8, the Sonoma County Local Coastal Program Amendment, Land Use Plan Update.
That's correct. We're at item 8A, and I'd like to ask Luke Henningsen to give our staff presentation. Go ahead, Luke. We do have a PowerPoint for this.
All right. Good morning, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Item 8A is an update of Sonoma County's Local Coastal Program Land Use Plan, or LUP, which was originally certified by the Commission in 1982 and was last comprehensively updated in 2001. I'll note that we provided an addendum for this item yesterday that includes responses to comments received on the staff report and incorporates some fairly minor changes to modifications suggested by staff, but which don't change our basic recommendation, which continues to be for approval. Sonoma County is home to a truly unique shoreline and coastal zone, and it's well known for its incredible vistas. Here on slide 1 is a stunning sunset view of Goat Rock Beach and the Russian River area. The county has been working on an LUP update for many years, and staff has been involved at every step of that effort, as has a rather engaged citizenry in Sonoma. The result was a productive and iterative collaboration leading to the LUP update before you today. And while staff is recommending a series of modifications, that is not at all unusual in a full LUP update of this type. Importantly, staff has coordinated significantly with the county to the point that staff believes we are now in agreement with the county on the staff recommendation. Next slide, please. Slide 2 shows Sonoma County outlined in yellow with the coastal zone boundary in red and several county areas noted. Sonoma County spans about 55 shoreline miles between Mendocino County to the north and Marin County to the south. Many call the county the birthplace of the Coastal Act, and many residents are understandably proud of that description. The county and the LCP have long been fiercely protective of Sonoma County coastal resources, and that is no different in the new updated LUP before you today. Next slide, please. According to the county, the proposed LUP update extends the goals and objectives of Sonoma County's General Plan 2020 into the coastal zone, including responding to the unique set of issues present there. The update addresses all relevant coastal issues with a focus on new and updated provisions related to climate adaptation and coastal hazards resiliency, conservation and protection of coastal ecosystems, water supplies, and agricultural resources, fire hazards and wildfire resiliency, and the significant public recreational access opportunities and public views that the county's coastal zone is so well known for. The county has been working toward an LUP update for several years, and the proposal represents the culmination of a comprehensive and inclusive local process, and one in which Commission staff have been active participants. While staff believes that the proposed update appropriately addresses most coastal zone issues, staff also believes that the update could benefit from some refinements in specific areas, particularly related to coastal hazards and habitat protections, which represent probably 2 of the most prevalent coastal challenges along the Sonoma coast. As a result, staff recommends some modifications to the LUP update proposal, where Commission staff have coordinated closely with county staff, and where Commission staff believes that we are now in agreement with the county on the recommendation. Next slide, please. The Sonoma coastline is rugged, fairly remote, and coastal hazard issues can oftentimes be severe. Accordingly, the most substantial of staff's recommendations are related to coastal hazards, where changes reflect the need for clearer parameters related to that issue so that the county's shoreline is allowed to adapt as naturally as possible and without shoreline armoring as much as possible, consistent with the Coastal Act. As modified, the update represents a substantial step forward and appropriately addresses the need to adapt and be resilient in response to hazards, which is of critical importance to the coast and its coastal communities. Next slide, please. In terms of natural ecosystems and habitat protection, the Sonoma coast is well known for its relatively wild natural ecosystems, which help contribute to the grandeur of the region. The updated LUP continues to strongly protect these resources, and staff suggested changes help to make some of the requirements more explicit, including in terms of habitat buffer protections and buffer adjustment criteria. Next slide, please. The update also expands upon protections for public recreational access, public views, and cultural tribal resources. In terms of access, it also includes important provisions regarding lower cost overnight accommodations, as well as free and low cost parking opportunities, which are critical along a coastline that is generally fairly remote, like Sonoma County. In addition, the update brings in new environmental justice provisions, including in recognition of the need for environmental justice not only for county residents, especially for more inland parts of the county, but also for coastal visitors to help even more explicitly promote access equity for all. The staff suggested modifications in these areas are fairly limited and focused only on helping the LUP to be more protective of these core coastal resource issues. Next slide, please. Staff commends the county and all who participated and contributed over these many years to developing the LUP update, and believe that the result, including with the suggested refinements, is a robust planning and regulatory document that should serve the county and its coastal resources well for many years. Staff therefore recommends that the Commission approve the LUP update with the identified modifications. The two motions to implement the staff recommendation are found on page 4 of the staff report, and this concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Luke, and thank you for the huge amount of work that went into this. We're so appreciative of you and the whole team. It's just an incredible job. All right, at this time, I'm going to ask if there are any ex partes on this land use plan update. All right, I'm going to open the public hearing at this time and ask how many speakers there are.
We have 20 people signed up to speak.
All right, so we'll start with the local government applicant.
We have the Linda Hopkins and Cecily Condon, I believe, from the County of Sonoma.
Right, this is our West County Supervisor, Linda Hopkins. Welcome. Nope, you need to push that button.
Thank you, Chair Hurt and members of the Commission for considering our LUP update today.
Supervisor, could I just stop you 1 second and ask you how much time you need?
I'm hoping about 3 or 4 minutes,
Okay,
and then I'll
why
hand
not?
it over to Cecily.
Why don't we start with 4 minutes, please?
Thank you. Good to go? All right. I'm Linda Hopkins. I'm the 5th District of Supervisor for Sonoma County, and it's my great privilege to represent the entirety of the 55-mile coastline of Sonoma County. I've actually spent 8 years of my life working on this local coastal plan, which was started even before I took office in 2016. But the values that form the foundation of this local coastal plan began many decades ago. There's a saying, if I have seen farther, it's because I stood on the shoulders of giants. And in this case, the giants are generations of Sonoma County residents and activists who fought against a nuclear power plant at Bodega Head, who fought for public access at the Sea Ranch, who fought to bring the Coastal Act into existence, and who have fought countless other battles to try to keep our coast wild, accessible, open, and free. Cecily Condon, who has been working on this plan as long as I have, will be providing a broader overview, but I'd like to briefly highlight 2 important local elements to our plan that are reflected in the late-breaking addenda that you received. One, it is critical that we support local agriculture. I want to thank Coastal Commission staff for highlighting relevant sections from the Coastal Act regarding agriculture in their staff report. I'm very proud of our coastal ranchers who are committed to regenerative, holistic grazing practices. livestock can actually fill an ecosystem role that was vacated by ungulate species who no longer exist in sufficient numbers to adequately graze our grasslands. Rotational livestock grazing has been shown to help mitigate invasive species and support native perennial grasses. We need to support ongoing agricultural activities by allowing farmers, for instance, to easily repair and replace fences and to implement policies consistent with our exclusion order. I know fences sound like an odd thing to highlight in 4 minutes, but I just want to say that we have spent hundreds of hours wordsmithing language on fences. I'd also like to highlight the critical need for vegetation management and hazardous tree removal. On the topic of forests, I'm personally a devout tree hugger, and I've worked as a director of the Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District, along with partners like Save the Redwoods, to preserve thousands of acres of coastal prairie and forest land. I want nothing more than to conserve our redwood forests for future generations. But our forests are not well. They were clear-cut, actually, to build the city that we are currently sitting in. The North Coast Redwood Forests built San Francisco not once, but twice before and after the 1906 earthquake. In addition to densely choked forests and invasive species, we are also facing threats posed by climate change, which is exacerbating disease and insect threats like pitch canker and pine borer beetles. Dead and dying trees around homes and trails threaten human lives. This isn't theoretical either. Just last year, a 2-year-old was killed in nearby Occidental when a tree fell on the family's mobile home. We have worked very hard with Commission staff to support restorative vegetation management practices and hazardous tree mitigation, and the addenda reflect that work. There are hundreds of other things I'd like to talk to you about, like sea otters and other charismatic megafauna, but you are all busy people, so instead I'd like to wrap up by thanking Coastal Commission staff for a number of other improvements that they provided to our document, including the elevation of environmental justice and affordable accommodations. And I respectfully ask that the Commission approve our local coastal plan today. I will now hand off the presentation to Cecily Condon. It looks like I'm under time. We'll provide a bit of a broader overview of our work.
Great. And Ms. Condon, when you come up, could you let us know how much time you'd like?
I'll take that challenge to 3 minutes.
Okay. Don't worry if you go a little over, it's a lot to present.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, members of the public, and staff. I'm Cecily Condon, the Project Review Division Manager, and one of the current leads to our local coastal program update, along with our Director, Tennis Wick, Planner, Claudette Diaz, and Senior Environmental Specialist and Registered Professional Forester, Robert Aguero. Locally, this project has a 2013 file number, and in that time, we have been working and held well over 20 public meetings and hearings, and worked with the incredible Coastal Commission staff on several iterations and published drafts of the document that's before you today. The goal of this local coastal plan update was to create a standalone policy document for our coastal zone, building on what works. As one of the birthplaces of the Coastal Act, our local coastal program does work in Sonoma County. Our community takes great pride in our coast, and this plan is intended to build us a policy framework, not for today, certainly not for 2013, but for something that will carry us and this foundation into the future. Since the inception of this process, we have seen the need for an updated modern program that strengthens policy provisions and better prepares us for future adaptations. Only a few of the intervening events that have occurred since this project started include unprecedented coastal erosion in the vicinity of Gleason's Beach, new and changing industries, and a wildfire burning all the way to the Pacific Ocean, just in Sonoma County alone. The staff recommended LCP, a local coastal plan, land use plan, all the different ways that it's been referred to over these years, with the recent addenda, aligns with the local goals and priorities fundamental to the Coastal Act, as well as Sonoma County. Public access, preservation of agriculture, tribal cultural resources, ensuring public safety and resilience, and protection of our incredible coastal resources and natural habitat. In concurrence with the staff recommendation, we remain available for questions and plan to be back before you much sooner than in another 10 to 15 years with our implementation program, both the Sonoma County Coastal Zoning Code and Administrative Manual. Post-certification and local adoption, we'll be embarking on this new project to carry forward the goals, objectives, and policies set before you today, hand in hand both with continued cooperation of the Coastal Commission staff and also our local community members who have been so fundamental to this process. Thank you, and thank you again to our coastal community members who've been with us every step, many of whom are here and speaking today, either virtually or in person. And finally, I'd like to thank our local staff, particularly Stephanie and Luke, who've worked with us on this incredible amount of work and very accommodating in our constant question and additional recommendations as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, continuing with the speakers in the room, Dr. Stephanie Larson, followed by Denise Tibbetts, and then Rue Firk. Dr. Stephanie
Are
Larson.
there any other electeds here?
I don't see any that have signed up, but.
All right, terrific. Dr. Larson, great to see you.
Good morning, Chair Hart, Commissioners. I'm Stephanie Larson. I am recently retired from the University of California Cooperative Extension, where I was a livestock and range management farm advisor. I have a PhD in range ecology and management, and I'm a certified rangeland manager. So I'm here to speak about rangelands. On a global scale, rangelands are a diverse array of biomes: coastal shrub, coastal prairies, chaparral, oak savannas, and grasslands. In the early 2000s, efforts to conserve threatened and endangered species status often meant the removal of livestock grazing. Years later, research demonstrated that livestock grazing was provided a beneficial disturbance while also maintaining extensive open spaces by reducing land use conversion, fragmentation of habitat, vegetation type conversion, and brush encroachment. The staff recommends in your coastal plan to limit grazing in certain areas, including wetlands and habitat corridors, could be a potential threat to biodiversity, including these special status species that we aim to protect. They're likely to increase by, we're likely to see an increase of more invasive species or less biodiversity if we remove this beneficial disturbance. Wetlands and habitat corridors need to be actively managed to maintain desired habitat. Removing beneficial disturbances like grazing will result in the extirpation of some populations of special status species from these beneficial sites. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife has recognized that managed grazing often has neutral or beneficial effects on several of these special status species on the coast, including the viola, the western dog violet. So grazing provides many ecosystems, including provisioning, providing local food to our community, cultural, such as providing these beautiful open view sheds, regulatory to reduce climate mitigation, and provides us a safe environment for a fire fuel reduction. So I encourage the use of grazing in all areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Denise Tibbetts, Rue Firk, Renee Lee.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Denny Tibbetts from Estero Lane in Bodega Bay, and I understand and appreciate just how important public access is to our coast. I really do. But I am here today to implore you to reevaluate the public access maps, in particular, remove the J2 access point trailhead in the Sonoma Land Trust Estero Americano Preserve, which is located on the sub-area 10 Valley Ford map. It is irresponsible public policy to encourage trespassing on private property to access a trailhead that doesn't exist and put this information on a published map. No part of the preserve can be accessed without trespassing or crossing private property. And we have had historical trespassing and vandalism on the property. There was no public access component to the 1997 and 2001 acquisition. The preserve and 5 surrounding parcels all abide by the same road easement of 1988 that does not provide public access. Whatever public funds SLT receives do not change the terms of the easement. SLT does not provide public access, only infrequent approved guided access. To be clear, we are Sonoma Land Trust neighbors. We are not opposed to Sonoma Land Trust's occasional guided programs, and we really respect their conservation work. The Estero Americano is considered an environmentally sensitive area by you. Marin County, with whom Sonoma shares the Estero with, has a policy of non-development on the shorelines and the environs. It is counterintuitive that the Sonoma body of water and shoreline are treated differently. Thank you. Please remove the proposed access. Don't confuse the public. Protect the Estero and protect private property rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Rue Firk, Renee Lee, and then Bill Krawitz.
Good morning. Parking here is interesting. I don't live on the coast in Sonoma County, but I join hundreds of people who've spent thousands of hours over more than a decade, literally, working towards this day. And I want to thank all of you for your service, because you're here as guardians of the local coastal plan, which was, as you've heard, born in Sonoma County, inspired by the Sonoma County coast. I also want to thank your staff, who has been just remarkable to work with. Sonoma County's permit Sonoma staff has been fabulous over the 10 years, although there have been multiple changes in that number of years. And the Planning Commission that spent nearly a year working on every detail of this, and then the Board of Supervisors, who, as you've heard, are really involved and engaged in protecting the Sonoma coast. We recognize that the area north of the Golden Gate Bridge is not the same as the urban right up to the water areas south of that. And so the Coastal Act requires protection of unique character. There are 3 things I'd like to point out to you. There are hundreds of things I'd like to point out to you, but I'll do 3 today. The entire, well, about 90% of the coastal zone in Sonoma County is in Class 4 water availability area, which is the lowest of water availability area that's possible. So I would think that given climate changes and droughts and other things that we've been affected by, there would be no intensification of use anywhere in that Class 4 water availability area without proof, scientific proof, that there would be no impacts on wells, groundwater, or neighboring wells. Secondly, I'd like to point out that the ESHA maps are quite old. And third, I can do this really quick, I support everything Stephanie said about protecting rangelands, but I also want to point out that small family farms are kind of the bedrock of the food supply and are really important, actually, to San Francisco's restaurants. Thank you.
And thank you. I don't believe you stated your name, by the way. Could you state your name?
I think I did. My name is Rue Firch. I don't live on the coast. Didn't I say that?
Okay.
Maybe I didn't
Thank you.
say that, but that's true.
Thank you. Next, Renee Lee, Bill Krawitz, and then Richard Ogg.
Hello, I'm Renata Lee. I'm a rancher on the coast. I'm simply here to thank the staff of Sonoma County and our Board of Supervisors and the staff here at the Coastal Commission for supporting agriculture, allowing us to be stewards of the land, protect the critical ecosystem. We love the land deeply, intensely. It's a labor of love. And being able to work with Linda Hopkins and Cecily Condon, Claudette Diaz, Tennis Wick, and the County Board of Supervisors that worked with us over the last few years to make sure that agriculture could continue to operate on the coast with at least the modicum of support so that we can still provide that regenerative agricultural footprint. So thank you very much. I appreciate all the support.
Thank you. Sorry for mispronouncing your name, Renata. Um, Next, Bill Crowitz, Richard Ogg, Carmen Estrada.
Hello, Bill Crowitz, Sebastopol, member of the NOW Group, Neighbors of West County. I'd like to thank the Sonoma County staff and the Coastal Commission staff for the many years working on the plan. I have two comments. One, we support the Coastal Commission staff recommended modifications and urge the Commission's approval. These strengthen the document and coastal protection. My second comment's on ag tourism. The document does clearly state and properly point out that ag tourism should be directly support of the ag operations. 4 examples are given: retail, farm stands, farm stays, and hosted rentals. The first 2, retail and farm stands, are easy to see the connection and support of ag. Farm stays and hosted rentals are a concern. Let me say I'm not against such, but feel these need to be properly controlled and limited, that they truly support ag operations and truly supplement the primary purpose here, or agriculture. As we've seen in Sonoma County and throughout the state, Airbnbs, vacation rentals, fractional ownerships have permanently changed areas from their intended original purpose to something different. What was originally agriculture, residential neighborhoods are now commercial tourist zones. This weekend's paper talked about AI being going to expand the vacation industry and make it more efficient. I don't think we want AI to run our coast and make it more efficient. Like I said, I'm not necessarily against farm stays, but these need to be, 1, properly defined to ensure they are only used to support and supplement the ag operation, and 2, are controlled, managed, and limited in number so as not to circumvent the intent of the Coastal Act or the ag element. I not see these spelled out in the plan. Again, I'm not an expert here or how to craft the language to avoid unintended consequences, but I hope the Coastal Commission, with their expertise and experience, can make sure our coastal plan has sufficient safeguards built in. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Ogg, followed by Carmen Estrada, and then Tanya Zabka.
Let's see if I can do this.
Yeah, you can pull
what
it
do I
right
have to
down.
do? Oh, bring it down? Okay. All right. You can tell how much I speak publicly. Good morning. My name is Richard Ogg. I'm just a commercial fisherman in Bodega Bay. So I wanted to say, first of all, thank you very, very much for the opportunity to be able to speak here. So with that, I'd like to say that, with the climate changing, both environmentally and politically, it's nice to know that the local coastal plan is here to protect the coastal infrastructure and the commercial fishing industry from industrialization of our pristine ocean. Bodega Bay's history is long, and our identity is fishing. We're a small fishing community with integral ties to ocean harvest and providing sustainable resources to the public, a resource that, truly belongs to you. Industrialization of the ocean's energy could substantially affect the coastal fishing communities and their ability to contribute to their economic viability. It wasn't long ago that we all were worried about offshore oil, offshore mining, and not to mention nuclear power. Those all threatened our coastline. For us, it's critical to ensure that the rocky shorelines, the sandy beaches, the intertidal zones, and the nearshore waters are protected for future generations. Thanks to the incredible work of all of you, we've done just that. Our Sonoma coast is unique and hopefully will remain unique forever. The coastal acts originally came from Sonoma County, and I sincerely hope that the coastal commissioners will approve the Coastal Commission's staff recommendations. So as a simple fisherman and longstanding member of the Sonoma County community for over 60 years, I wish to thank you for your supporting and protecting the area that we truly love. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Carmen Estrada, Tanya Zabka, and then we'll move on to Zoom participants.
Hello, I'm Carmen Estrada. I'm the president of the Bodega Harbor Homeowners Association, a community of 725 homes. I'm going to have a hard time speaking after this simple fisherman who gave quite a speech. We're happy here. The staff and the supervisor were all thrilled that we're here. We have one comment, and that is on Appendix B, Public Access Plan, page I-35 or section I-35. It states in the Estero Ranch Preserve that future trail access may connect Short-Tail Gulch Trail to the Estero Ranch Preserve. I know that that's aspirational. We do not support that. Short-Tail Gulch Trail is in Bodega Harbor. You have to come off of Highway 1, drive an entire mile to get to the trailhead, and there's no real parking. There's 6 spots. And if you open that up to what is planned to be a 547-acre quasi-park, it really is an overreach in our opinion. And second, we have the 1977 Trans-Century stipulated judgment that the commission, the developer of Bodega Harbor, and the county also was involved. And we have the agreement, and the agreement is that the Short-Tail Gulch Trail should be a trail to the beach. It is a public trail, and actually the harbor supports 2 public trails and a public parking lot of about 16 spaces. So we definitely support that, and many of our homes are also open to the public as vacation rentals. So we respectfully request that that section, I-35, be modified and that it be redacted about having access to Estero Ranch Preserve through the Short-Tail Gulch Trail. The Estero Ranch is next door. Historically, there's never been access to the neighboring ranch from our property or from the Short-Tail Gulch Trail. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last speaker in the room, Tanya Zabka. And then our first 3 Zoom speakers will be Norma Jellison, Judith Tisler, and Gail Yamamoto Seymour. Tanya.
Good morning. My name is Tanya Zapka, and I would like to speak to I-35 in item 8A, as well as 10C, if I can jointly address these. I'm also a member of the BHAA. I have a background in ecology and evolutionary biology and a veterinary pathologist by training with many years of experience of evaluating human-wildlife domestic animal interface to use science to help shape public and private policy, both domestically and internationally. This includes working at the Marine Mammal Center and California Fish and Game. So as such, environmental policy, sustainable use practices, as well as ill-conceived plans for use of our land and water resources for private corporate gain under the auspices of public good are not foreign to me. There are 3 topics I would like to address. I would like to provide my perspective on the intentions of our community under these 2 items, as have been shared in numerous letters. I'd like to expand on the violation of the current legal agreements and environmental policies that have been expertly enumerated and clearly articulated by Tom Roth and his team, and highlight the erosion of trust that this will lead to with our coastal commission.
Excuse me, I don't want to interrupt you,
Yep.
but I did want to let you know that per our rules,
Okay.
you'll just have to speak on this item. If you wish to speak later on 10C, you
Okay.
could also speak on that. But if you could just specifically address this item, that would be
Okay.
great. Thank you.
Then I would suggest that we are particularly concerned in our community. Our community is made of people that really believe and maintain behaviors to maintain and protect our ecosystem, with which we are currently symbiotic, and we're concerned that this onslaught of public access through our small community will incur safety concerns as well as the integrity of our ecosystem. And so I would just speak to those concerns, and I'll address the other ones later. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to note that we do have your sign up for the later item as well. So moving to Zoom, Norma Jellison, followed by Judith Tisler, and then Gail Yamamoto Seymour. Norma Jellison.
Morning, Commissioners. I'm Norma Jellison, a 27-year resident of Bodega Bay and a coastal advocate. I want to thank Coastal Commission staff, past and current, for their excellent work over a decade plus that gets us to today's vote. I speak in support of Commission staff recommendations and urge commissioners to approve the LCP-LUP update with identified modifications recommended by your commission staff. After over a decade, Sonoma County citizens want to make sure that this update is maximally compliant with the Coastal Act, protective of our coastal resources, and allows citizens to participate ongoingly to ensure protection of our coast, not just for today, but also into the future for future generations. And let's not forget our fishing community. I also ask that a comprehensive set of table of contents and a table of contents for each element be added. Public participation has been hindered by the lack of those despite repeated requests of county staff for them. They are really needed for oversight going forward. Even with 20+ public hearings and meetings over the years, the lack of this table of contents to assist review means public participation has not been as robust as it could have been. But again, hope from the birthplace of the Coastal Act and after over a decade of work with your staff, with your approval of the LCP update with modifications recommended by your staff, we are poised to have the tools needed to address current and emerging issues that we, the public, and the commission will need to act on to continue to have a healthy coastal ecosystem for all. Thank you again for your support of a healthy and vibrant Sonoma coast.
Thank you. And next, Judith Tischler, followed by Gail Yamamoto Seymour, and then Donna Martinez. Judith Tischler.
Good morning. I'm wanting to confirm that I'm a commenter on the matter of 10C because I can reserve my comments for that time.
Yes, we also have a sign up for you on that item.
Thank you. I'll defer. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next, Gail Yamamoto Seymour, followed by Donna Martinez, and then Kimberly Burr. Gail.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Gail Yamamoto Seymour. I'm a retired environmental scientist, formerly with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, having worked there for 2 decades. But today I'm representing the NAACP of Sonoma County as the chair of its Environmental and Climate Justice Committee. First of all, regarding environmental justice, in addition to people of color, and I will say I think it's really great, and I commend the staff of Permit Sonoma as well as the commission for including a robust environmental justice element. But I did want to say that in addition to people of color, disabled and seniors must be prioritized. ADA accommodations for disabled and elderly should be available to allow beach access to at least some of the public beaches. And secondly, in the discovery of certain tribal cultural resources such as human remains and burial grounds and significant sites as advised by tribal consultants, those should be avoided and declared undevelopable. Mitigations cannot allow development at those sites. On an environmental note, please consider keeping a 100-foot minimum buffer for environmentally sensitive habitat areas with no allowance for buffer reduction, especially considering how climate change is hitting hard. So that would be not allowing wetland buffers to reduce to 30 feet or 50 feet with mitigation. And please follow the Coastal Commission staff recommendation in not allowing Permit Sonoma's allowance of a 0 buffer for wetlands if it's determined by Permit Sonoma that development will have no adverse impacts to the wetlands. I believe that any development will impact environmentally sensitive habitat areas, and in order for development, grazing, and wildlife to live in harmony, you have to have adequate buffers. So those are required. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Donna Martinez, Kimberly Burr, and then Eric Frazier. Donna Martinez. Donna, you're still muted.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dr. Hart and Director Dr. Hucklebridge. I'm Donna Martinez, a Sonoma County resident and owner of a short-term rental in the Sea Ranch. It is critical the Commission review with care and close attention the comments resubmitted by the Sonoma County Coalition of Hosts and others that seek an actual plan for and documented monitoring over time of the proposed Sonoma County LCP and its policies on public access to lodging on the coast. I request the Commission and the county to make this data transparent, public, and readily accessible. Also, I propose Sonoma County and the Commission consider ways to include short-term rentals through a public-private partnership with NGOs and interested short-term rental owners. This could increase coastal access for over 45% of the underserved Californians who cite costs as a barrier to staying on the coast. The Commission has long acknowledged that short-term rentals offer valuable visitor accommodations in the coastal zone, particularly for large families and groups. Bans or excessive restrictions on short-term rentals are generally seen as inconsistent with the Coastal Act or LCP policies that support public access and visitor services. However, the state's 2016 Explore the Coast Overnight assessment on low-cost coastal accommodations notably overlooked short-term rentals like Airbnb HomeAway as an option to fulfill these goals. Despite the submission, respondents suggested new or expanded short-term rental projects as part of the low-cost coastal accommodation efforts. While the report presented options for increasing low-cost accommodations, it did not include short-term rentals in its metrics. For example, reservation systems with improvements and set-asides were discussed for all accommodations except for short-term rentals. Notably, platforms like Airbnb have nonprofit arms that could be engaged, and local entities like the Sea Ranch Foundations could also be leveraged. Independent operators like myself would welcome a partnership with an NGO to offer low-cost accommodations to underserved populations.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, Kimberly Burr, Eric Frazier, and then Nancy Okada. Kimberly Burr.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great, great. Thank you all, and good morning. I'm calling in from Forestville, California, near the Russian River, and just wanted to thank everyone who's been involved in this process, including the public and the staff. It's been a huge lift. I just wanted to express a couple of thoughts here. I've submitted many letters on this with much more detail, but I just also wanted to acknowledge that the commission of all the people, all the political bodies out there, I believe the commission has its feet firmly planted in reality. And that reality means we're looking at more and more and more adverse changes to our environment coming our way. And I have 3 recommendations that I'll get to below that might help us navigate. The document we're reading today is a long-term planning document. That being said, it needs to be clear, not subject to the will of different opinions, not governed, but rather be governed by hard science. The law provides for such clarity and for defining what standards are and should be as we move forward. This document must recognize and effectively guard against the adverse changes that are barreling our way, especially as it relates to species that are ours to protect or not from the horrible surprises coming their way. We can do much to mitigate impacts, and this update process must be used to do just that. As it stands, and as you read it, you will see that this draft needs to rely much more on clear standards, hard science, existing efforts, and generous protections to account for the fast approaching adverse changes to our coastal zone. As firmly rooted in reality as I know you all are, I ask you to not be stuck in doing things the way we have always done. The reality is that we have made some serious mistakes, and we have smart folks who can learn from these mistakes going forward. Providing strong and generous protections now for the natural areas of the Sonoma Coast means professionally navigating some better. Sorry, I'm almost done. We can do that by guarding what we have left. Recommendations that I bring forward are substituting this qualitative language that is throughout the document with scientific and broad-based quantitative language. Protecting ESHA we must broadly define ESHA and make sure it is fully protected. You can see my letters to that effect. And then number 3, no mature trees should be sacrificed in the coastal zone. This must mean that all homes must have fully defensible space and have implemented all the hardening tasks that we know are effective.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Eric Fraser, Nancy Okada, and then I'll start calling names that we haven't been able to find on Zoom. Eric Fraser.
Thank you very much. I have a presentation, please. And
yes, give us a second to bring it up.
I have 3 minutes, please. Thank you. 3 minutes, please.
Sure.
Okay.
Go ahead. Let's just start.
Okay, great. Thank you. Next slide, please. Yes, my name is Eric Fraser, and I head up a research group called Truth in Tourism. We're recommending that you extend the time to act on the Sonoma Local Coastal Program. And, we have to understand that the land use plan is where greed and power combine. And one thing that's left out is the temptation of government corruption. We're basically government watchdogs. Next slide, please. Our investigations are revealing corruption to those that are making land use decisions in the county, with many more cases that are open and pending review at the FPPC and also other investigative agencies in the state and federally. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. One I'd want to point out that just recently surfaced is when interim city manager for the city of Santa Rosa, the largest city between San Francisco and Portland, Oregon, was simultaneously working for Avenue, which is part of Muniserv or bought Muniserv, while being a city manager. During that time, an urgency ordinance hammered down on short-term rentals, only to find that potentially he's profiting from that out the back door. Next slide, please. Here we see the FPPC issued a fine against Supervisor Hopkins. This was just announced last week. Only the Sebastopol Times picked it up. The Press Democrat probably will not cover it for obvious reasons. But here we see a $3,000 fine was levied on Supervisor Hopkins for directing money to an organization her husband worked at. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, quite frankly. This is just, it takes a couple of years for these investigations to round its way through. Next slide, please. Here's one that was just issued, that was just entered yesterday into the system. And this is where the same supervisor appears to have a house that she uses as that she owns as an STR in the Lake Tahoe area. An LLC is involved. None of this made it to Form 700. So what the heck is going on with you guys? Next slide, please. So here what we see is a whole list of problems. What we're seeing, even though Sonoma County was the birth of the Coastal Commission, it is also where it's going to die. The land use policies that you're putting in place are going to make the wealthier much more wealthier, and the poor, especially the house-rich, cash-poor people, just really sucking for life. There's misinformation about STRs abounds. We have problems with getting responsive documents from you. You're gaslighting people over negative impacts. You refuse to study things. The corruption is astounding, quite frankly. And for you guys to approve this
so much.
Showing the.
Okay, thank you. And then Nancy Okada, followed by list of speakers that I will call after.
Thanks, Chris.
Nancy Okada, I see that you're muted. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. You can hear me now.
Yes, we can hear you.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Great. Thank you. Nancy Okada. I'm a resident of Marin County, and I want to commend the commission staff and all the Sonoma County residents who participated in working on this LCP and coming up with a great document that I hope the commission approves. I hope that you, once again, particularly pay attention in the future to environmentally sensitive habitat areas, particularly along the unspoiled coast that is such a gem for Sonoma County. And that includes not only development with needing water for it, so really limiting development on the coast, but also, paying attention to the ESHA buffers and not minimizing those when cattle grazing is necessary. Anyways, I'd like to just thank you again and hope that you approve the LCP. Thank you.
Thank you. Now going back to a few names that we haven't been able to find on our Zoom list. Richard Charter, Susan Kirks, and Beth Bruzon. Richard Charter, Susan Kirks, and Beth Bruzon, if you heard your name, please raise your hand. And I see a couple hands raised. One is under the name Sonoma County Conservation. You should be able to unmute now, and please state your name. Sonoma County Conservation.
Thank you. Apologies, I'm using a platform that sometimes Madrone Audubon uses for our Zoom meetings. I didn't realize, now I know why you didn't call me. I'm Susan Kirks. Thank you very much for finding me. I'm speaking today as president of Madrone Audubon in Sonoma County, and also as a naturalist with an expertise in one of the coastal species, special status mammal American badger. I also want to thank everyone who's worked on this incredible effort to get to you today, over 10 years, for the local coastal plan update, your staff, Permit Sonoma, the Planning Commission, Supervisor Hopkins and the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors, Richard Charter and Ruth Furch in particular, really, frankly, legends in our environmental and conservation movements in Sonoma County. And I also, as Nancy Okada said, hope that you will approve the document today. Also, I'd like to thank Chair Hart for her many, many years of service to our county in so many different ways. And I'd just briefly like to also lift up what Nancy said about our environmentally sensitive habitat areas. Please do not minimize anything related to buffer zones. Make those maximum. It would be completely inappropriate to have cattle grazing or any type of domestic animal grazing in wetlands or near wetlands or without a very large buffer, and also all of our habitat areas. Also, I would like to say that looking to the future, rangeland grazing is a reality now. We understand that, but we're looking to the future many years ahead. And we'd like to also lift up what was said about the small family farms and also plant-based agriculture and moving away from potentially large animal agriculture, which is potentially a global trend, and adapting for revitalization of grassland restoration, which is what is natural on the County Coast. So thank you very, very much for allowing us all to be here today for this.
Thank you. I now see name Beth's iPad. That's probably Beth Bruzon. Beth, you should be able to unmute now.
Thank you. I'm Beth Brazzoni, Bodega Bay. I ask with kindness and respect that the Coastal Commissioners or Coastal Commission staff reinstate by right into the agricultural element C-AR-2A. The verbiage removal is confusing the public and clearly already causing issues demonstrated by the public comments on this agenda item available online. Sonoma County is a right to farm county and California is a right to farm state. Please make this clear to the public. I would also like to thank Sonoma County Supervisor Linda Hopkins for her comments on this issue this morning and her dedication to agriculture. Additionally, Permit Sonoma staff deserve a round of applause for the hard work and perseverance in getting the LCP to the finish line. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I'm seeing one last hand raised under the name iPad 94. I'm going to allow you to talk. Please state your name for the record first.
My name is Richard Charter with
Okay.
the Ocean Foundation, and today we are here to support your adoption of your staff's amendment that will ensure compliance with the Coastal Act itself. In Sonoma County, we have worked with your staff for over a decade to set the stage for constructively addressing the emerging issues that the Commission will need to resolve in the coming era, and today we urge adoption. As you know, your Commission has previously protected the fragile coastal zone food chain in Malibu and the Santa Monica Mountains from unnecessary anticoagulant rodenticide pollution. And we strongly support addition of the Malibu model to today's document, but we still find adequate protection is missing from the current version for Sonoma County. Mention of herbicides only is not sufficient protection. Today's updated document will provide you with the needed tools to address inappropriate high-density bluff-top development being proposed amidst ESHA at Timber Cove, where the necessary infrastructure and perk does not exist west of Highway 1. This document also provides a fair and effective mechanism for maintaining local control over various proposals for damaging industrial facilities in the coastal zone, as well as for addressing deep sea mining port infrastructure targeting our iconic fishing village of Bodega Bay. Today's document, as presented, also strengthens local control over projects such as the massive industrial pump storage facility that local citizens and all of our elected officials helped us to convince FERC to reject last fall, right on top of the San Andreas Fault and within our beloved Fort Ross State Historic Park, while threatening the Greater Farallones National Marine Sanctuary. At today's crossroad for the global treasure that is the Sonoma Coast, thank you, each of you, for your ongoing service to our planet.
Thank you. And there are no more speakers. Madam Chair.
All right, thank you very much. I'd like to return to the County of Sonoma and ask if they have any rebuttal comments. No, seeing none. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing at this time. Return to staff. Mr. Henningsen, Mr. Carl, any further comments?
Thanks,
Or
Chair.
Ms. Rexing.
As you see, speakers have covered a lot of broad range of topics today, including agriculture, public access, visitor serving uses, habitat resources, and so on. And we think the policies as proposed by the county with our staff suggested mods on these topics strike the right balance, but we are available for questions on specifics should those arise.
I'd also like to add just a few comments, and just, I want to note,
Thanks,
I think,
Director.
as the county noted, we've had this LCP, been working on it since, I think, 2013, I heard. And so I want to just take a moment to acknowledge the massive effort that went into getting us to today. I want to thank the county, the staff, the leadership, the residents who are here. It's a pretty incredible moment to be in. And I also want to thank our staff. They put in an incredible amount of work, and because of the length, there's been a lot of turnover both in our own staff, and it sounds like the county staff as well, and that's hard to work through, and I'm proud to say that we did it. You guys did a great job, and we're here. That's not to say that this is, perfect, and there aren't things to discuss, and, but one of the reasons I think we are here in agreement with the county is it's a testament to this community and their intense love of and desire to protect this part of our beautiful coast. And I think we're all really excited to be a partner in that with the community, with the county, and are really proud of the work that we're bringing forward to you today. So again, as Ms. Rexing noted, we're here for questions, and happy to turn it back to you, Chair, for deliberation.
Thanks so much, Dr. Huckelbridge, for those great comments. All right, we have a couple commissions that would like to speak on this item, beginning with Commissioner Wilson.
Oh, starting with me. Wow. Okay. That's unusual. Okay. I'm going to actually speak to something that was not discussed in the comments, but I have discussed with this commission before, which is exterior lighting standards. And the reason I bring this up is just because we're having a hard time keeping up with the technology change of LED lighting that's created floodlighting at looms that are just far beyond what people are keeping track of. And while a lot of these documents talk about new development, the replacements of lighting fixtures across our rural and urban landscapes on the coast is pretty extreme. And the technology itself is, again, is that the LED lighting is on the outside now where it used to be embedded, so it was a lot more easily shielded. So now it's much brighter and less shielded. And while the standards in here are a good advancement, my question goes to where's the ordinance now currently for Sonoma County for their lighting ordinance, and what's their plan to reflect these changes moving forward?
I think you heard from Ms. Condon for the county that they next are going to jump into the implementation plan. And so the kind of detail, I mean, I think there's a firm base in the land use plan currently to address the issues you're talking about. And then obviously, as we get into more detail, that will be in the implementation plan. So they're going to start, right away, should this be adopted today.
Right, and I'm just saying from a county who, we did our general plan last update 10 years ago, and I'm just from Humboldt County's perspective, we haven't even gotten to our lighting plan or our lighting ordinance update. The movement and change is very fast, so I want to highlight that in terms of and also I will say that even within the guidelines, the guidelines here have 700 looms. The policy has 1,000 looms. There's some inconsistencies in here. There around flood lighting allowed for agricultural purposes, but no ambient, increases. So all I'm saying is I just want to encourage Sonoma County and every other coastal county for all the reasons that are listed in this plan, and the lighting's impact on the species that are moving through these environments, as well as just the night sky in general. I want to emphasize what in visiting the central part of this state, especially those like in the Owens Valley and those places, I was so amazed at those communities, how tight they were on their regulations and enforcement of night skies and what a difference it made. And so I want to emphasize this moving forward for this. Everything else, I see the glitches in these general plan processes as moving forward. They're never perfect. I get that, having lived through many of these. But I just wanted to emphasize and encourage quick advancement of your lighting ordinance to achieve these goals before the existing and current technology, because the new LED lights are cheap and people are replacing them without going to any planning or regulatory processes. So that's what thanks.
All right, Commissioner Yuri.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to thank staff for all of your work and Supervisor Hopkins for your very insightful comments and all your work as well, and all the speakers who came out today. I think just to reflect briefly, it just, in learning through the report and your comments, how beautifully diverse our entire coast is. I come from a very urbanized area, Southern California, so I loved hearing your comments. I just have a quick question of a couple matters that Ms. Gail Yamamoto brought up regarding the ADA accessibility, and also regarding the concerns regarding human remains in sacred sites. Could you address those, please?
I can speak to the ADU issue is for,
No,
excuse
ADA.
me, ADA, sorry. Issue is definitely something that's, I think, covered in the policies, and it's something that I think this county is really interested in facilitating that sort of work. I also note that some of these sites along the coast are quite challenging in that respect, so I think there's going to end up being a balance there in that regard. But there's definitely an intent and an objective to maximize ADA access. So I think that it's embodied in the plan now. And again, like I said to Commissioner Wilson, we have this next stage with the implementation plan where we can get more detail on that. And Luke, maybe you can speak to the cultural remains question. Can you?
We have it in the chapter. It's specifically addressed.
Okay. I'm told that that's addressed. These guys know the details way better than I do, but I'm not sure if you need a little bit more explanation. Might just circle around a little bit and come back to us.
I would love that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Notoff.
I just want to add my voice to the appreciation, and it's really amazing to just see the stick-to-itiveness that the community has had and working with staff. And I am one person on this commission who remembers the original Sonoma Coast Land Use Plan, and all you need to do is spend time in Sonoma County and see that the durability of those policies. So to see everyone come together and work on setting it up for the next few decades is really quite heartening. So just wanted to acknowledge the hard work and the good direction.
Thanks so much, Commissioner. Commissioner Turnbull-Sanders.
Thank you, Chair. This is through the chair, a question for the staff. On page 33, there's of the original staff report, there's a focus starting on environmental justice, and there were recommendations for changing provisions to include language that would make future updates and the current update, proposed update and future updates consistent with the environmental justice policies contained in the Coastal Act. Are there any additional outstanding issues related to environmental justice with those recommended changes?
Not now. I mean, so the land use plan is, does embody what the EJ policies and the policies in the Coastal Act, as well as the Commission's EJ policies stand for. And I think like anything else, like we've talked about, there'll be opportunities for refinement of that through the implementation plan, but it's definitely covered currently.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate staff's work to make sure that those things are included in updates as we go along.
Commissioner Rice.
Yeah, thank you. I want to commend also everyone involved in bringing this to the point it is today. The public, county leadership, staff, both at the county and with the commission. As has been said, it's really difficult to make anything of this magnitude perfect and meet everyone's expectations, but in my view, this is about as close as it gets. I also just want to really call out both public speakers commented to it, and I think this LUP really also speaks to what are the sort of core principles of the Coastal Act around environmental and natural resource, coastal resource protection, around public access. And people often forget also the important plank in terms of the protection of agriculture as a coastal resource. And I really appreciate the eloquent statements that were made by many here today, and also the policies that are part of this LUP in many, many areas that speak to all those issues. And then lastly, I just, general plans and LUPs like this and their policies are both speaking to today's needs, but also they are aspirational and looking to what needs to be done in the future and what can be envisioned in the future. And I think that this Sonoma County LUP really does an excellent job of really highlighting that and framing those objectives. So anyway, I want to commend everyone again and thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Are we prepared to respond to Commissioner Aguirre?
Yes, thank you. Regarding the tribal and cultural resource policies, the chapter generally asks that impacts to cultural resources are avoided, that CDPs and permits are required, and notification requirements are in place when human remains are suspected. It has stop work orders and report out requirements when and if cultural resources or tribal resources are found. And there's also a policy that protects such resources from impacts from environmental hazards such as sea level rise. So we think that, pretty much gels with other policies that have been certified by this commission.
So it sounds like it's consistent with our, provisions of the Coastal Act, but I'm just, Ms. Yamamoto mentioned that she had concerns that if the human remains were to be found, there would still be development. Can you just address that in the OUP specifically? Is that the case?
I mean, I think it asks that if human remains are found, work must be stopped, tribal consultation
Got it.
must, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. All right, any other comments? Commissioner Strickland.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, the handling of incidental finds of cultural resources are largely regulated through other legislation, you know, Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act, the California version of that law, other county ordinances. So I'm confident that this plan is consistent with those policies and statutes. And what even makes me more confident is the new, I would say, renewed relationship between the County of Sonoma and its 5 federally recognized Indian tribes, which has dramatically improved since I've lived there for the last 20 years. I would also like to just take this opportunity to thank Supervisor Hopkins for coming down here today. And I believe the majority of your tenure in office has been under declared emergency circumstances, whether it be fires, floods, pandemics. So my observation of your public service and leadership in the county has just been second to none. So I wanted to publicly thank you for your leadership and your dedication to our county. And just a few details from the report. The environmental justice provisions are great. Tribal consultation did take place for this new plan. I'm appreciative that the ESHA buffer policy was clarified. However, I think we still have a lot of work to do at the state and local level in actually being able to manage ESHA, especially with good fire. But we do need to make some policy improvements there. And I just wanted to associate myself with the comments of Supervisor Wilson on the artificial light at night. That's a significant issue. I made some resources available at a previous commission meeting. But yeah, it's a wonderful plan. I'm glad to see this progress, and just tip of the hat to the staff of Sonoma County, Permit Sonoma, the supervisors, and our own staff. Thank you.
Thanks so much. All right, I'm going to have a few comments, and I just want to start by saying, you know, I've lived in Sonoma County now almost 34 years, and it's an absolute honor, as you can all imagine, to chair this meeting, to potentially approve a plan that so many people have really dedicated so much of their time and life to. Sonoma County Supervisor Hopkins completely deserves the commendations that have been stated here. Dennis Wick from Permit Sonoma, there's just so many people that you've heard from today, and some people that I would like to acknowledge that have passed on, specifically Bill and Lucy Cordum. Bill Cordum, of course, all of us in Sonoma County know so well. In fact, our coastal trail is named after Bill Cordum, the Cordum Trail, and just an absolute legend. And it's really almost hard to speak about he and Lucy. They were wonderful friends, and I think they're looking down on us here today. So everything that's been done to preserve Sonoma Coast natural resources, the agricultural, the fishery, public access, it's really been a transformation in the coastal zone over the last 30 years. There's been a lot of challenges, and I think you saw that, and we've addressed that with, for example, what's happened at Gleason Beach. But we've also seen the largest Caltrans adaptation project in the state to move inland and address and create a new section that provides for bicycle access, pedestrian access, preserves a wetland, really enhances and creates a new wetland and provides access to the beach there at Gleason. And I just think Sonoma County in so many ways has provided a model for the state of California of how to move ahead. And I think that this plan is really a model that should be looked at. But what you've seen here today, commissioners, is really evident of how Sonoma County is. People care so much about the county, and particularly they care so much about the coast. And it's just an absolute honor to live in that county and be part of that community. So I just want to express that. I do have a couple questions. On the low-cost accommodations, you know, I remember over time, we've looked at those cabins that were designed by state parks, and I think one of them is out there on wheels at Doran Regional Park that provides a visitor center. Is there any way to facilitate that? Because, you know, I think that's just such an easy way to provide low-cost accommodations at the parks.
Absolutely. I think that's a conversation with state parks. I mean, we've encouraged that on the Big Sur coast, for example.
Yeah.
And trying to make those more modular and simpler to.
This is all over the map.
Wow.
To make it simpler for those to be installed. I'm sure there's partnership opportunities for the Sonoma coast in a similar way. And I think, I mean, obviously the land use plan would be supportive of that. I think that's more of a conversation with the county and state parks and, you know, what can we achieve in that respect?
Yeah, you know, Regional Parks has created a whole section at Spring Lake with those cabins, and they're just so popular and they're so low cost. It's just such a great way to address that, and especially here where so much of the coast is preserved. You know, we're not looking to build more, we're looking to provide that overnight accommodation. So I'll look forward to seeing more of that when the IP comes back. Can you describe a little more on the fencing? Is wildlife fencing pretty much going to be the trend as we move forward to protect the grazing areas, et cetera, but to allow wildlife corridors to continue?
I think the intent is that both needs are balanced with respect to, you know, obviously grazing control of animals, but also wildlife friendly fencing, that sort of thing. I think that's inherent in the document. Some folks spoke to kind of the agricultural protection piece, and just so it's clear, you know, this county has an agricultural exclusion order that's been in place for a long time that basically exempts a number of agricultural activities, and this land use plan includes something that came out of the Marin County LCP update, which was an ongoing agricultural operations are allowed to continue without kind of permitting getting in the way of that. But I think to your point, the plan stands for both of those things, meaning protect agricultural in terms of grazing as well, but also trying to do it in a way that's respectful and protective of, you know, adjacent resources and wildlife. So I believe that's, you know, accommodated.
Yeah, I think it's really important as we move forward in the IP because so much money from the Coastal Conservancy, from the County Ag and Open Space, from Wildlife Conservation has been spent to preserve this coastline, and agriculture, and particularly grazing, is so critical to it. So to find that balance as we move forward into the IP, I think it's really, really important. There's certainly, it shouldn't be that much of a challenge in these times. So I just think that's so important. So thanks so much, Mr. Carl. All right, if there are no other comments, I believe Commissioner Rice is going to make the motions, a series of motions.
Yes, and I'd love to make this motion on your behalf, Chair.
Thank you.
Hart. Let's see. Staff recommends that the Commission for Public Hearing, where's the motion? There it is. Okay. I move that the Commission certify Land Use Plan Amendment LCP-2-SON-23-0058-2 as submitted by the County of Sonoma, and I recommend a no vote.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I think we'll go with a roll call vote with this particular item, please.
Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes.
Sorry, no.
There we go.
Clarification.
You may want to explain this yes/no thing.
No.
Aguirre, no. Commissioner Bochco.
No.
Bochco, no. Commissioner Striplin.
No.
Striplin, no. Commissioner Escalante.
No.
Escalante, no. Commissioner Harmon.
No.
Harmon, no. Commissioner Lowenberg.
No.
Lowenberg, no. Commissioner Notoff.
No.
Notoff, no. Commissioner Rice.
No.
Rice, no. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
No.
Turnbull Sanders, no. Commissioner Uranga.
Nay.
Uranga, no. Commissioner Wilson.
No.
Wilson, no. Chair Hart.
No.
Hart, no. The vote is unanimous.
All right, and now I move that the Commission certify Land Use Plan Amendment LCP-2-S0N-23-0058-2 for Sonoma County if it is modified as suggested by the staff recommendation, and I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
Well, I think we can go forward and ask if there is a unanimous agreement to support the yes vote motion. We have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition to a unanimous yes vote on this item? All right, the motion is approved. The LCP amendment is adopted, and I want to congratulate everyone that's worked on this. What a great job, great day. Thank you very much. We're going to take a break at this time. It's 8 after 11. We'll be back at 11:20. Thank you. All right, folks, we're going to come back, calling the meeting back to order, please. Ask if the commissioners could come back in. We'll get a quorum going, of which we have 4, 5, 6. One more. I need another commissioner. 7, all right. Okay, so the plan for the remainder of the morning is going to be, we're going to do the items under 9. Folks that are here for the 10A, the Ocean Beach armoring item, we're going to take that after lunch. So if you want to go to lunch now and come back, we'll probably be back around 1. So we're going to move forward now with items 9A and B, which share a single combined staff report, and we'll turn to staff for the presentation.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hart. We do have a PowerPoint for this item, and Marlene Alvarado from our transportation team is on the Zoom, and she's going to be giving our staff presentation.
We're not seeing Marlene on the Zoom. Oh, she's in attendee mode. Okay, can you move her in? You got her? Yeah. Okay, Marlene, you're coming in. I'm not sure why you were in attendee mode.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is items 9A and 9B have one single combined staff report. And we will be having a combined hearing on the 2 separate CDP applications that apply to different segments of the same project, which includes pavement rehabilitation, pedestrian and bike lane improvements, culvert work, curb ramp upgrades, and other highway improvements along Highway 1 in San Mateo County, shown here at Surfers Beach in slide 1. I would note that an addendum was posted for this item yesterday, but it does not change staff's recommendation. The appeals raised concerns about whether the project adequately protects existing public access and whether it maximizes access opportunities overall, where key considerations include a loss of public parking due to the project. Staff believes that the issues raised are significant and raise important policy and resource considerations, all as further detailed in the staff report. Thus, staff is recommending that the appeals raise substantial Coastal Act and LCP issues, and that the commission take jurisdiction over the CDP applications for the proposed project. So at this point, the question is whether 3 or more commissioners would like to debate the substantial issue question through a full hearing. If not, then substantial issue will be found and we will move on to the de novo portion of the hearing.
Okay, thank you very much. So to 3 or more commission, so how do we, maybe you could walk me through this. So the recommendation is finding of substantial issue.
To find substantial issue.
Okay, do you need to have a vote on that?
No, this is if 3 or more commissioners would like a full hearing on that question. If not, we just proceed directly into the de novo.
To the de novo hearing. Okay, I just wanted to be clear. So a substantial issue is found. We're now going to move forward on the de
Wait,
novo
Chair Hart?
hearing. Excuse me.
Excuse me, can
Had a feeling I was
you need to
screwing that
still
up.
ask whether 3 or more people
I
would
do.
like to have a full hearing on that.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Good. I was sort of on track and then went off track. Do 3 or more commissioners wish to have a hearing on substantial issue? All right, seeing none, substantial issue is found. You think I would get that by now, you know? All right, we'll move forward with the de novo hearing. Thanks, Mr. Carl.
Okay, so we'll move on now and proceed to the de novo hearing. So next slide, please. Also, just want to say good morning. Forgot to say that. The map shown here on slide 2 shows the project limits along Highway 1 as a blue line extending from Moss Beach in the north to Half Moon Bay in the south, extending between Marin Boulevard and Wave Crest Road. All told, the project spans over 7 miles, so about 7.3 miles. Next slide. Slide 3 shows you a view of the existing versus proposed conditions at Surfers Beach. As you can see in the existing photos, Highway 1 provides informal shoulder parking visible here on the inland side of the road. As you can see in the proposed configuration, that parking would be removed and replaced with bike lane improvements. In essence, the project represents a trade-off of multimodal improvements for parking in this area and a loss of about 75 public parking spaces at this key access location. Since the time of the appeal, staff has worked with Caltrans to see how parking could be improved in the area to offset the loss of shoulder parking. And the good news is that Caltrans has agreed to working with the county and the Harbor District to provide offsetting parking improvements in the area, and staff's recommendation includes that as a special condition. Next slide. In terms of other issues, some folks have raised concerns that Caltrans has not gone far enough to ensure pedestrian safety in the Half Moon Bay Highway 1 intersections, and particularly at the Kelly Avenue intersection shown here on slide 4. However, Caltrans believes that the green bike lane areas, crosswalk restriping and upgrades, speed warning signs, and pedestrian crossing signs with flashing beacons will help to boost safety at this busy intersection compared to today, and staff is inclined to agree. Next slide. So in short, staff appreciates Caltrans' flexibility with respect to offsetting parking improvements and believes the overall project will be an important multimodal enhancement for this area, including increasing safety at intersections. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the proposed project with conditions to address identified issues. The motions and resolutions, and remember, because there are 2 CDP applications, there are 2 motions and votes needed, are found on page 6 of the staff report. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Alvarado. All right, are there any ex partes on this matter? All right. Seeing none, how many public speakers do we have?
We have 11.
All right, and does that include the appellant and the applicant?
Yes.
All right, so we'll begin the hearing. Should we begin with the applicant, given it's de novo?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so if the applicant could come forward, state your name, and let me know how much time you need.
And please turn the mic on. There you go.
Okay,
Hi.
good morning, commissioners. Can I request 10 minutes and I will talk quick?
Okay, and you have a presentation?
Yes, I do have a presentation.
Okay, and can you did you state your name?
My name is Kelly Ma.
And
I'm the
you're with the
Caltrans
county?
project manager.
You're with
I'm
Caltrans?
Yes, I'm the applicant.
Okay. Thank you, go ahead.
Okay.
You think you can move the clock a little bit? That's like nowhere. Okay, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good morning, commissioners and member of the community. My name is Kelly Ma. I'm the Caltrans project manager for this project. I'd like to thank you all for letting Caltrans be here to present our project and improvements along Highway 1 on this multi-asset maintenance roadway rehabilitation project. Next slide. First, I'd like to start off with the project funding and a schedule overview. The project is a Caltrans maintenance project with a construction capital of $34 million. And the overall support and capital investment into Highway 1 corridor is $47 million. And this project was programmed by the State Highway Operation and Protection Program, or SHOP program, which is our State Highway Systems Fix It First program. This project's $34 million to construction funding was programmed by the California Transportation Commission, CTC, for fiscal year 23-24, which is last year. and would due to complete design and start construction summer of 2024. However, Caltrans requested a time extension due to the additional permitting needed for this project to go to the November 2024 Coastal Commission hearing. Caltrans agrees with the staff conditions and plans on working with staff moving forward. With the CDP, the project is anticipated to complete design and ready to list by December of 2024, start construction summer of 2025, and complete construction summer of 2027. If we're unable to meet this deadline, Caltrans cannot request additional time extension with CTC and would lose the whole project funding and ultimately losing the investments into repaving Highway 1 and improving the Highway 1 corridor. Therefore, Highway 1 would be left in the existing conditions and will remain only as repaired in emergency conditions. Next slide. This slide outlines the many elements of this project. We call this project a multi-asset roadway rehab project because instead of small individual projects along the coast, we combine all these assets into one larger project that was initiated as a paving project, and we're able to minimize construction impacts to the community. Next slide. This project will transform Highway 1 with its many benefits. The project limits are 7.3 miles along Highway 1 in and near City of Half Moon Bay in San Mateo County from Marine Boulevard to Wavecrest Road. The primary goal and asset of this project is to pave 7.3 miles both northbound and southbound direction for a total of 14.6 of new pavement and lane miles. And this slide shows the example of the poor conditions found on Highway 1 on the top left. The project will repave Highway 1 to provide a better ride quality and extend the lifespan of the highway. The project will also upgrade 20 existing guardrails in the project area to the latest safety standards. Also, 3 culverts that are in poor condition will be, with sediment buildup as shown, will be replaced with the new same-sized concrete flare end culverts with the rock dissipator to help control erosion. Next slide. The project also includes complete street elements, such as converting the existing shoulder to a Class 2 buffered bike lanes in both directions for 14.6 miles of new bike lane, adding also 47 new crosswalks, 4 sidewalk extensions to bus stops as coordinated with Samtrans, and new advanced stop bars to improve pedestrian safety. The project will also upgrade 17 non-compliant curb ramps to ADA compliant curb ramps, and the project will also install traffic operation system elements, which include cameras to monitor traffic conditions in real time, and conduits below the highway pavement that will keep track of traffic volumes. Next slide. As part of this paving project, the Class 2 buffered bike lanes striping is proposed on 7.3 miles of the Highway 1 corridor in both directions within the project limits. And these improvements will enhance and improve bicycle facilities, increase connectivity, provide better coastal access, and support the multimodal transportation efforts on Highway 1. These efforts are also aligned with Caltrans Complete Street policies and align with multimodal transportation goals and connect the coast side and regional transportation plans. Additionally, these efforts also support statewide initiatives in reducing vehicle miles traveled, VMT, which in turn results in a reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide. And this slide shows the existing conditions of Highway 1 on the left and a simulation of the proposed Class 2 bike lanes on the right, which will convert the existing 8-foot shoulder to a 6-foot bike lane with a 2-foot buffer from Capistrano to Coronado Avenue. With support from CHP, no parking signs will be added to increase the safety of the bicyclists. These proposed project improvements are expected to reduce the risk of potential vehicle collisions with both pedestrians and bicyclists, reduce the incidence of pedestrians crossing at uncontrolled mid-block crossings, and reduce traffic congestion as the potential for rear-end collisions. Next slide. In coordination with Coastal Commission and San Mateo County, Caltrans developed the Surfers Beach Community of El Granado Transportation Safety and Bike Lane Study. The purpose of this study was to assess the effects of converting the existing Highway 1 shoulder from Coronado and Capistrano to a Class 2 bike path, and also explore the alternative parking options along this stretch of the coast. To enhance public access at Surfers Beach, Caltrans is proposing wayfinding signs at the intersection of Highway 1 and Capistrano that will be directing the public to public parking. Caltrans is also committed to working with Caltrans Coastal Commission staff to enhance public access, as noted in the staff special conditions. Caltrans has proactively already met with 3 stakeholders along the coast at Surfers Beach. That includes County of San Mateo staff, San Mateo Harbor District, and the El Granada Community Service District regarding funding a portion of the coastal access improvement projects that are shown on the slide. Next slide, please. This slide shows all the proposed safety elements Caltrans is incorporating at the Kelly Avenue and Highway 1 intersection. The median and pork chop islands will be painted in yellow, and there will be yellow ladder type crosswalk that will be repainted to improve the visibility for school crossing. New Class 2 bike lanes will also be added northbound, southbound to enhance bicycle connectivity. And 2 new intersection safety lights are added to enhance the visibility at night on the east side of Kelly Ave intersection. In coordination with Half Moon Bay, Caltrans also made additional improvements, adding pedestrian flashing beacons at the southeastern and northeastern corner of the intersection for driver awareness. Also adding new stop bars, which are lined 6 feet before the crosswalk so that the cars can stop earlier at the right turn lanes. And also new additional school crossing signs. Next slide. This slide shows a view of Kelly Avenue intersection before and after the project, and this is Highway 1 looking north. The pedestrian flashing beacons are to improve pedestrian safety, as noted on this slide. And also, the pork chop islands at Kelly Avenue are visible on this slide. These islands are intended to enhance vehicular and pedestrian safety while improving traffic flow. The design of the pork chop islands can help calm traffic and encourage drivers to slow down when approaching the intersection. And this minimizes the likelihood of accidents, especially those involving high speed or head-on collisions. Next slide. And finally, Caltrans has done extensive outreach and coordination with project stakeholders, a summary of which is provided on this slide. Next slide. In conclusion, I would like to thank you all for your time. Ultimately, this is a paving project that provides a near-term solution for the poor ride quality on Highway 1. We're supportive of the staff recommendation for the project and look forward to working with Coastal Commission per the special conditions on enhancing coastal access. Our project team and subject matter experts are also here and online to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ms. Ma. Before we go further with public comment, I want to ask if there are any ex partes on this, if I didn't already. Couldn't remember if I did. All right. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll now move to the appellant.
Okay, we have in person listed Margaret Gossett as proxy for Jane Lewis, Paul Negengast, Len Erickson, and Catherine Slater Carter. If any of you would like to.
Okay, can I ask you how much time you need? So we have 3 appellants.
I believe 3 minutes would be adequate for myself. Do you mean total for
Yeah,
all
do you have
3 of
any?
us, or
Yeah.
for me individually?
I'd be inclined to give your group 10 minutes to equalize the applicant.
Thank you so much for
Okay.
that amount of
So
time.
we'll proceed in that way.
Thank you. My name is Margaret Gossett, and I am serving as proxy for Jane Lewis, one of the appellants. I also would like to disclose that I am a planning commissioner in Half Moon Bay. However, I'm standing before you today as a deeply concerned citizen. The staff report you have is alarmingly out of touch with the real and present dangers along Highway 1, affecting both unincorporated San Mateo County and Half Moon Bay. Caltrans has repeatedly submitted misleading project descriptions to your staff. This tactic mirrors the stonewalling behavior we witnessed with the Half Moon Bay city staff. During 2 extensive Planning Commission hearings spanning over 6 hours and multiple meetings, Caltrans provided erroneous maps, misleading statements, creating chaos and confusion. The same strategy was employed during the City Council appeal hearing, leading to decisions that jeopardized the safety of our visitors and our community. Picture this: traffic thundering by over the posted speed limit with basic crosswalks, flashing lights, and warning signs that offer little protection. Visitors and young children are forced to stand on pork chops, which are not traffic calming measures. They spill over on these pork chops in the middle of the highway, looking at their cell phones, pushing each other, playing, unaware of traffic roaring by above the speed limit. Further, the bike lane that they're proposing does not have a buffer at this intersection. They're putting the bike lane into a highway lane. This is a disaster waiting to happen. We have an upcoming development, including a 40-unit senior farm worker housing project that lacks adequate parking. So pedestrian traffic will inevitably increase. Robust safety measures are more critical than ever. This short-term fix is grossly insufficient for the long-term needs of Half Moon Bay's future. Caltrans has claimed there have been few accidents at these intersections along the highway. However, it is well documented that there are significant underreporting of traffic fatalities, and with California pedestrian fatalities being 25% higher than the national average and worsening. Heartbreakingly, our own mayor's son was tragically killed at a dangerous intersection along this stretch of highway in May of this year. Without proper confirmation, Caltrans repeatedly implies that the CTC funding would be withheld, or they would not be able to obtain their funding due to the lack of willing to ask for an extension on their funding. During the Planning Commission hearings, a commissioner had called CTC, and they said that if there is necessary safety work, they can make the proper requests and justifications. An extension could be provided and funding can be increased. Yet, Caltrans' refusal to make this request demonstrates a shocking indifference to the risks posed by their proposal. I urge you to compel Caltrans to implement meaningful safety solutions that will protect our visitors and community at this dangerous intersection. As you deliberate, I suggest you review the addendum as an example of the confusing pattern of guidance. This level of disorganization confuses important issues and puts lives at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. And then did Paul Nagengast, Lynn Erickson, or Kathleen Slater-Carter wish to speak as well? Okay.
All right, so this is a continuation of the appellants.
Yes, I was 9B appellant. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners, Commission staff, and interested community members. My name is Paul Nagengast. I reside in Half Moon Bay, and I'm a retired former deputy city manager that performs city engineering and other duties for the city of Half Moon Bay. As the city engineer for Half Moon Bay, in the interest of safety, I was involved in the process to remove 4 raised median island pork chops at 3 separate Caltrans controlled signalized intersections. Specifically, the 2 pork chop islands that were removed for the western half of the intersection of Kelly Avenue and Highway 1 was with the understanding by Caltrans there would be 2 more on the eastern half of the intersection to be removed to enhance safety. As one of the appealants, I hope you've read a lot of the information that I submitted as part of my appeal package. And I want to remind everyone that this is a generational type project. Caltrans doesn't show up every year. They show up maybe once in 30 years. So I think we need to get this right and not make unsafe haste decisions based upon a self-imposed timeline. I have provided design standards, good engineering practice, and visual aids as part of my appeals to the many reasons in the name of safety why it's imperative for Caltrans to remove the remaining raised medians at Kelly Avenue and Highway 1, and also to provide the sidewalk along the western portion of Highway 1 from Kelly to the Strawflower Shopping Center. It is not clear to me from my experience as a city engineer for many cities as to what specific improvements Caltrans proposes is more safe and has been secretly identified superior than removing the eastern pork chop islands and providing push-button crosswalk buttons behind a curb return and not require pedestrians to cross a lane of traffic to press the crosswalk button. In addition, I cannot imagine adding flashing beacons to a signalized intersection will be more safe. I believe the flashing beacons will be increasing the distractions for drivers that are approaching the intersection that are supposed to concentrate on the traffic signal operation. I cannot recall an intersection in California that has competing flashing light sideshows to distract a driver when the traffic signals require a driver's full attention. And Caltrans, and it was mentioned by the previous speaker, I won't go into that, but about the California, the CTC funding for this project. Again, just to reiterate, the planning commissioner did call the CTC. They said they would not defund the project, but if Caltrans provided sufficient reasons and safety reasons why the extra funding would be necessary, they said they would not disregard the information. So in conclusion, Caltrans has previously agreed to remove 4 pork chop islands at 3 separate signalized intersections to improve safety for pedestrians, bicycles, and vehicles. I am hopeful the Coastal Commission will agree to finish what was started 20 years ago and require Caltrans to remove the final 2 pork chop islands at the Kelly Avenue Highway 1 intersection in the city of Half Moon Bay. I thank you for listening and hopefully reading to what I submitted.
Thank you. I'm the appellant for the Surfers Beach area. And I want to thank you all.
Could you state your name, please?
I'm sorry, I'm Catherine Slater Carter, and I love Coastal. Thank you for all the work and protection you guys do. I've been coming here 30 years on various coastal projects. I'm speaking as an individual and an appellant, and I support everything that the comment letters have said, and I support Half Moon Bay's position. I passed out notes to further my letter and my appeal. One of the things that we need to note is Caltrans has planned throughout this project to remove coastal access parking. I have talked to people from Kings Beach, up at Lake Tahoe, Daly City, San Mateo. They'll go, where would we park when we come to the beach? This is a very popular beach that serves people from all over the state. Special condition 2 needs some changes. It needs to have the project come back before the Coastal Commission instead of the executive director. This is a project with statewide impact for coastal access, and it needs to be very, very public. I agree with Caltrans. The east right-of-way is a great place to put more parking. And the parking, and my point is the parking should be planned for peak demand off real studies, not from a desktop study using midweek, that's my assumption, midweek Google photos from pre-COVID and during COVID. Traffic is going up in the area as more and more people come to our area, to our beaches, and more people from areas out of the area bring all their stuff, their strollers, their chairs, their umbrellas and such, and they need parking adjacent to beach access, not a quarter mile down the road. I believe you should be, oops, I had more, it's in the letter. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much.
And then we had that one last one, Len Erickson,
But this is not an appellant.
listed as an appellant, yes.
All right.
Yes, I am.
Mr. Erickson?
Thank you.
I'll
My
give you
name
an
is-
additional 2 minutes because you guys have used your 10 minutes.
Okay. My name is Len Erickson. I'm a resident of El Granada. Dr. Hart, glad to have you here and all the commissioners.
Thank you.
I have not done as good a job of prepping as this. I did get a flyer of 1 page out. The commissioners have this.
Yes.
Okay, good. Basically, just 2 points that I'm going to stress here. First of all, this has to do with the bike lanes being put in, and in being put them in, they don't want to share them with parking. And consequently, Since there are no bikes that come by on any regular basis, you can stand out there for a long time and not see them come. I could discuss the reasons, but that's the way it is. So consequently, there have been no accidents reporting where a car opened a door and a bike ran into it. There's just no bikes to do that. Consequently, if you move ahead with this without revisions, 2 years from now, you'll have a road with beautiful bike lanes and no bikes in it and no cars in it. Now, moving ahead to how we got here, about 3 years ago, 4 years ago, Caltrans put out a statewide program for Class 2 bicycle lanes to be installed on state highways, and they wanted to have as a goal 360 miles there. So our area contributed about 7 miles to that quota, and that's end to end to have these bicycle lanes. When it was discussed, one of the things we looked at for bicycle lanes is, what about cars that park there? The bottom line here and in other states is, if you have a no parking sign, then you will be ticketed. If you don't have a parking sign, you won't be ticketed. And consequently, that's how it works, and that's how it works on the coast. To deal with that, Caltrans did an additional study. It was mentioned by their presenter, and it was basically a 64-page bike lane study in this area. They took the area between Coronado and Capistrano, and if you haven't been there, this is where Surfers Beach is, the heart of the concerns, people wanting to get to it. And the bottom line is that term for that was a Class 2 buffered bikeway. The Class 2 buffered bikeway, as depicted in the handout you have, has particular signs for no parking. Okay, now the bottom line is that would be in this entire area. So consequently, you would have no cars allowed, and that has a real impact. In addition, there's
Sir, can you conclude your comments, please?
There's an oddity between the two, such that the commercial business that was there was never spoken to by the Caltrans.
Okay.
And they believe they'll go out of business there.
Thank you very much for your comments. All right, any other public speakers?
I'd just like to note that we have Douglas Garrison from the city of Half Moon Bay available for questions, and we have 2 people on Zoom from San Mateo County available for questions, and then we have 4 public speakers sign up to speak. We'll start with Mary Whitney, who's in the room, and then our Zoom participants, Mark Massara, Mike Ferreira, and Dan Hagerty.
Great, each will have 2 minutes.
Mary Whitney.
My name is Dr. Mary Whitney, and I'm the owner of Point Reyes Animal Hospital. My hospital has been in business 52 years and is the only veterinary hospital serving West Marin coastal communities from Stinson Beach to Tomales.
Excuse me, this is for a different item.
Yeah, I have a feeling that we,
You accidentally,
wanted to
I don't
speak
know why
on-
I'm here because this isn't about.
I know, I was just thinking that.
I'm like,
Thank
got me all
you.
nervous. I'm like,
We'll get to your item. I think it might end up being after lunch. Do we have anyone else on this item, Chris? On 9A, 9B?
It's indicated that we have a few more. Mark Massara, Mike Ferreira. Mark, you're being promoted as a panelist.
Okay, just on Zoom?
Yes.
Okay.
Then Mike Ferreira. Mark, when you're able to, please unmute and begin.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Mark Massara, and it's an honor to be able to talk to you for a moment today. I really just want to speak as a resident of Half Moon Bay regarding the Surfers Beach area in this otherwise very large project across miles of San Mateo County. Surfers Beach is the most popular, if not one of the most popular beaches in the entire county. It is the first place that you can really see the coast and easily access the beach going north through Half Moon Bay. People love it. The project isn't just a paving project, it's the elimination of the primary means of public access that visitors and residents have to this really popular beach that the Harbor District has been working now for years on nourishment related to the dredging. It's becoming more popular every year. People are going more often and staying longer. We don't just need the 75 parking spaces that Caltrans proposes to eliminate. We need more parking. We need to plan for the future and the fact that more people are going to want to visit this beach. Assigning this as an after the fact consideration for future talk and discussions really means that the county, the Harbor District, and El Granada are going to be burdened with this public desire to visit this part of the coast. None of them are as well situated as Caltrans to be able to solve this problem up front and now. And so I really want to emphasize, don't make parking an illusory special condition number 2 of this project. Require it now while Caltrans does this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mike Ferreira. Mike, I see that you're in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute.
Good afternoon, Chair Hart, commissioners, staff, and appellants. My name is Mike Ferreira. I am appearing first as chair of the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter, and also as someone who's local, has spoken at the Half Moon Bay Planning Commission hearing, and also have been on the City Council and the Planning Commission when this type of issue has arisen in the past. So I commend staff and Caltrans for some significant movement on this. I think there are issues that still need work. And again, I really want to congratulate the appellants for standing up for Coastal Act savvy by bringing these appeals forward. In the letter from Lenny Roberts of Green Foothills, she mentions that there's a bit of an oversight in that the multimodal trail through the Mid-Coast is not referenced as a future issue to be looked at and to be included. Just for reference, that was passed in the 2004 San Mateo County Measure A and was adjudged to be a priority in 2004. Some priority. They've only done the lower section from, I believe it's Coronado to the Half Moon Bay city limits. That plan, incidentally, is supposed to be from the northern limit of Montara to the southern limit of Half Moon Bay. So a lot of progress has not happened over 20 years. And it needs to be in everyone's remembrance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next was Dan Haggerty, but we're not seeing them in the Zoom list. Dan, oh, you're in person. Okay, go ahead. Approach the podium.
First of all, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, sorry. My name is Dan Haggerty. I'm an elected member of the Mid-Coast Community Council, served 13 years, but I am speaking today for myself. Preventing the side highway parking is a terrible idea. This informal parking is very much needed on the side of the highway. Whoever is pushing this clearly does not know of our unique needs. Parking is extremely needed, as it was mentioned by other. The area recently lost 22 spaces due to a new bathroom construction. The parking lot was rearranged, and now there's 8 spaces for general parking. Most of are used up by RV clients or the RV lot clients that park their trucks or vehicles, so there's very little parking there. Around 2015, the CHP captain from San Mateo County came to our Mid-Coast Community Council, and I asked him about parking on the side of the road, and he said, yes, it's perfectly legal unless there's a sign that says no parking. Since that time, it's been grown. used more and more and just needed. People in need, the coastal visitors. I've talked to many, not limited to, surfers, dog walkers, kite surfers, people that fish on that whole jetty, you know, carrying their gear, and just general beach access, among others. They need to be able to park in some reasonable location and not far away. They're, you know, carrying things. It's just wrong for people to have to, you know, hike a half a mile or more. Currently, there's a large informal parking lot across the highway, and that should stay the same because it works best for maximum cars. There's been a long-term plan for this multimodal, which would allow for the cyclists on the east side. Again, that hasn't been talked about. There's very few cyclists
Thanks,
using
sir.
that road, so they don't need it.
Really appreciate your-
Can I just add, there's so many things on this project that we were overwhelmed. There were so many little items. It started out by just being a repavement, well, nobody's going to argue with that. But there's all these little items, and one of the around Graywell Cove, there's new guardrails that are pushing into the road so much
thanks so
that
much, sir.
the cyclists have to now be in the road, and they also
Thank
have
you.
guardrail caps that are poking out into the road. So
Thanks so
the
much.
whole thing needs to be looked at. A lot of public attention. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Okay, and we just had one other person who might be available for questions. We'll see. Carlene Foldenauer. If you wish to speak, could you raise your hand in the Zoom list? Or if you don't wish to speak, then we'll just continue. Carlene Foldenauer. Okay, they're not raising their hand. Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll turn to staff and ask if you would like to respond or if we should ask Caltrans to respond.
I think we'll start, and
Okay.
there may be some questions for Caltrans.
All right, please.
Just a couple of things. The first thing is just to be clear, the city of Half Moon Bay, through its city council, did approve this proposed project. So that was the city's decision as an entity. There's clearly differences of opinion about the degree to which the intersections are being made more safe. Caltrans believes they're making meaningful safety improvements. We tend to agree. I think you're hearing that folks are asking for even more, you know, make it even more safe. And on this point, we have been in discussions with Caltrans, and we've encouraged them, and they've committed to, you know, working with the city in the interim to see if there are things that they can do in addition to what they've already proposed as part of this project. We have conditions that would allow for minor changes of that sort if there are additional things that come online because of that sort of collaboration. And then just with respect to the parking, we too think this is a serious issue. We also think that we've come up with a condition that can address this issue appropriately. There's a plan required in a year. There has to be offsetting parking in 2 years, which is a year or so before they finish this project. So we think we've done what we can in this case. And with that, yeah, if you have specific questions about particularly some of the safety stuff, I think Caltrans would be the correct entity to answer those. But we're available for questions. Marlene's on the Zoom, and Peter Allen, who's our transportation program manager, is here as well. So.
All right, great. Thanks, Mr. Carl. So Caltrans is available to answer questions, and it sounds like staff also is available. So I'll return to the commission and ask if there are any questions. Commissioner Wilson.
Just a couple questions. One is in terms of the long-term planning for the multimodal trail plan, and I'm just wondering what the interface with Caltrans is on that, and if there is one.
Yeah, we talked about that on the staff report, and we've been coordinating on that with Caltrans. Essentially, the multimodal trail is envisioned to continue through this corridor, but it has no funding or programming right now. And we believe that this allows bike lane improvements to go forward at this time. And then eventually, hopefully, over time, there'll be a separated trail that also supports it. But this allows a lot of commuters and users in the area to move forward with a safer bike lane. And if there are questions on that, I know San Mateo County planning staff is also on the line.
Yeah, I would like to hear from them as well as Caltrans specifically. Really, I want to hear what the real intention is in terms of that connectivity, because I think that speaks to the separated nature that people are talking about in terms of these.
Yeah, I know
nodes.
it's part of this Connect the Coast Side plan, so it's envisioned and it is something that they're working to, but right now it's not in any kind of state where we can anticipate it coming forward soon.
What I'm asking is, there programming resources directly attributed or that will be applied in some near future for that? That's what I'm asking.
So those are really good questions for the county and the city, because there is, just so we're all clear, there is already a pretty significant separated multimodal trail through this portion of the city, and the intent is to extend it, right? And so that it's the extension that we're talking about. There already have been significant improvements made in this section of the coast with an off-highway trail system.
I got that part.
Okay, just wanted to be clear.
Yeah, I was talking about. So then the other, in terms of the crossing, there was a comment from the from someone from the public about the push button control for the crossing at the intersection. That then you have to cross a lane to get to that push button change. Can someone speak to that?
Yeah, we went over that issue a lot with Caltrans, and they believe that that would decrease safety in that area. So I think if you should maybe bring Caltrans up, but Kelly could answer that question better.
Okay, and then to add on to that, there is only on, I think it's the south side, the crossing, and not the north side. And I was wondering, why not make both of those crossings available in the design? And the last thing was, did the bike lanes provide for any lane width reductions? So those are kind of my questions.
Would you like Caltrans? Sounds like Ms. Ma would like to respond.
Yes, okay. So your first question was, why can you not add the push button to the curb? So I want to speak to the existing conditions first. The existing conditions allows a free right turn lane, and then pedestrians and vehicles will have to yield, to cross to the what we call is a pork chop. It's an island there, and then you can push a push button and then cross Highway 1 or Kelly Avenue. And so moving the push button, we would have to do additional traffic studies for. Again, there's many alternatives. You could move the push button, but also you can consider roundabouts, bulbouts, typical four-way intersections. But all of these improvements would take geometric reconfiguration. It's not as easy as just moving a push button or adding a push button there. You would have to reconfigure the intersection. You have to do the traffic analysis study with traffic counts. If you signalize that right turn lane, you have to have enough storage length in the right turn area to have cars wait there. Right now it's pretty short in that area, and then it would cause, backup onto Highway 1 as well. But in addition to that, there's also signal relocation. You have to, add the push buttons. There's drainage modifications, roadway realignment. You have to explore environmental studies. There may be potential right-of-way impacts. So all of these things that I'm listing may take 2 to 3 years. And that's why we don't think it's fit to be adding that to this project. It would be a own separate project that we would work with City of Half Moon Bay on.
Commissioner Wilson.
So that 2 to 3 years, is that programmed? Are you guys, in terms of working with the city, do you have is there program funding for doing those efforts? Has that been aligned?
Yeah. So currently there's no program funding for that. The city has submitted a plan for that, but there's no funding for that. But they would obviously work with Caltrans on that because it would be a Caltrans encroachment permit.
Okay, so I'm getting really clearly that this is sort of add-ons to a paving project.
Correct.
Yes, okay. I appreciate that with some lane issues. I just want to say, it's like, this is a dangerous space. We see this all over. It is the legacy of Caltrans through these communities, and I know that you guys have programs for connectivity that and dollars that are happening for that, and just hoping and wanting to see a real commitment to get those program dollars working. Saying you're going to do something is different than actually starting to even spend the money to, or program the money to make it happen.
Right. Yes. And we've tried to do the best we can with this project as well. We've already painted the high visibility, yellow crosswalk striping actually during this project because we understand that that is a concern. And that's what we've been hearing in the appeal. So because there is a school nearby, we have already painted that. And we've added the additional elements such as the flashing beacons that would be on, and we would coordinate the hours of that with City of Half Moon Bay. 12 hours or on all the time. It is up to City of Half Moon Bay, and we are coordinating with them on that.
Thanks. At some point, I'd like to hear from the City of Half Moon Bay if they're here in terms of how they feel about the progress that's being made on these issues. Thanks.
Okay, I believe we have someone from the city. Thank you, Ms. Ma.
The person we had signed up was Douglas Garrison, and he should be in here in person.
Hello, commissioners. I'm Doug Garrison, City of Half Moon Bay. I was the project planner on this. I also submitted a short letter to you a couple days ago, sort of stating the city's position. In general, we support commission staff position on this. As far as the Kelly Avenue intersection, what we struggled with was sort of what is the right thing to do versus what you can require through a coastal development permit, finding support from Coastal Act and land use plan policies. And it's clearly a dangerous situation. There's an elementary school, a middle school, a boys and girls club within a block either side. And if you go there at 3 in the afternoon or in the morning, there are kids who have to go out to that island to push the cross button, and there are more of them than will actually fit on the island. They spill out into the highway. But when we started looking at land use plan, coastal regulations, it's an improvement. It doesn't really seem to preclude coastal access. There's some language in your staff report about maximizing public access. And our position was pretty adamant the intersection needs to be improved, but we don't know if we can enforce that through our coastal development permit process for what is essentially a repaving project, although it is labeled as also complete streets, safe routes to school project. But again, it could always be better, but could we enforce that through our coastal development permit was where we struggled.
Do you have any further questions, Commissioner?
Just that, do you feel like there's an active partner in Caltrans now to make improvements through a separate program or process or project?
I am not directly involved with that. I would say it's more through our public works director and city engineer. As far as I know, there is not a specific project to fix it, working its way through. City is working on a little bit broader program to fix traffic and safety problems on Highway 1 going south, essentially from Highway 92 down through the southern part of the city. And it would probably be included in that at some point. But at this point, no, we don't have an actual project to description or a project date or funding source as far as I know.
Okay, thanks. That's what my
Okay,
questions.
thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Aguirre?
Thank you very much. Sir, if my question's for you, if you don't mind, I don't want to make you walk. It's very quickly. So part of the conditions are to submit within a year a plan to either make improvements to existing parking lots or provide a new one.
given that we're losing 75 parking spaces, and I know that's a concern, especially for the surfers. Is there any funding for that? Do you foresee that happening?
Well, first of all, I would state that most of the replacement parking would be in areas outside of the city of Half Moon Bay. Part of, first of all, I want to say we agree with the commission, the staff's position of consolidating these permits. We have an unusual circumstance where the city and county line runs down the middle of the highway. And it really didn't make sense to have two permits. And again, when we came up with this issue, you have Caltrans saying they're not really parking spaces and they're dangerous. And you have other people saying, well, people have been using them for 20 plus years. And we looked for precedent for how to answer that question, and we couldn't find it. So we appreciate the work that staff did to come up with a documented methodology to identify 75 spaces and what appears to be an enforceable condition. At this point, I think the funding would be on Caltrans's plate, since they're the ones that are displacing the parking. Couple of concerns that we do have is that most of the areas identified are not under Caltrans control. They're not in the right of way. They're on other people's property. And so I do appreciate the way that condition is written, that there's a clause that if they have not secured those spaces, then basically they unpaint the bike lanes and divert bicycle traffic onto the side streets, which was actually a city staff recommendation early in this process.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Notoff?
I have the same question for Caltrans. That, we had testimony that loss of that parking, which I share the concern about safety of that roadside parking on Highway 1 where people are traveling at such high speeds. We have the same dangerous situation down in Monterey County around Point Lobos. I think it's, very dangerous for parking along the Highway 1 and down in Big Sur. It's a constant concern. So finding an alternative place to park that provides public access that removes some of those dangers is good. But so I see that's in a condition that you're going to plan for it. But I do think that we need to be, crystal clear that that's going to happen. So is there something more in language in the conditions, Mr. Carl, that we could make sure that that's going to happen? And we're not going to just plan for it, or, that's my concern right now, that we are going to really get legitimate replacement for parking.
Yeah, to be clear, it's special condition 2, and it's on staff report page 8 if you want to look there. It's quite specific that this is required to happen. So this is a requirement of the permit that would be issued to Caltrans. And so these spaces, these replacement spaces, would have to occur within 2 years. So basically by November 2026. Okay. That's the way we've structured the condition.
That is the concern that I've seen, and the Committee for Green Foothills is supporting the project. I was happy to see that in the conditions that you've worked on, but I just want to make crystal clear that Caltrans is committing that they are going to provide that parking by hook or by crook.
We've already identified the funding for this, so it is something we're already looking into. We've already met with 3 of the stakeholders in that area that have public access and parking improvements. So we are already, starting that process with Coastal.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions?
I just want to note that the commitment to parking has been made. The commitment to pedestrian safety is sort of not there. And so, again, it's just the prioritization that I think we need to work on.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any other questions for Caltrans staff? Anything? All right. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion. It's a series of motions. As we mentioned earlier, this is 2 items. The motions begin on page 6, so I'll turn to the commissioners and ask if someone would like to make a motion on this. Hello?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Curie.
I move that the commission determine that appeal number A-2-SMC-
I'm sorry, Commissioner
Is
Geary.
it the wrong one?
Yeah, it's wrong. It's kind of complicated. The motions on the coastal permit are at the bottom of page 6 and going over to page 7. So it's the CDP motion number 1 towards the bottom of page 6.
Oh, my bad. Let's see. Page 6.
And then there's a second motion.
But you were brave to make the motion.
Okay.
On page 6.
Page 6, number B, CDP
Um,
determination.
Yep, under CDP determination, and it says CDP motion 1. That's
Got
for
it.
the San Mateo County portion.
Got it. I move that commission approve coastal development permit number A-2-SMC-24-0010 pursuant to the staff recommendation, and I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Would you like to speak to your motion or second?
No, thank you.
All right, just turn to the commission to see if there is any opposition to a unanimous approval of the motion. And I see that there is, so we'll take a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Bochco.
We asking for a yes vote? Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Striplin.
Yes.
Striplin, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Nuttall.
Aye.
Nuttall, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Uranga.
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
No.
Wilson, no. Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Chair Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is 11 yes, 1 no.
All right, so we'll move to the next motion, which is CDP motion 2.
Yes, one
Yep.
moment.
Uh-huh.
We're missing a page. Okay. I move that the commission approve coastal development permit number A-2-HMB-24-0025 pursuant to the staff recommendation, and I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
All right, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Striplin.
Yes.
Striplin, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg. Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Nuttall.
Aye.
Nuttall, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Uranga.
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
No.
Wilson, no. Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco. Bochco, yes. Chair Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is 11 yes, 1 no.
All right, does that cover both items? I believe it does. All right,
Yes.
thank you very much, appreciate it. I want to ask on this next item involving, I don't know how to pronounce it, Sidriel or Sidriel or one or the other. Is it Sidriel? How do you pronounce it? Sidriel? Okay, how many speakers that are qualified speakers do we have on that one?
It appears we have 6 people in person and 2 on Zoom.
Okay, and I'm just kind of trying to figure out if we should have lunch and then do that one or plow ahead. Looking to my commissioners, fellow commissioners, do you want to plow ahead with this or take lunch? Plow ahead, and then we'll, yeah, this is probably going to be, I would say 45 minutes, just maybe half hour, 45 minutes. Okay, so should we move ahead or? Okay. All right, so let's go ahead with this item then. And in this, it'll be only qualified speakers. Is that correct, council?
That is correct.
Okay.
And so Chris will have to
Yeah,
check that
you'll
of
have
the
to
8 people
determine
that you've
that.
identified, and we can go over there and help with that.
Yes.
We do have a PowerPoint for this
Okay,
item.
thank you. And thank you so much for the prior item. Didn't express my appreciation to staff, but thank you.
So Leslie Velasquez in our North Central Coast office is going to give our staff presentation, and we do have a PowerPoint as indicated.
Yeah, he confirmed. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Item 9C is an appeal of Marin County's approval of a coastal permit to convert about 3,600 square feet of an existing 5,500 square foot commercial structure to 5 residential units, with 2 that will be deed restricted as affordable, and expand an existing 215 square foot cashier stand into a convenience store of about 1,700 square feet. Slide 1 shows you the existing project site from Highway 1. Next slide, please. Slide 2 shows you the project's general location in unincorporated Point Reyes Station, just south of Tomales Bay, with the site noted by the green star. Next slide, please. Slide 3 zooms in to provide a view of the project site, outlined in green in downtown Point Reyes Station. The site is currently developed with a gas station with a small cashier stand, an attached currently vacant automotive repair shop, 2 unpermitted residential units, office spaces, and a commercial tenant space, all of which are contained in one building originally developed in the 1930s. Next slide, please. Slide 4 shows the county-approved site plan, with the new housing units denoted in green, the expanded convenience store denoted in yellow, and a porch area shown in orange. The applicant proposes to convert most of the existing commercial structure to 5 residential units and to develop a roughly 1,700 square foot convenience store with a roughly 300 square foot porch area, all within the existing footprint of the building. The gas pumps themselves would not be altered as part of the proposed project and would remain as is. The 5 units would include 3 2-bedroom and roughly 800 square foot units and 2 1-bedroom and roughly 600 square foot units. 2 units would be deed restricted affordable housing. The county's approval of the project included 2 state density bonus law concessions. One to allow 20% of the floor area for retail sales when the limit in this zoning district is 15%, and one to allow ground floor residential units on a public-facing street, which is typically not allowed for this type of development in this zone. Next slide, please. Slide 5 shows an illustration of what the completed project would look like. The appellants contend that the proposed project will significantly alter the building in a way that does not protect community character. They also contend that the expanded convenience store would be a chain store, which also does not protect community character and village self-sufficiency. They further contend that the project does not conform to LCP development standards such as those related to zoning, parking, and restrooms for service stations and mini markets, and that the project does not comply with state density bonus law. Next slide, please. Staff does not believe that the appeal contentions raise substantial issues. In terms of the building changes, although the facade of the building would change, the project would maintain the same building footprint and profile and would essentially maintain the character-defining features of the building, including a front porch feature. As to claims about the convenience store not being consistent with community character and village self-sufficiency, the site's use as a convenience store is not new and simply expands the size of the store. As to whether it would be considered a chain store, the record is unclear. That said, it is important to note that the LCP discourages such stores if they are not consistent with surrounding character and scale. Here it appears that the character and scale are not changing. In any case, even if the store changed community character, and even if it is a chain store, the LCP does not prohibit chain stores. In terms of development standards, the appellants claim that the project only provides 15 parking spaces. However, according to the project plans, the project will provide 18 parking spots, meeting LCP standards which required 17 parking spaces. With regards to state density bonus law, the 2 existing units are unpermitted, and thus the project appropriately is considered to provide 5 new residential units, 2 of which would be deed restricted affordable units, which allows for the application of density bonus law concessions. Additionally, the 2 concessions are relatively minor, allowing a retail sales area above 15% of the floor area, to 20% in this case, and allowing residential units on the ground floor of a building facing a public road. While there is no bright line test to determine if a project adequately balances the requirements of the LCP and density bonus law, the county-approved project and the 2 minor concessions will not lead to any significant coastal resource impacts, and therefore appear to appropriately harmonize both laws. In short, the county-approved project does not appear to raise significant enough coastal resource issues that would suggest that the Commission needs to take jurisdiction over the CDP application And in fact, the county-approved project would modestly increase local housing supply, including the supply of affordable housing. Next slide, please. Thus, the staff recommends that the commission find no substantial issue and that the commission decline to take jurisdiction over this CDP application. The motion to do so can be found on page 5 of the staff report. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thanks, Ms. Velasquez. Are there any ex partes? Commissioner Rice.
Yeah, thank you. I have 2 ex partes. The first is a meeting on November 7th, last week, with Chris Desser. Chris Desser is a Marin County Planning Commissioner, but she requested the meeting as speaking only as a resident of the community. She said her primary objection to the project, and she thinks it reflects the communities as well, is not with regards to the housing, the housing units being proposed as a part of the project, or about the structure itself, but about the size and type of the commercial/retail activity, being a chain store, as being proposed as part of the project. She cited that both the Coastal Act and the Marin LCP call out the importance of maintaining the character of coastal communities, and believes that the mini market aspect of the Sidriel project, as approved by the county of Marin, would degrade the community character of Point Reyes and impact the diversity and locally based economic vitality of the town. She strongly encouraged me to find substantial issue on the Sidriel item in order to, quote, give the community an opportunity to make their case. On that same day, that ex parte was at 1:30 on the 7th, and I had a prior ex parte at 12:30 on the 7th with Catherine Caulfield, who is a representative of the appellant. She provided a copy of the November 5th letter that we all have as part of our packet that was written to the commission. She referenced it as the comprehensive reasoning for her client's appeal to of the CDP, and as to why the commission should find substantial issue. During our conversation, rather than review all the points and arguments made in the letter, she emphasized the following, mainly around that the Marin LCP policies that specifically encourage discouragement of chain stores. She also referenced the policy that caps the retail floor area at 15%. She said that not only does the mini mart part of the project not only exceed the LCP's 15% cap on floor area for retail sales, but is just generally too big, and as a, quote, chain store does not fit in with the character of the town for the size or nature of the business. She and the appellants contend that a concession under state density bonus law should not have been granted for exceeding the retail sales floor area cap. The appellants, she says, also believe that LCP policies aimed at protecting community character and legacy of the town were not given appropriate weight by county staff or commission staff, and believes that the project as approved will impact the community character of Point Reyes, thereby impacting a significant coastal resource. Also added that the project will increase traffic, bike, ped, and auto congestion in an already congested intersection, which creates safety issues and were not appropriately addressed as part of the project. In closing, she emphasized that neither the appellants nor the community want to kill the project, they just want to improve it. And I submitted both those to the commission last night within a 7-day period, and as submitted today.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I also had 2 ex partes with the same entities. Both of those are on file and were submitted November 6th. All right, so at this time, I'm going to open the public hearing and ask whether the appellant is here to speak, or appellants.
Yes, we have 4 people listed as appellants.
Okay. Generally, we give 3 minutes per side. How many of the appellants, and are they all qualified speakers?
I believe so. I'm
That-
not
in
sure
other
whether
words, you would
they're
have had
joint
to
or separate.
submit comments or testify at the Planning Commission or Board of Supervisors.
I'm sorry, I was hearing.
Let me
both of you
start. Let's
speaking.
start by, could you state your name?
I'm Kathy Hunting.
Okay, Ms. Hunting, did you participate in prior hearings, either at the Planning Commission or the Board?
I participated in both, but not as a representative for the appellant.
Right,
As a
but
public speaker.
yourself, you
Yes.
participated. Okay, that's fine. And how many other appellants are there?
We had 3 other people listed as appellants.
Okay. I'm going to give the appellant group 6 minutes, so if you could restrain your comments, that would be great.
Okay, I thought I was going to get 5, so I'll speak
Yeah, we
quickly. Good afternoon. As I said, my name's Kathy Hunting, and I live in Point Reyes Station and represent the appellants. We're not trying to stop this project or to stop development on this site or to keep housing out. Rather, we want to protect the community character of our village and avert a substantial increase in traffic at a hazardous intersection. Making this project consistent with the LCP will not kill it. Point Reyes is a tiny town, but there's massive public sentiment against this project as approved. During the county review, more than 150 people, including 96% of village businesses, expressed their opposition to the convenience store, its size, the fact that it's a chain store, the traffic dangers, and its incompatibility with community character. This project is inconsistent with many LCP policies and with the density bonus law upon which it relies for concessions and waivers. Please, when you are considering these inconsistencies, whether these inconsistencies raise substantial issues, please don't make the mistake of confusing the size of the project or our town or the size of the relief given under the density bonus law with whether the issues raised are substantial. Size is not the yardstick for substantial issue. However large or small, LCP policies aimed at protecting communities must be observed, and any relief given under the DBL must be consistent with the DBL. This project will degrade our community in several ways. First, it will bring a large chain store based in another county to our town, a large part of whose identity and appeal lies in our distinctive local businesses. A chain store does not add to that appeal or strengthen our local economy, and this violates the LCP policy to, quote, discourage the establishment of chain store operations. This also violates the LCP requirement that stores in the CVCR district promote a village commercial self-sufficiency.
You know what I'm thinking? You might want to leave time for the other appellants.
Okay.
I have a feeling a lot of these points will be raised by the group. So why don't we allow the next appellant to come up, and then if I determine more time is needed, I will do that.
But I signed up as the public comment.
That's right. I'll turn to you, and each public commenter will have 2 minutes. Okay, I don't know your names because, okay, perfect, thank you. So why don't we have the next appellant come up and continue within the 6 minutes?
We also had Laura Leek Arndt and David Morris listed as appellants.
And are they here? A member of the public. Okay. So is there no other appellant here, Chris?
Those were the people that we had
Okay, so
listed.
why don't you continue speaking and use your full time then? I thought there were several appellants, but.
Okay. All right. So second, this large convenience store is out of scale with the typical village store, and in our town, replete with a grocery store, cafes, bakeries, coffee bars, and takeout food, does nothing to provide unmet needs for visitors or residents. This violates the LCP, which limits convenience stores at gas stations to 15% of floor area, as has been discussed. In this case, to 825 square feet. The CDP allows a store more than twice that size. It does so using the density bonus law to remove that limit without meeting that law's requirement that concessions, quote, result in identifiable and actual cost reductions. This also violates the LCP requirement that developments, quote, maintain the small-scale historic community character of Point Reyes Station. So my third point is that the larger store will also have a major negative impact on traffic. It's located where southbound State Highway 1 makes a sharp left turn and becomes the main street of Point Reyes Station. There are no traffic lights and only 2 stop signs at this confusing 4-way intersection, which is traversed daily by kids from nearby middle school, public playground, and youth center. Even now, gas station employees sometimes have to stand out in the road to direct traffic on and off the highway. With the applicant's own traffic study projecting a tripling of daily trips to and from the gas station, residents are rightly concerned. So the proposed 1,719 square foot store violates the LCP standard that stores larger than 15% of floor area, quote, shall not cause a significant increase in traffic and noise in the area surrounding the service station. This project has many inconsistencies with the LCP and they raise substantial issues. A de novo review is an opportunity to consider ways to make this development consistent with the LCP and allow it to proceed. So thank you for your attention to our concerns.
Thank you very much. All right, so at this time, I'm going to turn to is the applicant present? All right, folks, why don't you come forward, and given that I just gave them 6 minutes, although it wasn't on purpose, I will give you 6 minutes as well if you need it. Could you state your name, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. John Kevlin, Ruben Junius Rose, here on behalf of the project sponsor. And thank you for the time.
Mr. Rose?
I'm sorry, John Kevlin with the law firm of Ruben Junius and Rose.
Okay.
On
Mr.
behalf
Kevlin.
of the project sponsor. And I don't think we'll need the full 6 minutes, but thank
Okey-doke.
you for that. Yep. Great, we've got the screen up. So good morning, afternoon, commissioners. The project on appeal is the conversion of an existing gas station and commercial structure to a 5-unit residential building with a community market. The project is located in Point Reyes Station, an important coastal area with very little new housing development. Next slide, please. The existing building currently consists of a tiny 215 square foot cashier stand, 3 commercial tenant spaces, and 2 unpermitted and not to code dwelling units. Next slide, please. The project would create 5 new dwelling units, 2 of which would be deed restricted to to be affordable to low-income households, and create a 1,700 square foot community market. This would not be a chain store, but rather an independent market that specifically caters to the needs of Point Reyes residents and visitors, and Julie will speak more to that in her comments. We've worked with county staff, the Planning Commission, and the Board of Supervisors to continue modifying this project to make it really fit with the community. One of the key issues that was raised was maintaining the porch. That was one of the things that we incorporated into the project because it was such an important issue for the community. And so we've really been working with staff and the community to make it a project that is consistent with current community character. Next slide, please. And so the project does all of this without expanding or significantly altering the existing building. In fact, the project will incorporate more community-consistent doors, windows, materials, and colors than exist today, thereby improving its consistency with community character. Next slide. And then next slide, please. So this building will continue to express the same design and character since its establishment at the site in 1941. State law requires that the Coastal Act and the state density bonus be harmonized in situations like this, and it's really hard to think of a situation where these 2 laws could be harmonized any better. We are creating 5 new units of housing, 2 deed restricted, all being created within the existing envelope of the building, and incorporating exterior alterations to further enhance its connection with the community. And so I'm here if you have any more specific questions about the Coastal Act and state density bonus on how the 2 interact. But we respectfully request that the commission find that there's no significant issue here. And now I'd like to have Julie, the project sponsor, come up and speak. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Julie Van Allier. I am the owner of Redwood Oil Company. I'm also a Marin native, the county where this property is located. I currently live in Kentfield, also in Marin, raising my 3 kids. Redwood Oil operates the gas station in Point Reyes Station. Redwood Oil is a woman-owned, second-generation family-run business, of which I'm the CEO. When I purchased the property 6 years ago, my intention was to clean up and repair a neglected building that had been updated in questionable fashion, not to code, over many years. I've worked for 5 years with the County of Marin to get a preliminary septic design that meets the proposed uses of the plan. I've added value to the community through a cleaner and safer building, consistently available fuel for local residents and tourists due to our backup generator and good business practices, and a willingness to work with the association regarding town lighting standards. Also should be noted, on July 11th, 2019, we received approval from the Coastal Commission, Resolution 19-111, to expand our market from 215 square feet to 1,545 square feet. Housing was not a part of that approval, and it was uncontested. Now we are bringing essentially the same project, but this time with housing, including affordable housing. One of the benefits of being a small, independently run company is that I don't have to follow a corporate look or feel or corporate product schematic. When I bought the site in 2018, I purposely elected not to put branded gas at Point Reyes Station. That resulted in a lower retail price at the pump for customers, as well as the prevention of a major brand, Chevron, in downtown Point Reyes. My intention in Point Reyes, as it is at all my sites, is to tailor the market offerings to the needs and wants of the people in the area. In this case, serving tourists, as well as offering local residents alternatives to some of the upscale offerings in town. I also want to note that I own 24 gas stations. 23 of them are branded Redwood Market. That's our store name. 21 of them are Chevrons. I specifically named this one Point Reyes Station, kind of as a little bit play on words, because I understand the community of Point Reyes, and I understand that they wouldn't appreciate a branded Chevron, big name. It wouldn't align with the community, and I intend to do the same thing with the convenience store. Thank you.
While you're there, could you address the provision of restrooms, if they'll
We
be
have
provided?
two restrooms provided.
Just so,
I just wanted to make sure.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
Oh,
so
well,
let's-
I can wait.
Yeah, let's.
Can we please maybe finish with public comment and get through that and then go back to questions?
Okay, so is there anyone from local government?
Not indicated to me. No. No.
All right, we have other speakers?
We have two on Zoom, or one available for questions. Christina Desser.
I think we have someone here who'd like to speak, or two
do we?
people. We have people in the
Okay.
room. Did you submit public comment?
Yes.
All right, so let's go with the people in the room.
Laura Leek Arndt and David Morris.
Hello, I'm Laura Leek Arndt. I live in downtown Point Reyes Station. I'm part of the Village Association, but I'm speaking as myself here. We posted a petition on our website November 3rd, asking our supporters of our appeal to sign it. We had previously taken a survey and we'd gotten 96% of the downtown business and a lot of this was before. So we wanted to see what the feeling was now. In 5 days, we had 348 signers, and this petition was the one that was forwarded to you. Our petition is still up, even though we wanted it just for that 5-day window. We have well over 400 people who are opposed. This is what the petition said. To the California Coastal Commission, protect Point Reyes Station. Note, this petition was first publicized on November 3rd, 2024. We are very grateful to the community for its quick and clear response. Point Reyes Station does not need a large convenience store that will triple traffic at the most confusing and dangerous downtown intersection. Point Reyes does not need a store selling tobacco and vaping products within 1,000 feet of our middle school and youth center. Point Reyes Station does need affordable and safe, healthy housing. Please stand up for the safety of our community, children, and residents. Preserve Point Reyes Station's community character. Support our appeal and give the community a full hearing. Thank you. And one more thing about the initial project approval in 2019 was that we understood it to be the only developed part of the building would be in the mechanics bay for a bike-centric community serving the bicyclists that come through and retaining all of the old part of the building, including the kayak business and an art gallery. So that was the way it was understood and presented to us. So we didn't really approve a 1,400.
Okay, next, David Morris, and then Christina Desser.
Thank you. My name is David Morris. I live in Point Reyes Station, a community whose character is defined not by its buildings, but by its unusual social and economic ecosystem, a large number of independently owned local businesses, and a high degree of home ownership has created a rootedness that has generated a high degree of participation and social enterprise. Among those enterprises is CLAM, which has already created 25 times the number of affordable housing units the convenience store projects, and in 2 years will have created 50 times the number. The local coastal program has two provisions intended to protect the character of villages like Point Reyes Station: a size limit for convenience stores at gas stations and a requirement that local governments discourage chain stores. One deals with scale, the other with ownership. The size limit can be raised, but only if it does not threaten the community's character or through increased traffic, its health and safety. Based on industry averages, the proposed chain-owned convenience store will take more than $500,000 a year from other locally owned independent retail stores, undermining a fragile, locally owned economy that has nurtured the town's unusual character. The county did not seek, nor did the developer offer, any evidence that a smaller store would preclude the housing. Indeed, the only formal statement on the issue was made by a Redwood vice president who argued the opposite. As for traffic, the developer's study concentrated solely on traffic volume, but the real impact is on traffic flow. Some 700 cars a day, 60 per peak hour, will be turning off the highway onto Mesa Road, parking for a few minutes, and then backing out and going back onto the highway. The inadequate number of parking places will exacerbate the dangerous game of musical chairs occurring across the street from a sidewalk food pantry open 2 days a week. These violations of the Local Coastal Act program are substantial and precedential. The decision makes moot the size limit and meaningless the issue of community character. I urge you to reject the staff's recommendation and have a hearing on this project.
Thank you. And then Chris Desser.
Hello, commissioners and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to address you on this matter. My name is Chris Desser. I live in Point Reyes Station. I was a member of this commission for 4 years and have served as a Marin County Planning Commissioner for more than 8 years. Today, I'm speaking only on behalf of myself. Contrary to the findings asserted in your staff report, permitting a chain convenience store, and make no doubt about it, this is a chain store, a Rose by any other name, of this magnitude in Point Reyes Station violates our local coastal program, specifically regarding maintaining community character and permitting chain stores in Marin County, and as such, indeed raises a substantial issue for you to consider. Your staff report suggests that the project was approved by 3 Marin County agencies, including the Planning Commission. As a Planning Commissioner representing the jurisdiction where the project is located, I can tell you unequivocally that this claim by your staff is a misrepresentation of the actions taken. In fact, consistent with explicit LCP policy, our commission found that, quote, an oversized convenience store at this location is inconsistent with the special character and visitor appeal of downtown Point Reyes Station. These findings are based on substantial evidence, including significant and unanimous public comment, close quote. We thus limited the store to 873 square feet in total. When we made clear to the applicant that our decision was basically a denial of the application as submitted, in that it reduced the size of the store and required several other modifications to the proposal, we asked whether they would like a continuance to work out these changes with staff and the community and return to us for approval. The answer was a definitive no. It was clear they were going to appeal our decision to the Board of Supervisors. Any assertion that the applicant is willing to work with the community to find a mutually acceptable design is simply not supported by the record. Your staff report asserts that community character can be quite subjective. While this may be true, at the Planning Commission hearing attended by dozens and dozens of residents of Point Reyes Station, it was unanimously expressed that this change, just 2 more sentences, for many reasons derogated from the character of our community. Another important fact to consider, given a potential conflict of interest, the supervisor who represents Marin County was not in attendance at the Board of Supervisors meeting when the approval was granted. Thank you for the opportunity to urge the commission to find a substantial issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I
Any
just
other
wanted
speakers?
I just wanted to repeat that we had the 2 available for questions, the one in the room, Bridger Mitchell, and then the one online, Chris Hulls.
All right. Thank you very much, Chris. Appreciate it. I'll bring it back to staff for any response.
Yeah, quickly, with respect to chain store and the policy, which is written on page 10 of our staff report, it's policy or section number 20.64.110.A. The language is actually discourage the establishment of chain store operations that are not consistent with the existing character and scale of the surrounding community. And so put another way, if it is consistent with the character and scale, which is a subjective question, then the policy doesn't actually discourage chain stores in the first place. And then if it does, it's a discouragement, it's not any sort of prohibition. And what you've heard today is differing opinions about what this store is going to be, and you can probably draw your own conclusions on that. So just noting that the policy is not as black and white as some have presented to you today. Secondly, the LCP inconsistencies, there are two of them, and they're related to the state density bonus law concessions that we think are appropriately applied here. They're relatively small, going from a 15% max store to a 20% max store, and allowing for residential uses to be on public streets. In the scheme of density bonus law, concessions, waivers, et cetera, that this commission has seen, these are quite small. And we think that this is an appropriate harmonization of the two laws, where an NSI determination today would cut this project loose and would allow for 5 new residential units, including 2 affordable housing units. So we continue to recommend no substantial issue. We're available for questions.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Carl. All right, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Lowenberg?
You know, given I use this gas station because it's the only gas station between Mill Valley and I don't even know what's farther up above. So, and I'm in Stinson Beach all the time. I totally understand the character that people were talking about. I get it, and I you know, when I heard chain store originally, I thought of, you know, a Quickie Mart kind of thing. I'm not hearing from the project sponsor that's the intent at all, and I would really encourage the project sponsor, listen to what the, you know, what the people of Point Reyes are saying, and make it a community space, a place where people can go and have a sandwich and do all that kind of stuff. Make it affordable. It's my understanding also that currently the mart that's there, the little store that's there, does sell tobacco and, yeah, currently. If you would consider not doing that, that would be, go a long way. I think given the proximity to a school, I'm uncomfortable with the tobacco and the vaping and all that anyway. So if you would consider that, that would be helpful. And I just want to confirm, it's only 2 affordable units out of the, and which 2 are they? Hopefully they're not they're not the smallest. Because I know on the plan, there are 1 bedrooms and I think there are 2 bedrooms, is that correct?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. One of each type.
One of each type?
Yeah.
Okay. Given where we are in the state of California with housing in coastal communities like this, it's very hard for me to vote against a project like this. So with that, you can tell where I'm leaning. But I would ask the project sponsor, really listen to the community and make it as community-ish as you possibly can. So I'm glad it's not a Quickie Mart chain, and it's more of a family-owned chain. So those are my comments.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Rice?
Yes, thank you so much. I too want to thank all the work that's been done on this project to date by staff and frankly all the community input, and all of you know I was there at the hearing up in Marin County and heard from all of you who spoke today there as well, and many more. I genuinely agree with everything that Commissioner Lowenthal has said, and really do respect the community and your concerns about what this store may be. I would underscore and also ask that the request strongly that the owner do that listening to the community in terms of product. I don't like tobacco of any kind. I especially don't like vaping devices, and I think that's critically important for you to consider, given that this is a community store that kids and adults are going to be frequenting if it goes through. I also just want to emphasize this project did evolve over time, as has been noted, in terms of incorporating the porch, in terms of really paying attention to the exterior. It includes 2 bathrooms, 2 public bathrooms. I think there was just one at the beginning. They are both open to the public during store hours as part of a condition of approval. That's really important. That's such an important visitor amenity as far as we're all concerned, I hope. It is a congested intersection. Frankly, Point Reyes is can get pretty darn congested with lots of people crossing up and down Highway 1, not just at that primary intersection. And to that end, there are conditions in the Marin County approval that speak to improvements, crosswalk striping, pedestrian ramps, et cetera, that are, and bike and ped striping that are being recommended as part of the Public Works recommendations as they work with Caltrans on this project. There's probably more that can be done there, but that's towards addressing some of these public safety concerns. You know, in the end, and just to the, you know, we had long discussions about the application of the state density bonus law and its application here, and with regards to the concessions and the concession waiver that were given, which are relatively minor and whole. The housing that's being provided as a part of this project is so needed. The current tenants of 2 illegal units are being given, you know, the first right to come back at, I believe, the same rent they're currently paying. And I believe there's also the same requirements with regards to some rent offset during construction. I've just seen this property owner, this project developer and applicant really working hard to make this project work for the community. And I just can't see where the issues raised by the impellant really bring us over the threshold of impacting a coastal resource and bringing us to a determination of substantial issue. So I will be happy to make the motion when it comes time, and will be following the recommendation of staff.
Thanks so much, Commissioner. Not seeing any other comments. I want to make a couple comments. This is an area I'm very familiar with. I've spent a lot of time out there, and I have to associate myself fully with the comments of both Commissioner Lowenberg and Commissioner Rice, which I completely agree with. No, small communities like this, they've been, they're so beautiful and they're so precious, but sometimes change has to happen. One of the things about Point Reyes Station in my visits there that I've noticed is the no public restroom kind of theme that runs through the town, and everyone is sort of diverted to the portable restrooms on the street above the town. I think that public restrooms are really important to an area where there's a lot of tourists and people on bikes and people that have driven a long way. I really appreciate that you are providing the public restrooms here. I really think that's important, and completely agree with what my fellow commissioners have said about featuring local Point Reyes products, you know, working with local community, and it sounds like that's your intention. So I personally think I don't see a substantial issue here based on whatever everything that Commissioner Rice, Commissioner Lowenberg said. I'm going to turn back to Commissioner Rice for the motion on this.
All right, I move that the commission determine that appeal number A-2-MAR-24-0036 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under section 30603 of the Coastal Act, and I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
Were you the Commissioner Strickland? It was already seconded? I think you seconded. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Turn to the commission and ask if there is any opposition to a unanimous approval of this item. All right, seeing none, this item is approved and the appeal is denied. And now we are going to take a break. It's 1:08. We'll come back at 2 p.m. All right, good afternoon, folks. It's 5 after 2. We're going to resume this meeting of the California Coastal Commission of November 14th. We are now going to be moving to item 10A, Ocean Beach Armoring San Francisco. Turn to the staff presentation.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hart. That is item 10A, and it's the City of San Francisco's application for an armoring project and adaptation out at Ocean Beach. And I'd like to ask Luke Henningsen to give our staff presentation. We do have a PowerPoint to set up for this one.
Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Item 10A is a CDP application by the City and County of San Francisco for a project at South Ocean Beach that proposes a variety of measures to protect and armor existing wastewater and stormwater infrastructure, to repurpose vehicular access, add public amenities, construct various intersection improvements, and remove temporarily authorized armoring and derelict infrastructure, all to address Coastal Commission imposed requirements for this stretch of coast along the Southern Great Highway corridor, where it runs along Ocean Beach from Slope Boulevard to Skyline Boulevard. Slide 1 gives you a sense of the existing conditions in the area, with a view looking north along Ocean Beach and toward the Marin Headlands past the opening to the San Francisco Bay. This area currently hosts 3 lanes of traffic, down from 4 lanes previously due to erosion, with important stormwater and wastewater infrastructure running both beneath and inland of it. Past armoring efforts are evident from the rock revetments that can be seen in the bottom left corner of this image. Next slide, please. Slide 2 provides an aerial view of San Francisco, with the bay on the right, the Golden Gate Bridge toward the top, and the Pacific Ocean on the left. Comprising about 4 miles of the city's western edge is Ocean Beach, and the project area is shown circled in green toward the bottom of the slide, occupying about 1 mile of the shoreline overall at South Ocean Beach. Next slide, please. The Great Highway was initially constructed in 1929 and has been modified many times since, including through the addition of major subsurface wastewater infrastructure at various more recent junctures, such as the construction of the Lake Merced Tunnel, which was completed in 1993 and is highlighted on slide 3 in blue. The Lake Merced Tunnel is a wastewater and stormwater conveyance pipe that connects San Francisco's combined waste and stormwater treatment infrastructure on this stretch of the coast. Just inland of the tunnel is the West Side Pump Station, noted in black to the right and adjacent to Slope Boulevard. The Oceanside Water Pollution Control Plant is outlined in purple to the left of the image. Also noted is the Southwest Ocean Outfall in white, which extends 3.5 miles offshore and through which the city's treated waste and stormwater flows. The project area extends from Skyline Boulevard to Slope Boulevard along the Great Highway extension, as this portion of the Great Highway south of Slote is known. Ocean Beach fronts the entire area, and Fort Funston is just off screen to the left. While the applicant is applying to protect the Lake Merced Tunnel with armoring in this application, this slide also gives you a sense of the additional major wastewater and stormwater infrastructure just inland of that location, and the San Francisco Zoo just inland of that. Next slide, please. As originally authorized by the Commission, the Lake Merced Tunnel and related infrastructure were to be protected via aggressive beach nourishment and not armoring. However, in the 1990s, and in response to a series of storms that severely undermined parking areas and threatened the stability of the Great Highway and the tunnel, the city armored portions of the project area without CDPs and supplemented such armoring in the 2000s via emergency CDPs. Some of that armoring can be seen here in recent photos of the area. Ultimately, the Commission denied regular CDPs for that work in 2011, leaving it all unpermitted, and directed the city to look at non-armoring alternatives. At the same time, the physical circumstances at the project area continued to deteriorate, as these images illustrate, and the Commission authorized both beach nourishment and sandbags as temporary emergency measures to help address erosion problems. Then, ultimately, the Commission approved a CDP in 2015 that allowed the armoring and various other measures to be retained on a temporary basis and required the city to come back with a long-term plan that could be implemented no later than 2021, when all of the temporary measures would have to be removed. That deadline was subsequently extended to July 1st, 2024, where the city has obviously not met that deadline, as it is now November. Next slide, please. The proposed project is the city's proposed fulfillment of the 2015 CDP's long-term plan requirement, and it includes the following: abandoning and removing the entire Great Highway extension all the way from Slope Boulevard to Skyline Boulevard, constructing an armoring structure from Slope Boulevard about 3,200 feet down coast, noted here in red at the bottom of the slide, where that would be covered with engineered dunes, constructing a service road for city PUC wastewater vehicle use only, indicated here in purple, inland of the armoring, constructing a public multi-use recreational trail, indicated with a dotted blue line seaward of the service road, a public parking lot near Skyline, indicated in orange on the right of the slide, a restroom near Slope to the left of the slide, indicated in green, and a beach access stairway, circled in yellow near the downcoast end of the armoring structure. The proposal also includes regular beach replenishment, roadway and intersection modifications, indicated here in yellow on the left side at Slope and on the right at Skyline, extensive dune habitat restoration, and removal of all prior temporary armoring and related development. As such, the proposed project partially represents a type of nature-based adaptation solution, albeit one that is anchored by a substantial armoring structure, and a project that is much more armoring-centric than was originally envisioned by the Commission and by the 2012 Ocean Beach Master Plan. Next slide, please. Slide 6 shows a cross-section of the buried armoring design at the project's southern reach fronting the wastewater treatment plant, with the Lake Merced Tunnel, identified as LMT, with the blue arrow. This cross-section is quite informative to get a sense of the proposed armoring structure. Here, the vertical pile portion of the armoring is noted nearest the ocean with a red label. Then between that and the recreational trail, there's what's called a slope stabilization layer, which is a concrete cap extending inland to the recreational trail, all of which is planned to be covered over with an engineered and planted dune system. In other words, the condition shown on the right of this image is what the city intends to try to achieve, where a sandy beach is maintained and a dune ecosystem covers a buried armoring structure. To achieve such conditions, the city also proposes aggressive beach nourishment, where sand would be taken from where it's currently accreting in North Ocean Beach and brought here to South Ocean Beach as part of the project. At the same time, the proposed armoring system would have significant adverse coastal resource impacts on the sandy beach and bluff landforms in this area. Over time, staff has estimated that there would be over $200 million in such impacts. Next slide, please. Put another way, the proposed project leads to significant adverse impacts to coastal resources that are inconsistent with Coastal Act provisions requiring protection of such resources, importantly as it relates to sandy beach, bluff, and natural landform protections. Although the Lake Merced Tunnel faces imminent danger from erosion, it was constructed in the early 1990s and therefore does not constitute an existing structure that can make use of the Coastal Act Section 30235 override that would allow for approval notwithstanding such impacts. As a result, the Coastal Act directs denial of the proposed project. However, denial of the project would likely lead to severe damage or even destruction of the Lake Merced Tunnel, which would then lead to severe adverse impacts to the beach, the marine ecosystem, and water quality. Furthermore, given that additional significant critical wastewater and stormwater infrastructure is located just inland of the tunnel, including the Westside Pump Station and the Oceanside Wastewater Treatment Plant, these facilities would also be expected to be threatened in short order, which would only exacerbate all such potential adverse impacts. And given the massive costs and general lack of space available for true relocation alternatives, including an estimated $1.6 billion in public wastewater and stormwater infrastructure just inland of the beach here, there are not any good alternatives to the proposed project at this time. In other words, denial would lead to conflicts between meeting the requirements of different Coastal Act policies, including because of a lack of feasible alternatives. Therefore, Staff believes it is appropriate to approve a project through the Coastal Act conflict resolution procedures where protecting the Lake Merced Tunnel and by extension inland infrastructure would be, on balance, more protective of significant coastal resources than would denial of the project. Next slide, please. Approval obviously requires that coastal resource impacts be minimized as much as possible and that the utility and value of the offsetting public access, dune, and view enhancements be maximized. Staff's recommendation does that, including through recreational trail, parking lot, beach access, and restroom improvements. In addition, staff's recommendation greatly limits the proposed service road, which allows for more space for dune and public access enhancements. Critically, staff's recommendation builds upon the city's sandy beach and dune maintenance provisions to provide additional performance standards and requirements, thereby requiring an improved beach adaptive management and monitoring plan to be implemented, which will be focused on maintaining the sandy beach area, improving beach access, passability, and use, and maintaining beach connectivity with the installed dune system, while also establishing strict parameters and triggers for when beach nourishment events will need to be conducted by the city. In addition, a 5-year commission review will be required to assess the efficacy of the adaptive management and monitoring scheme for those identified beach performance criteria, with requirements to adapt and refine the project as deemed necessary by the commission at that time. Put another way, the city would be required to present the results of its monitoring to the commission at that time to ensure that the project is functioning as intended. And if it is not, the commission has the authority and discretion to require project changes so that the beach and dune features are maintained and are offsetting project impacts appropriately. Finally, the staff recommendation limits the duration of the approval to 25 years after the armoring structure is completed. What that means is that the city will be required to come back to the commission for a reauthorization at that time should it intend to maintain the armoring past that time. If not, or if the commission does not extend the authorization duration, then the armoring is required to be removed and the area restored to natural beach and dune conditions. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, although the project would allow armoring when it would not normally be allowed by the Coastal Act, it would also transform this area to be more resilient to coastal hazards in a way that would camouflage the armoring and protect long-term public access opportunities, beaches, and dunes in as natural a framework and context as is possible with a project of this nature. Thus, staff recommends that the Commission approve a CDP for the proposed project with terms and conditions designed to plan for and address coastal hazard issues in the long run, and that is consistent with the objective of maximizing and enhancing public recreational access and utility in this area. The one motion necessary to do so can be found on page 5 of the staff report, and this concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luke. All right, now turn to the commission to ask for ex partes. Commissioner Uranga.
On November 4th at approximately 1:30 p.m., I met with Mandy Sackett, representative writer, and my report is on file.
Commissioner Rice.
Yes, both, let's see, I have one on file from, let's see, Monday, October 28th with Surfrider. In attendance were Nina Atkins, Sarah Griffin, Mandy Sackett, and myself, and that is on file. And then an ex parte from on the project from back in May with folks from the project applicant, including the FPUC and others, and that's on file and has been on file since May.
Thank you. Any other, Commissioner Herman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this past Friday at approximately 11 a.m., I had a call with Mandy Sackett from Surfrider. We discussed their long history with the project, their belief that the project is flawed and over-engineered, and she discussed their view that the project is not cost efficient, and that they do not support it as designed. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I also have an ex parte, which is on file. It was on November 5th, and that was with Mandy Sackett. All right. So now that we've covered that, I'd like to open the public hearing and ask how many speakers we have.
We have 22 signed up to speak, including the applicant.
All right, so we'll begin with the applicant. If they could, is that going to be the city and county?
Yes, Anna Roche.
Ms. Roche, how much time do you need?
I'd like 15 minutes to speak, 10 for the initial presentation, and 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, that's fine. So 10 minutes currently, reserving 5.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commission Chair Hart and members of the Commission. My name is Anna Roche. I'm a Senior Project Manager with the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, or SFPUC, the lead agency with the City and County of San Francisco for this multi-city agency climate change adaptation project. On behalf of San Francisco, the SFPUC would like to thank the Commission for considering our CDP application today, and we would like to express our sincerest gratitude to your staff with whom we have worked collaboratively for many years to reach this major milestone. Lastly, before I start my short presentation, we want to make it clear that we agree with and fully support the staff's recommendation of approval with conditions. Next slide. Why is this project critical for San Francisco? Because it helps us meet multiple city priorities. First, it allows San Francisco to meet its legal obligations under previous CDPs to remove our unpermitted armoring from the beach and bluff, and secondly, to conclude preparation and move towards implementation of our required long-term management plan, which is the project before you today. Second, it allows San Francisco to continue to meet our environmental regulatory requirements for water quality standards by protecting this critical infrastructure. And third, it allows San Francisco to begin efforts to protect San Francisco from sea level rise, which is a legal requirement for all California coastal cities. Next slide. Why is the Lake Merced Tunnel critical infrastructure? Why do we want to protect it, and what would happen if it fails? The LMT represented by the blue line on this slide is a 14-foot diameter tunnel that carries combined stormwater and sewage from this side of the city to the Oceanside treatment plant. That tunnel has been and continues to be at very high risk. Next slide. As you can see from these two photos, it's large enough to drive a truck through. If this tunnel were to fail, it would result in a major emergency for this side of San Francisco. Failure would mean hundreds of thousands of gallons of combined stormwater and sewage spilling onto Ocean Beach and hundreds of thousands of San Franciscans unable to flush their toilets. Next slide. The current proposal is the result of nearly 15 years of planning, consideration of alternatives, design, technical studies, and extensive collaboration, which began with the development of the Ocean Beach Master Plan. The project before you today was developed using the guiding principles that were outlined in that plan: managed retreat, sea level rise resiliency, improved public access, and protection of critical wastewater infrastructure. This project addresses multiple issues, all the while striking a delicate balance between protecting critical wastewater infrastructure and providing the space necessary through managed retreat, and that's achieved through removal of the Great Highway between Sloat and Skyline, to provide substantial new public access, recreational opportunities, and dune habitat restoration. This project reflects the city's best efforts to meet all these needs while balancing the operational needs of an urban wastewater system in a way that reflects input from multiple groups and is most protective of coastal resources. Next slide. While the Ocean Beach Master Plan outlined a vision and concepts for this area, it did not provide a detailed engineering drawing. The Ocean Beach Master Plan, as noted on this slide, acknowledged that implementation would require additional technical studies, environmental analysis, feasibility studies, and cost estimation. That initial vision shown on the bottom right corner of the slide evolved and got refined along the way, but the underlying concepts and guiding principles that were identified remain the same. Next slide. This is a list of feasibility studies that led to that detailed engineering design. As you can see, for nearly a decade, the city team developed those additional studies, including extensive geotechnical work, engineering, habitat and cultural resource assessments, and an environmental impact report, among many others. All these studies have been conducted in partnership with or have been reviewed by outside experts, including staff from other federal, state, local agencies, and coastal commission staff. I'd like to call your attention to the last bullet, the 2024 analysis of CDP special conditions. You will recall that the CDP application was originally scheduled for your June 2024 meeting, but the city requested a 6-month postponement. The reason we asked for that postponement was due to numerous project modifications identified in the June 2024 staff report. Despite a concerted effort by the many project partners, the city could not fully assess the feasibility of the modifications prior to the June hearing. The city needed additional time to assess the cost, engineering, and legal feasibility of the recommended design changes. This was an intensive process requiring substantial redesign and accelerated collaboration among multiple city departments, consultants, and engagement with non-city project partners like the National Park Service, who owns the beach. I'm pleased to report that the city has concluded the conditions are, as currently drafted, are feasible and acceptable. Next slide. I would like to spend a few minutes highlighting some of the project's key design elements as they stand today. The multi-use path fills a 3/4-mile gap in the California Coastal Trail, providing new opportunities for non-motorized public access where none presently exists. The parking lot provides at least twice the number of stalls compared to the CEQA baseline in 2021. The new beach access stairway provides a new vertical access to the beach closer to Fort Funston and Lake Merced. The project now has 2 restrooms instead of 1. The seawall was designed to be as low profile and placed as far inland as possible, which is about 80 feet landward from the existing conditions. And that combination accomplishes 2 things. It protects the wall without damaging it, especially during construction, and provides for the widest beach possible. As I noted earlier, the existing armoring is removed from the beach, and we're restoring about 3 times the amount of dune habitat than would be affected by the project. Lastly, the city is committed to implementing a robust monitoring and adaptive management plan that includes beach nourishment and revegetation when necessary to maintain beach access and dune landscape. Next slide. And now I'd like to close with a quick overview of how the project has evolved since the postponement. Next slide. This diagram represents the original project that we planned to bring to the June hearing. As you can see, the design included a one-way SFPUC access road between Skyline and Sloat Boulevards, and a multi-use path running parallel to and on the seaward side of the service road, and the paved connections providing emergency vehicle access between the two. Next slide. This diagram represents the revised design that addresses changes identified in the June 2024 staff report, special conditions, and comments from stakeholders such as the Surfrider Foundation. In this diagram, the service road and the connections to the multi-use path have been removed. The multi-use path has been relocated inland, enabling a flatter slope for dune restoration, and converting areas that would have been developed for the multi-use path and connections to be restored to dune habitat. The updated design also includes new overlooks and a lower profile beach access stairway among other modifications. Next slide. I recognize these changes are difficult to see at this scale, so we overlaid the 2 diagrams and highlighted the removed areas in red. As is clear from the diagram on the bottom, since June, the city has modified the project to reduce the amount of hardscape, relocate all development landward as much as feasible, and maximize on-site dune restoration. Next slide. In closing, I again would like to acknowledge the time and effort your staff committed to this project, and in finding and ask that you approve the CDP as the staff recommends with special conditions. By approving the CDP, you will bring San Francisco one step closer to realizing its vision for this part of Ocean Beach, one that replaces an era of ad hoc coastal erosion management with one that has been thoughtfully crafted over more than a decade through multiple public processes. That concludes my presentation, and I'd like to reserve the remainder amount of time for a rebuttal.
All right, thanks, Ms. Roche. All right, so now we'll turn to members of the public, each of whom will have 2 minutes. Can we start with people in the room, please?
Yes. So first we have Eileen Boken, and then we'll have the Surfrider group with Nina Atkind, Sarah Griffin, Jennifer Savage. Starting with Eileen Boken.
So folks, if you could come up and be ready to testify, if Chris has called your name as the next speaker, that way we can move along.
And then could you please turn the mic on? There's a button at the base. There you go.
Okay. Eileen Bogan, CSFN, on my own behalf. Beginning in 2017, the SFPUC began construction of a recycled water project at the Oceanside Treatment Facility. It is being shoehorned into 3 levels at a cost of $300 million. This makes relocation even more infeasible. Climate change and sea level rise must be addressed in the context of public safety and economic vitality. On August 8th of last year, the world changed not just in Maui, but on the west side of San Francisco. There has been a renewed focus on earthquake safety and emergency response, especially on mass evacuations, as 80% of the city was destroyed in the 1906 earthquake. The west side currently has the highest percentage of seniors. This project is based on the Ocean Beach Master Plan. However, the Ocean Beach Master Plan had many major flaws. It omitted a U.S. Geological Survey study on how sand mining in San Francisco Bay was causing erosion and accretion on Ocean Beach. The plan has not been updated since new science, such as the U.S. Geological Survey's California Ocean Beach Erosion Modeling Tool. The Ocean Beach Master Plan is flawed also as it references the city purchasing private land on coastal zone as it becomes available and is a precursor of current attempts to turn Ocean Beach into Miami Beach. As the city will have an incoming administration, I would strongly urge the commission to continue this item in order to provide the mayor-elect with the opportunity to review it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, the Surfrider Group.
Hello. Thank you for handling our slide deck.
I recall discussing time with you all, and I can't remember what we agreed to.
We were told we could have 12 minutes, but we only need 10.
For the 3 of you?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Chair Hart, commissioners, and staff. My name is Nina Atkind. I'm an Outer Sunset resident and the manager of Surfrider Foundation's San Francisco chapter. Alongside NRDC and the California Coastal Protection Network, we urge this commission to demand a better plan from SFPUC for Ocean Beach. Over 600 people have signed our action alert calling for you to restore this cherished beach and surf spot. Next slide, please. Since 1997, the city has relied on emergency armoring permits and short-term fixes to address erosion at Ocean Beach and protect a sewer line that was built too close to the shoreline. These measures have left the beach degraded and heavily armored for decades. While we recognize the challenge of protecting critically vulnerable infrastructure like the Lake Merced Tunnel, SFPUC's proposed solution, a 3,200-foot-long and 35-feet-tall seawall, is neither forward-thinking nor aligned with the Coastal Act's vision of sustainable shoreline management. It is one of the largest armoring projects ever to come before you. Approving this as designed sets a dangerous precedent for excessive coastal armoring across California, undermining public access and natural shoreline preservation. Next slide, please. The scale of this project is staggering. As shown here, the cement soil layer and riprap at the ocean outfall stretch up to 120 feet wide, with the pile wall extending 35 feet deep. While SFPUC claims minimal riprap use, its presence, even limited to the ocean outfall, contradicts the Ocean Beach Master Plan's vision for adaptive, low-impact solutions. Every structural element must be scaled down and complemented by robust nature-based features to preserve the integrity of the beach. Next slide, please. As seen here, the Ocean Beach Master Plan, developed through decades of community collaboration, prioritized managed retreat, partial highway relocation, and temporary low-profile armoring to protect infrastructure while planning for relocation inland. Instead of honoring this vision, SFPUC proposes a permanent wall that undermines years of planning and community input. The commission must require a plan that aligns with the master plan by incorporating true nature-based solutions and a binding timeline for managed retreat. Next slide, please. For decades, SFPUC has failed to remove emergency armoring despite commitments to maintain a sandy beach and protect public access. This history casts doubt on the feasibility and the accountability of their current proposal. Emergency measures should not become institutionalized as permanent fixes. Yet SFPUC's proposal does just that by keeping the sewer line in place indefinitely. SFPUC's plan not only fails to meet today's challenges, it locks the city into short-sighted and unsustainable solutions that will only make adaptation harder down the road. This commission has the authority and responsibility to demand better, a plan that prioritizes nature-based solutions, ensures public access, and protects the long-term health and resilience of Ocean Beach in the face of rising seas and stronger storms. I will now turn it over to Sarah to describe our concerns with the project in more detail.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Griffin. I'm the Northern California Regional Manager for the Surfrider Foundation and an Outer Sunset resident. As Nina mentioned, SFPUC's proposal to armor critical sewer infrastructure on Ocean Beach ignores the Ocean Beach Master Plan's goals. Ocean Beach, with its dynamic surf and changing beach landscape, demands adaptive, nature-based solutions. Next slide. Next slide again. Thank you. To date, the city has not been successful at maintaining a sandy beach or natural coastal features in this location. Please start the video. This video shows high tide conditions in South Ocean Beach, fronting emergency armoring. According to the staff report, ever since the reconstruction of this portion of the Great Highway in the 1970s to the reconstruction of the Lake Merced Tunnel in the 1990s, the city has committed to permit conditions that ensure this infrastructure would not need to rely on coastal armoring and that it would maintain a wide sandy beach. Neither of these commitments were upheld, and this is described in detail starting on page 37 of the staff report. If SFPUC cannot honor past commitments, how can we trust them to maintain this project responsibly? Accountability must be a cornerstone of any permit granted. Next slide. As you can see on this slide, the staff report states that it may be more economically feasible to relocate the tunnel over the long term. According to the staff report, the city's estimated cost for relocation of the tunnel is $270 million. The construction cost for the city's proposed project is $175 million, not including the cost to maintain the beach through sand nourishment. The project's sand supply impacts are roughly $200 million, a cost that will be borne by the public and wildlife. With public costs so high, relocation should remain the ultimate goal. Next slide. We would like to also see realistic cost estimates for sand nourishment over time from the city and proof that it can fund the beach maintenance. We know that sand is a finite resource. Predicting how much sand can be obtained and how much sand would cost is unpredictable forecasting at best, especially in the face of increasingly powerful storms driven by climate change. I'll now pass it to Jennifer to wrap up and summarize our concerns.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Hi, Jennifer Savage, California Policy Associate Director. I spent several years living and surfing near this project site as well, and
Jen, can you pull the mic down a little? Maybe
Yes.
you're out of
Is this better?
practice?
Okay. Didn't want to pop my peas. All right. So I spent several years living and surfing near this project site. I know it very well. And to sum up, this project as proposed is not the correct solution for Ocean Beach. You commissioners have the authority to not only improve the outcome for Ocean Beach, but to discourage the normalizing of massive over-engineered armoring projects, instead supporting local governments toward more efficient and ultimately more economical coastal planning that will make our coast truly resilient for decades to come. Oh, can I have my next slide, please? So we stand by our ask that you have seen detailed in our letter. Staff's recommendation would require the city to implement a beach monitoring and adaptive management plan that would assess the project every 5 years for impacts to the beach and to assure that the armoring structure remains buried. Conditions also set a term of authorization for this project at 25 years from the date of completion of the seawall. After this, if the Commission does not extend the authorization, Special Condition 10 requires that the armoring be removed. But existing evidence related to sand nourishment at South Ocean Beach, the city's own history of lack of compliance with permits, and the historical difficulty and expense of removing seawalls once built suggests that it is likely this massive armoring structure will not remain covered, and certainly that it will never be removed, at least not by the city. The ocean might take a toll in the decades to come. This armoring project is an outdated solution that would erode both Ocean Beach and the public trust. The seawall won't be just a physical barrier, it will be a barrier to California's values on public access, equity, and ecological resilience. With rising seas, increasing storms, and ever hotter weather, just 5 weeks ago, temperatures at Ocean Beach reached 94 degrees. We need to avoid the mistakes of the past and save every possible inch of the public's beach for the public's use. This is an opportunity to create true coastal resilience for San Francisco's future and the future of California. We urge you to take it. Thank you.
Next speaker.
And thank you. Next, we had Martha Walters, followed by Chase Davenport, and then James McGrath.
All right, folks, so if you're in the room, if you could be ready after the
And Martha Walters might
completes.
be available for questions. If you heard your name, Chase Davenport, James McGrath, and then Glenn Rogers would be after.
Thank you.
How much time do I have? 2 minutes? And do I get a timer up there with the minute? My name is Chase Davenport. I am the founder of the Ocean Beach Institute, and I'm also a Coastal Science and Policy Fellow at UC Santa Cruz. We are concerned the project's short-sighted sediment plan will require much more sediment than anticipated, and that the sediment will be far more expensive than anticipated, potentially leaving us with an exposed seawall and no long-term plan for renourishing it. There are 2 parts of this concern. The first is that the Bay Area climate adaptation plans are already hungry for sediment. As just one example, current wetland restoration projects in the Bay require at least 1 million cubic yards of sediment per year, much of which will be coarse sand like what is needed for this project. Our wetland projects alone would require more than double the amount of sediment that is available through dredging San Francisco's main ship channel every year. With just one Bay Area adaptation project, we're already at an available sediment deficit. Eventually, our approved local supplies of sediment will run out, as is already happening all over California and all over the world. We're worried that sourcing sand, this excess sand that will be required, whether it's from increased dredging or elsewhere, we're worried that it will be difficult to acquire this sand and so prohibitively expensive that dune renourishment just won't happen. We also believe that the Coastal Commission is dramatically underestimating how quickly and how much sand will be removed from the dune as storms intensify. According to USGS, a single storm can remove up to 130,000 cubic yards of sand from Ocean Beach, the majority of which comes from the south end of the beach. That is more than 3 times what the current Coastal Commission staff report estimates will be needed to nourish the dune per year. So with respect, we believe that your sand budget estimates for this project are dramatically insufficient. So this means that we would need more sand than the staff report suggests, and the sand will be much more expensive than the staff report suggests. And so what we are asking for is to include in your conditions a rigorous long-term sediment sourcing plan with the associated costs, and we want this plan to consider other Bay Area sediment needs as well. And this is a study that the Ocean Beach Institute and many other organizations here right now are willing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. James McGrath, Glenn Rogers, and then Zach Lipton.
Good afternoon. I'm an OG. I was a Coastal Commission staff person for 14 years. I am until 1990. And I actually worked on the original location of the West Side Transport. I also pioneered the initial efforts to place Corps of Engineers sediment material from the bar in the near shore in this area. I also spent 14 years on the Regional Water Quality Control Board in BCDC, so I understand both the erosion issues and the water quality issues. I generally support the concerns of the Surfrider Foundation, and I think the staff report does a really good job of grappling with the complexity of the issues and the fact that you've got a facility here in the wrong place. I'd like to make a few comments that emphasize some of the things in the staff report that I think need to be done particularly well. The first one is grain size, or when I was in graduate school, settling velocity, settling velocity, settling velocity. There are two kinds of sands on Ocean Beach. Some are very fine and some are very coarse. The material that we placed on the beach from the maintenance channel is very fine and doesn't stay on the beach. You need the coarse material. The conditions in the staff report for the adaptive management capture this. I want to emphasize it here in front of both the commission and the SFPUC. It's got to be coarse enough. There's got to be enough of it. And as the staff report, I think, suggested, the amount that flows north to near ocean to the Golden Gate may not be enough. Second point, I urge you to take a page from BCDC. I was a commissioner there, and start including consideration of sea level rise a little more specifically and numerically in your analysis and reports. I followed you guys well enough after I left to know that you were pioneering on sea level rise and protection. When I looked at this project, I reviewed the most recent sea level rise estimates by the Ocean Protection Council. And I'm confident that beach nourishment, if implemented, and with this applicant, we have an if question, and with sufficiently coarse material, can keep the beach nourished for the term of the project, the 25 years. But we also expect sea level rise to accelerate about 2050. And so I think a little more numerical analysis would be appropriate as you go forward. And then my third point, I think there's ample material in the San Francisco bar, and I think it's probably coarse enough. You do have an adaptive management program. I want to make sure that that includes consideration of using that as a material. That's relic sand from a lower stand of sea level, and I think it can be used without adverse impacts on the shoreline. Thank you.
Thank you. Glenn Rogers, Zach Lipton, and then Benjamin Grant.
May I have 3 minutes, please?
Sir, I'm sorry, but everyone is getting 2 minutes, so we're going to stick with that, please.
Thank you. Hello, Commissioners. I'm Glenn Rogers. I'm a landscape architect. I'm a president of the Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods, and I'm speaking for myself today. In the first slide, we have a picture of a drawing done in 1868 of a stream flowing into the Pacific Ocean. It turns out that that is the location for the sewer plant, built on an ancient stream bed on unsound soil. And so therefore it is my position that this particular location is a poor one for that. Looking at the next slide, we have the San Francisco, we have the San Francisco sewer plant, and it is right in front of that. Next slide, please. There, thank you. Okay, this shows some of the conditions that are existing on the cliff, and I think some of the slides that staff showed were not correct in the portrayal of the conditions there. The second slide, the next slide, could you go to that, please? Here we have a picture of the Great Highway. Right underneath it, there is this big divot. It turns out that water is flowing underneath the Great Highway at that location. It could very well be from the Lake Merced tunnel. I don't know where the water is coming from underneath, but it is a big problem and shouldn't be happening. And here we have the Great Highway going right over that particular location. And that is going to fall into the ocean, and nobody's doing anything about it. I think it's a problem. That being said, I think we need to remove the SFPUC location for their sewer plant and have a completely better solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Zach Lipton, Benjamin Grant, and then Michael O'Haron. Zach Lipton. I'm not seeing anyone approach the mic. Benjamin Grant.
And who's after Mr. Grant?
After Benjamin Grant would be Michael O'Haron, and then Bill McLaughlin.
Okay, so you can be prepared to come up.
Hi, Commissioners. Good afternoon. Sorry. I had planned for slightly more time, so I will speak quickly, and I apologize for that. My name is Ben Grant. I've been working towards adaptation at Ocean Beach for 15 years. I wrote the Ocean Beach Master Plan and managed the public process behind it, and have been working on implementation work ever since. Today, I work at Site Lab, Urban Studio, and full disclosure, I continue to do some outreach work on this, but I'm here speaking as an individual. South Ocean Beach, as we know, is highly constrained and serves many public purposes, which are often in tension with one another. An approach that's entirely nature-based has never been considered feasible, nor has the wholesale relocation of billions of dollars in critical public infrastructure. Rather, from the beginning, the Ocean Beach Master Plan and subsequent studies have always included a combination of managed retreat, beach nourishment, and structural protection, as does the project before you. Some critics say that this project does not reflect the Ocean Beach Master Plan. I disagree. The master plan is full of ideas. It's a vision document from over a decade ago. Some of those ideas have moved forward and some have not. That is to be expected as the nature of visions. And of course, the project has evolved in a variety of ways in many of its particulars. Critics emphasize the scale of the armoring, but rarely mention that this is also one of the most ambitious managed retreat projects ever undertaken in California. With the shoreline moved back 80 feet, a major roadway and eroding parking lots permanently closed. It's been a Herculean effort over 15 years, and I would hope that that would be celebrated by advocates of coastal resilience. This project cleans up and uncovers the beach, provides a spectacular new coastal open space for the people of California, creates new user amenities, preserves critical infrastructure that protects coastal water quality, replaces an eroded, degraded pavement with a dynamic dune landscape. And it is explicitly acknowledged that it's not a permanent end state in either intention or regulatory approval, only the next phase in the long-term management of this coastline. I urge you to support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Michael O'Haron, Bill McLaughlin, and then Greg Gordon. Michael O'Haron.
Hello, my name is Michael O'Haron. I'm a resident or former resident of San Francisco, currently living in Berkeley doing my graduate degree, and also associated with the Surfrider Foundation, but speaking for myself. And this morning, as I was walking to the BART station on my way over here, I kind of dodging undergrads who were on their way to class, rather stressed. I was compelled to imagine a meeting like this 25 years from now, wherein those students are either in your seats or sitting here. And that meeting, I imagine, could go one of two directions. One being the students are in a position where they have a plan that has a framework for long-term managed retreat going beyond 2025 with costs at least initially sketched out and long-term alternatives considered. And on the other side, there could be a scenario where they are subjected to whatever decision is made here without such provisions, including accelerating sea levels, increasing costs, and then the traditional city budgetary constraints, which are inevitable. Conceding now that this is an incredibly complicated issue, it's clear that the current, at least to myself, that the current outlaid plan is cornering our young people in the San Francisco Bay Area into having a plan that has a seawall that'll be very difficult to remove without long-term consideration into what will be next 25 years from now. I respectfully urge all of you on behalf of young people in the Bay Area to require the SFPUC to commit to a clear timeline for relocating critical infrastructure and require the long-term adaptive management plan that emphasizes relocation and managed retreat beyond 25 years from now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Bill McLaughlin, Greg Gordon, and then Jim Kerpius.
Oh, great. That's my slide. Hi, I'm Bill McLaughlin. I'm a lifelong surfer, a beach activist at Ocean Beach, fisherman, and I'm also the former project lead on the Ocean Beach Master Plan for Surfrider. And I just want to make a few points here today. Last time I addressed you folks was July. We were looking at this slide. This shows why we have a problem out there. The road swings out into the shore break at Ocean Beach. The Lake Merced Tunnel was built underneath that road. It's very simple. It was a poor location to build a serious, vital sewer conduit. Next slide, please. This whole area has been a problem for decades, even before the wastewater infrastructure was built. Here is the shoreline in 1972. You can see all the riprap protecting the road. Okay, this is a bad location. And so there's many, many reasons to deny this project. Surfrider did a really great job outlining the real core concerns. As somebody that has been advocating for managed retreat, I have to take issue with the staff's report citing that there was not enough land behind to relocate the Lake Merced Tunnel. All that is city land back there. There's plenty of space to realign this infrastructure on a long-term, piece-by-piece basis. It's the smartest way to go, I think. Anyway, the staff is recommending beach replenishment. Next slide, please. This was the Army Corps of Engineers major beach replenishment of 2021. This photo was from September, late September. And the next slide, please. The same area 3 months later, okay? That's about where the seawall toe will be, by the way, right where that person is standing. That's probably about where the vertical wall will begin. So beach replenishment is not viable here. We've seen other smaller replenishment projects also suffer the same fate. I could finish up real quick. Next slide. And next slide. And this is the beach right now. Actually, yesterday morning I took this. This is a video. Can you play this real quick? Just to give you an idea. This is a high tide, big swell. This was yesterday morning right at high tide, about 9 a.m. You can see there is no beach. It's just water, waves, crashing against the armor all the way down. Okay, that's pretty much it. Please do the right thing and deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Greg Gordon, Jim Kerpius, and then we'll start with our Zoom speakers, Christina Langford, Mark Massara, and then Deborah Leo. Greg Gordon?
Mr. Gordon, are you in the room?
I'm not seeing a Greg Gordon.
Okay.
Jim Kerpius.
Jim Kerpius in the room? All right, so here you are. Couldn't see you behind the pole.
Good afternoon, I'm Jim Kerpius.
I recommend you pull the mic up.
I've spent the better part of 50 years along the Northern California coast as a research scientist, educator, and most importantly, a user of the incredible public space along our coast. And I've lived at Ocean Beach for the last 20 years and observed the seasonal and annual movement of sand, which Bill just pointed out. And I think I echo his comments that I think it's unrealistic to think that we are going to be able to keep sand at that end of the beach. And I am wary of the enormous seawall proposed by the SFPUC because the ultimate outcome will be the loss of the south end of Ocean Beach, which is already pretty much gone. And I think the idea of piling sand there, I've watched for decades as the giant dump trucks go and dump sand and it goes away. So I think in the future, it's likely the seawall will just become exposed, as Bill pointed out, and the current plan is not robust enough to maintain a beach in front of the seawall. I appreciate the commission staff report recognizing that under the Coastal Act, the SFPUC's current plan would be rejected, but given the urgency of protecting the Lake Merced Tunnel, we are left with few, if any, good choice. And the SFPUC's project lacks the necessary attention to preserving the beach despite the best intentions of all parties. So I urge the commission to deny the permit, and the SFPUC needs to commit to a clear timeline. I'm reiterating what other people have said on relocating city infrastructure and minimizing the use of hard structures such as massive seawalls and principles that are well-considered ideas in the Ocean Beach Master Plan. Thank you for your time and attention on this issue.
Thank you. All right, we're going to Zoom at this time.
Yes, we have 5 speakers that we're able to find.
All right.
We'll start with Christina Langford, Mark Massara, and then Deborah Leo. Christina Langford.
Hello, thank you all for your time today. My name is Christina Langford, and I'm a master's student in marine biodiversity and conservation, as well as a former resident of San Bruno, California. Ocean Beach was my favorite beach in the area because of its sprawling expanse. My family and I enjoyed biking and skateboarding along the closed streets, one of the only areas in the city that we could recreate in this way, unencumbered, and it felt safe enough for my 12-year-old to practice her skateboarding skills. However, as you are all aware, this beautiful area has been hindered by the continued erosion and mismanagement for a long time now. Reading through the proposed project, I was hopeful that this long-term stall for a permanent solution could finally be addressed. The permanent closure to vehicle traffic and inclusion of a multi-use pathway with overlooks and beach access sounds like the perfect use of the area that will preserve one of the only places in the city, as I mentioned, to bike unencumbered by heavy traffic. That is very important. I think it is also important to move forward with a plan for this beautiful area as it has been stalled for too long. Thus, I would like to say I fully support the approval of the city's proposal. However, for the time and money that is needed to fix the area, there needs to be a more nature-focused and climate-adaptive solution than what is being proposed. For example, actively restoring dunes should be prioritized, and ensuring habitat is preserved for animals that rely on the area, such as the snowy plover. I do also believe that further delay will just exacerbate the problem, so I hope that a modified proposal could go forward with updated, more climate resilient and nature focused edits to the construction proposal as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mark Massara, Deborah Leo, and then Renee Lazier. Mark Massara.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Mark Massara. I'm a longtime, now part-time resident of Ocean Beach and the original 2012 litigant that jump-started this now decade-old project and analyses. And I appreciate the work of you and your staff, but want to emphasize the really unique nature of this proposal. It isn't just one of the longest seawalls ever proposed in California. Instead, it proposes at the same time that you find it sea rise resilient and appropriate when it actually hardens the coast and permanently forsakes actual retreat. Worse, it abandons the public road and instead creates a private one for the SFPUC. See the project for what it is. We're all retreating, and the applicant isn't retreating even a single foot. Most worrisome is this notion of permanent nourishment, which would be an entirely new regime and consideration for this commission, the cost of which are already astronomical. I applaud the SFPUC in San Francisco for spending millions of dollars to date on nourishment in this area, but I don't think it's sustainable for decades to come. This house of cards is not appropriate. These infrastructure, the sewer, and especially this pipeline, have definitive life expectancies. We should be planning for their abandonment landward and actual retreat, and not building giant seawalls in one of the areas that has the biggest wave attack in the entire state. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Deborah Leo, Renee Lazier, and then Martha Walters. Deborah Leo.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Deborah Lowe, and I'm a longtime volunteer with the Surfrider Foundation.
I speak as an individual today, though. I have lived in the Richmond district for 4 decades and enjoy visiting Ocean Beach regularly. I'm here today because I care deeply about the future of our Ocean Beach and the protection of its unique coastal environment. I love Ocean Beach and the ecosystem surrounding it. For generations, it's been a special place where my family and people of all ages and backgrounds have gathered to wonder at the beauty of this earth. I personally love coming to Ocean Beach for bird watching, sunset walks, and picnics with friends. It's where I catch my breath and find peace. I'm urging you to help ensure that our vital open space coastal areas remain accessible to everyone for generations to come. I worry that the SFPUC's proposal, which includes a nearly mile-long seawall that will span a huge portion of the iconic Ocean Beach, would harm the beach by causing even more erosion, with increasing sea level rise and the occurrence of unpredictable superstorms. I'm also seriously concerned about the huge maintenance costs associated with the PUC's proposal. As the Coastal Commission staff reports points out, the proposed seawall will require a huge amount of maintenance in order to stay buried. And other facets of the project, including the pedestrian path, would require SFPUC to put an enormous amount of hardscape next to a rapidly eroding beach. In conclusion, I want to see the beach sustainably preserved for future generations. The PUC's proposal seems unsustainable to me in the long run. As an alternative, I support Surfrider's proposal for the SFPUC to take the next few months to determine a long-term plan for relocating the Lake Merced tunnel and reduce the amount of hardscape proposed in their pedestrian path so that all the vulnerable coastal infrastructure in South Ocean Beach will be easier to move in the future. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you. Next, Renee Lazier, and then Martha Walters, and then I'll call names that we haven't been able to find. Renee Lazier.
Coming up, all right, great. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Terrific. Okay. Renee Lazier, an Outer Parkside 4th generation resident and co-founder of SunSF Savior Neighborhoods, but I'm speaking for myself today. I'm urging you to please deny this permit. The proposed seawall is a major threat to the beach. Even though it will be buried, the massive waves that Ocean Beach get constantly will continue to wash away the sand and underpin any armoring. There needs to be further research and investigation for an alternate and more effective means to protect the eroding cliff and area between slope and skyline. We all see the erosion issues, but closure is not the answer. Additionally, it would have made more sense to come up with a better and more effective plan to protect the eroding cliffs and shoreline before a brand new and very expensive West Side pump station was built and the sewer plant being in close proximity to the cliff and shoreline. It seems to me that there wasn't too much concern about the eroding area over the past 10 years, but now in the new facility, the looming closure of Sloat to Skyline, as well as Measure K on the ballot proposed to close Great Highway for a park, there seems all of a sudden an urgency to rapidly construct a seawall that is not an efficient solution, not cost effective, and will still have to be maintained at a greater cost with continued sand replenishment. If it was such a grave concern, then why didn't the West Side pump station build and the sewer plant be moved inland behind the backside of the zoo, where it would not have been affected by Mother Nature's ocean elements as much? Again, I urge the Commission to support Surfrider's position and to deny this permit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then Martha Walters. And then there. No, I see you're unmuted.
Okay, we're good to go?
Yes.
Hi, I am Martha Walters, chair of the Chrissy Field Dog Group located in San Francisco. First, we are in support of the Ocean Beach project. It's been a long time coming. Second, we submitted a letter to the PUC in late May of this year regarding our concerns about the proposed plant propagation site and mitigation measures for the bank swallows at Fort Funston, but nothing happened. We never heard back from the PUC, so it doesn't seem like the PUC addressed our comments at all, and we're very disappointed with them on that. Third, and this is very important, the PUC's recent application doesn't even mention the snowy plover wildlife protection area at Ocean Beach. The plover is a federally threatened species under the Endangered Species Act. It is very clear that the PUC has not addressed or evaluated the impact and possible extinction of the plover to the anticipated years-long construction at Ocean Beach. We strongly suggest that the Commission require the PUC to work closely with NPS, the National Park Service, to provide strict monitoring protocols for both the plovers and the bank swallows and employ strong measures to protect their habitats for years to come. We sent a letter to the Commission on November 8th where we articulated these important concerns. Thank you for the opportunity to talk on this comment.
Thank you. And then we had 3 names on Zoom that we weren't able to find. If you hear your name, please raise your hand. And if you're on a phone, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. Geraldine Masson, Jeffrey Moore, John Barkin. Again, that's Geraldine Masson, Jeffrey Moore, John Barkin. And then we also had the 2 people in the room that we were missing, Zach Lipton and Greg Gordon, if you're also here. I see 1 hand raised. It's a phone number. I believe it's Jeffrey Moore. You should be able to unmute now. You can unmute on a phone by dialing *6.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great, thank you. So I'm a multi-decade resident at Ocean Beach. Look, you have a serious problem. This is not going to be improved by this plan, and I hope you'll please stay this application and take a closer look. I'm going to start with a quote, which says, "Facilities should not require the construction of shoreline protection devices and should be relocated if they are threatened by coastal hazards in the future." Those are words right from the developer itself in their own LCP, section 12.1, which is called managed retreat. This developer has a history of compliance failures, and they're currently asking the U.S. Supreme Court for permission to allow it to continue dumping untreated sewage on its citizens, while simultaneously asking you to approve new construction in an erosion zone. So apparently the developer wants to ignore their own directives, but I'm respectfully focused on yours. You serve tens of millions of Californians, millions of local residents, several 100,000 San Franciscans, and they go west through nearly 50 avenues, and they arrive at 1 Ocean Beach. That's it, just 1. Now, I'm reading your website, and it says that the Coastal Act mandates you to, quote, protect, conserve, restore, and enhance the state's coastal resources by resolving conflicts. And respectfully, I believe it is the mandate of the Coastal Commission to act as a regulator for beach protection, not an accomplice to beach destruction on behalf of non-compliant developers. But don't take my word for it. Please read section number 07.5. It states how conflicts should be resolved in a manner which, on balance, is the most protective of significant coastal resources. So I ask you, what is more significant? A natural beach that can't be relocated and will be destroyed, or a constructed wastewater treatment plant that never should have been built in an erosion zone in the first place? Please protect the beach, because the developer is just not going to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm seeing no other hands raised. Madam Chair.
Thanks very much, Chris. Thank you very much to all of the speakers here. Hope you understand the 2-minute limit is just so many items on today, so many speakers, so I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we're now going to return to Ms. Roche and see if you have any rebuttal. You have 5 minutes. Actually, I think you have 6 minutes. I think you used all your time. 6 minutes and 45. There you go.
Thank you. I think I'll just try to couch them into boxes because a lot of the comments were similar. And just reiterate some of the items that I discussed during my presentation. Going back to the Ocean Beach Master Plan, that completed in 2012 and created a vision for us to follow, concepts that we designed this project following. And then we went into all the technical analysis that took over a decade that we coordinated with, not just amongst ourselves, but with other technical experts, federal agencies, state agencies, with Coastal Commission staff. And so that's how we arrived at the project that's here before you today. It's doing a dance, a balance to find how we can meet multiple objectives in bringing this project forward. Heard a lot of comments about the condition at the beach now and that the area is terrible. We know that it's terrible because this is the period that we've been working on the project, and we've been operating under a temporary permit from the Coastal Commission just to take what we considered sort of emergency action to protect the Lake Merced Tunnel, just to ensure that we didn't have a failure at the beach, releasing sewage onto the beach and having a catastrophe. So that the conditions out there were expected to not be that great because we're moving towards spending all of those resources and focusing on the project. Managed retreat is part of the project. The compromise is that we're removing the Great Highway between Sloat and Skyline. We're opening up that space to allow for public access amenities, dune restoration, recreation, safe access to the beach, a stairwell, restrooms, and a parking lot. I heard comments about the Army Corps of Engineers sand placement. The sand was placed in the conditions that exist now. It's a very vertical area. The sand was placed in a vertical manner to match the bluff that is out there now. That is not what the conditions are going to be when the project is built. The area is going to move back 80 feet, opening up 80 feet of beach, pushing that area back in a much more gentle slope so that when the sand is placed, it doesn't have that same interface that it has now. But we moved forward with that project because we'd been working for 15 years with the Army Corps of Engineers to get that sand placed, and it was sort of a trial run. We continue to talk to the Army Corps of Engineers and are working with them on an agreement for the future. Sand placement at this area is included in their current EIR for the dredging material that they work on, so that agreement, that collaboration, and that partnership will continue into the future. I heard that the area above the low-profile wall is a cement layer. It is not a cement layer. It's a slope stabilization zone. It is meant to mimic Colma Formation. There will be a small amount of cement placed into the material, but it is meant to mimic Colma Formation. It's not going to be a cement block like you would see on like a cement sidewalk or something like that. Let's see. Again, I really want to reiterate that a project of this size that means this many compromises takes multiple years with many people in the room discussing. You're not going to get it right for everybody, but it's a compromise. And that's what we've been working on for the past 10 years to bring forward what we think is the best option. As you heard Ben Grant state from the Ocean Beach Master Plan, relying on nature-based solutions for this area just isn't feasible. It just is not feasible. So how do we blend making the area be, the beach that people want to see, have safe access to surfing? The removal of the material on the beach is actually going to do that. The removal of the material that's on the beach now that's creating an unsafe surf zone is going to be moved back 80 feet. That material is removed, and it improves those conditions. It makes it safer. The city is committed to this project. We've already spent over $25 million on the planning, the environmental review. I understand the frustration. These things take time. It's complicated. It's the first large managed retreat project happening in the state of California. The design takes into account sea level rise. Through end of century, the city has sea level rise guidance that all city projects have to follow. It is incorporated into our design. We take these things very seriously. Again, this is a compromise that's meeting many, many, many objectives, and we think it's the best project that we can bring forward after all of the time that we have spent on it. I did want to mention, we heard from Martha Walters about the snowy plover. One of our staff people that are here today, this was an EIR-related comment. We talked to her several times about her concern and made modifications and addressed her comment in the CEQA portion of this project. So I wanted to mention that. I think I've covered most things in a very general way, but I just wanted to, again, reiterate where we've come. It's 10 years plus of work to get us to a very, very complicated but good compromise when we consider climate change and sea level rise that will be affecting all California coastal communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to return to staff for any responses or further comments.
Yeah, just a few things. To start with, and just at the risk of stating the obvious, this is just a really tough case. We share many of the concerns that have been articulated here. We've had the same concerns. That has forced us to push the city really hard to see what we can do here. And ultimately, you know, that going back and forth, including with our technical experts, there are just no perfect options. And I think part of that is recognizing that it's not just the Lake Merced Tunnel. This area, as Luke indicated earlier, there's billions of dollars worth of infrastructure just inland of that point. And again, we feel fairly stuck. So what the staff recommendation represents is that we've tried our best to minimize the types of impacts, minimize the armoring itself, and minimize the types of impacts that it's going to lead to, and maximize the resource protections and the benefits. And I think it's important. A lot of folks spoke about the beach nourishment component. So while recognizing that the city's modeling shows that you know, the beach can be maintained, the armoring structure can be covered, we also share concerns that that's going to happen in the future. And that's, you know, who knows if the nourishment's going to be sufficient to be able to accomplish those objectives, including to maintain a beach and the dune coverage. And that's really the purpose of Special Condition 4, which is our beach adaptive management condition. It's coupled with the dune portion of it in Special Condition 3. But in terms of Special Condition 4, we took the city's proposal with respect to how the beach nourishment was going to be managed, monitored, and maintained. And we really refined that and pushed them harder to you know, ensure that the triggers were appropriate, that we thought that they would be able to maintain the beach, and importantly structured so that we come back after 5 years and we learn what happened over that 5-year period through, you know, significant monitoring to identify, you know, what worked, what didn't. And that comes back to this commission. And so the commission, under the staff recommendation, the commission at that point in time would have the ability to, you know, modify the parameters of that program, whether that be more sand, more often, different methods, you know, whatever is necessary to meet the success criteria, including with respect to maintaining a beach, maintaining the dune coverage. So I think that's an important component of this, is that you have the ability to see how this works, make changes at that point in time. And just in case that's a really broad level of it. We have our technical staff here who could get into the nitty gritty. He knows it quite well if we want to get into that too. But I just think that that's a really important component of the project that essentially, from our perspective, leads to an outcome that we expect there to be a beach. We expect this wall to be covered, and the city's required to do that, whatever it takes. And so I think that that's a really important component of the staff recommendation. And with that, we're all available for questions.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Carl. All right, so we'll return to the commission and ask, if you could just raise your hand if you have a comment on this, commissioners. All right, so we have, we'll start with Commissioner Aguirre, then Commissioner Nodov, then Commissioner Bochco. Commissioner Aguirre?
Thank you. I appreciate the staff's presentation and can fully understand the difficulty of the situation. So I guess my question is, I heard, you know, some of the folks opposing it saying, well, we don't want this, it's too engineered. But I didn't really hear what's the alternative, right? Is there an alternative? Like, this is critical city infrastructure that if it's not there, could have very severe public health implications. What is the alternative? I mean, I didn't see it in the report, but like, let's say in 25, 50 years, I don't know.
I think that's the result of our assessment, was that there isn't a feasible alternative at this point in time, and that's why we felt we were limited to minimizing the impacts and maximizing the benefits. And a lot of that is driven by cost factors. There's I mean, the commission's been faced with these kind of questions with smaller wastewater treatment plants in the past. Nothing this scale, and it's just a significant cost factor, which honestly, it's not even clear how many billions of dollars it might take, but it'd be in the, you know, B billions. And so that's the major difficulty. And then, you know, obviously re-engineering a system that's been structured this way and finding a place to put it is not easy. So those are some of the considerations. We got to the point where we didn't see a feasible alternative.
Thank you for that. And then secondly, the beach nourishment, were there, and I might have missed this in the report, but were there any parameters to study if the surf break itself would be affected? Sometimes beach nourishment projects can change the dynamics of surf breaks. Was that looked at?
The monitoring transects are going to go out into the ocean and try and understand how it's modifying the kind of the benthic environment there. Like I said, Jeremy Smith is our coastal engineer, and he can get into the details of those kinds of things if you're interested. But at this point, that would be one of the things to be looking out for.
Parameters. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, Commissioner Notoff.
Thank you, and I appreciate the difficulty of this. There's a couple of things that I wanted to make sure that we're addressing, and when it comes to the long-term sand sourcing study, I think I would like to hear some reassurance that that's going to take place. I associate myself with Mr. McGrath. I too am an OG, and I think Mr. McGrath probably knows more about every granule sand on the bottom of the San Francisco Bay more than anyone else. So is that going to be available, and what kind of assurances that we will be able to have that? And then just the relocation. I mean, I have to say I kind of gulp that we have to protect this tunnel that is a combined sewer outflow. All the way, California has been making a very good progress in getting rid of these CSO systems. And so now we have to protect the CSO. It should be cleaned up for tertiary disposal into the ocean. So that's kind of a hard pill to swallow, that we're doing this to protect the tunnel. So I did want to specifically ask about the long-term sand sourcing study, and do we have some assurances that there's going to be the right type of sand in the right available to have this compromise?
No, we've had the same concern.
Actually happen.
Right. I think the city. I think the city thinks there's going to be adequate sand in North Ocean Beach. There's obviously opportunities with the dredging of the main channel for the bay, working with Army Corps, et cetera. I guess one way of putting it, and with respect to grain size and that sort of thing, and speaking to Mr. McGrath's comments, we have it structured so that we have to see that they have to give us the studies that show it's the correct grain size, it's going to be right for nourishment, et cetera. So that's accommodated in our conditions. I think one way of looking at the sand supply part of it is, from our perspective, the city's required to do this. They're required to put the sand there, and if they're going to need to find a different sand source, then they're going to need to find a different sand source, including if that means buying beach quality sand off the open market. I mean, our expectation is that, and the coastal permit provides that, the sand is going to be placed to do the things that are required of it, including to maintain the beach, maintain the dune. And you're right, though, this is one that's vexing for us too, and I think it's part of the 5-year period to understand how this works over a period of time, not too long, but not too short, so we can see how this is actually working, and then we'll be able to come back at that 5-year time with monitoring and data and say, here's what's working, here's what's not working, here's how we think we need to change this.
And I guess the final question I had for staff or for the city is that, would more time give us any better solution here?
More time to study the issues?
Okay.
I don't know that, we're kind of out of time.
We've heard a lot of testimony about we need more study, and I'm just, in your
I don't think from
opinion,
staff's perspective that we need more study. I think we're just faced with a very difficult question and decision.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Bochco.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, staff. This is really very, very difficult, and I really appreciate Surfrider's point of view. I think, all of us, including you guys, would prefer to be able to just say, no, you're going to move the thing, get it out of there, because it doesn't really belong on the ocean, as we've learned over these last decades. But accepting the fact that perhaps moving this plant at this time is not feasible, I had some questions about the material under the sand. I too was, really reacting to this idea of like a sidewalk of cement under the sand. What was it again that this material is made of, that it is less destructive or armoring than perhaps cement? What is this stuff?
It's a columnist.
Yeah, so if we're referring to the slope stabilization layer, which is the part of the structure that's going to go up from the vertical seawall, my understanding is that's going to be essentially a slurry of cement that's mixed with the native soil and sands. So it's not going to be, like if you think about a concrete, that's cement mixed with aggregate, mixed with sand, and so it's designed to be quite strong. But this material that would be in the slope stabilization layer, it's something that you'd be able to take a shovel and sort of chisel away at, if that helps understand.
Yes, that
the
helps a
kind.
lot, because I
Yeah.
think the biggest concern of a lot of us is that once we put in stabilization like this, it's permanent, because if you take it out, you do more damage than leaving it. We've seen that in many cases in the past. So what you're saying is this is very removable at the time we come up with a better solution in the future?
The slope stabilization layer will be removable.
Okay, and then there's an exception to that, which is the wall.
Yeah.
And talk to me about the wall, please.
So the low profile wall, as it's referred to in the staff report, that's what we call a secant wall, where basically there's drilled columns of concrete, some of which are, every other is basically reinforced with steel, and those go to a great depth into the sand. So, and there's quite a lot of them with this proposal. So that will be very challenging to remove if it was going to be removed. The cost of it would be quite intense, and the construction method would be likely not able to remove the entirety of it. You might have to remove it to a scour level. And
I'm sorry, scour level
sorry.
meaning?
So scour would be sort of the lowest point that you expect the beach to go in sort of a storm. So you sort of remove it as much as you can, but there may be some remaining pile in the deeper parts of the beach.
Yeah, I think my biggest fear is the permanency of these structures, because we really are looking to the future and not having to rely on them. So I think it's very important that when we agree to do something like this, we know the ramifications 25 years from now or beyond. So I guess what you're saying is that they will be able to be, I don't know, sanded down or somehow diminished as you remove, like the sea level rises, we want more sand to go inland once we figure out what to do with this plant. And that will still be possible, even though you've got these things in the ground.
Yeah, so I think to summarize it, it would be challenging to remove it, but you could get it to a point where the public would not really notice that there would be a wall there if you would be removing it down to that, what I mentioned, the scour level. They'd be rarely exposed if you were able to remove them to that depth.
Okay. And Dan, you mentioned that it's not just this tunnel, it's millions of dollars of infrastructure. And that, is that the plant itself you're referring to, or there's a whole bunch of other stuff?
There's a whole bunch of stuff, for lack of a better term. There's the West Side Pump Station, there's the wastewater treatment plant itself, there's their ocean outfall that extends offshore, and that's where the price tag, the $1.6 billion comes from. It's all those things together, along with the Lake Merced Tunnel. Those things are just inland of the Lake Merced Tunnel.
So when the testimony we heard about the fact that the city owns all this land behind this area that they could move this into?
That's not been our assessment.
Okay.
The San Francisco Zoo is there, I suppose, if you were talking about that land. But there's a patchwork of city-owned land there. But it doesn't appear that there's the amount of land that would be necessary to re-engineer and reconstruct, all these facilities and make it work from our perspective.
Okay. And just to reinforce the plover protection, I know the applicant mentioned something, but I didn't quite understand. That is a part of the program, is plover protection?
For sure, and that's also slightly north of this location.
Okay, that's great. Okay, I think that's all I have. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Harmon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I appreciate all of the questions that have been raised thus far and have very much been helpful for me as I'm thinking through this issue. And I have to say, I'm also vexed by it. I think Mr. Carl used that word, and it's the perfectly illustrative word for what I feel like we're facing today. And I can't help but think about the many conversations we've had up here, particularly lately, about whether and to what degree feasibility includes a consideration of cost. And for me, that's really what I'm grappling with here. And I would add, I think we've run up against this multiple times. We're going to keep running up against it, and probably more and more often. As a local government representative on this body, I'm really sensitive to, or trying to be really sensitive to, the balancing act that we're all trying to do up here. And what I had hoped to hear through this conversation, because I should say so many of the concerns raised, particularly by Surfrider, are concerns that I share very deeply, and that I'm hearing from our staff that they also share. But what I'm not hearing is an alternative from a local government perspective that is effective or could be effective. And when I look at the price tag for relocation or the implications for not moving forward with this, I think truly there has to be some larger solution than a project by project basis for undertaking these types of relocation matters. And maybe it's a state level funding solution, I don't know. But when I think about my own local government experience and think about the desire to do this right so that future generations aren't saddled with the same challenges we're saddled with, there's just no possibility for funding that kind of work. So a larger solution is necessary. I say all that just to highlight how challenging it really is, and to say in terms of where I am leaning is towards staff recommendation in this matter, and simply that is because I don't see that there is a feasible alternative, and I believe that our staff has done very good work in trying to truly dig in and provide us with all the information we need to make that assessment. Thank you.
Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, just very much appreciate staff's work to address issues to both minimize the negative impacts and maximize public access and utility. This is a very challenging situation with critical infrastructure at risk. I had a couple of questions building on those of my fellow commissioners. In addition to the substabilization layer, there was public testimony as to kind of the grade of sand and the feasibility of the sand actually staying in place. And I think this may go, Mr. Carl, to kind of what you had said earlier about the commission or the staff recommendation. The staff recommendation requires the city to do certain things, including maintain the sand and figure out whatever the costs are and come up with a solution there. But is there any kind of additional requirement around that feasibility, whether or not the sand that will be selected will be able to stay in place, so we're not back here, in 2 years with an emergency kind of review? And then the other question is about one thing that was raised was a groundwater study, and maybe there are some additional points around that. I don't know if that's within our purview, but it seems to be something that would go in conjunction with something like this, considering the wastewater impacts.
I think to the first point with respect to the beach nourishment and the type of sand and grain size and all that sort of thing, that's what I was speaking to earlier. Our expectation and the requirement of the permit is that the city demonstrate to us through the executive director that they have the proper type of sand, that it's the proper grain size that's going to stick, and that's the expectation. It's built into the whole process. And then I think Jeremy can give like a little more detail on those points because he knows it better than I do.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. So I think we heard about the concerns around the feasibility of being able to maintain the sort of wide beach and coverage that the city's proposed. And there is still quite a bit of uncertainty with how the proposed project will be able to perform in terms of what the beach state will look like in sort of an average sense. The model, the analysis that was done by the city's consultants did consider the sort of sand coming from the North Ocean beach. But the reason why we have such a robust monitoring plan required in that adaptive beach management condition is so that at the end of that 5 years, the city and staff can bring to the commission sort of changes. So if that sand is not really working, if it's too fine, then it has that mechanism and the data to support an engineering analysis for what grain size we think will work for the next round. And there are several sources in the sort of nearby area that do have coarser grain size, and I think that is sort of a potential adaptive management strategy that has been considered by staff and the city. Sorry, and the groundwater study, I can answer that as well. So the groundwater study, my understanding from Surfrider's comments, largely has to do with why the types of protection are proposed for the tunnel. So if you saw in the initial master plan, it showed a wall that was much closer to the tunnel. But after further study, and this is my understanding from what the city, when they did further engineering analysis, they found that at the sort of level of performance that's needed for a piece of critical infrastructure like this, the kind of groundwater conditions that you have to design it to are such that it necessitates a certain amount of soil be on top of the Lake Merced tunnel to actually prevent it from being uplifted, because it's actually lighter than the saturated soil around it, and so it has that sort of uplift pressure. I believe that's the groundwater study that Surfrider was mentioning, if there could be additional analysis to see if maybe that could be reduced. But based on what I reviewed, I didn't see any major concerns with the number that they arrived at, which I believe was around 6 feet of what we call overburden on top of the tunnel.
All right, Commissioner Rice, and then Commissioner Lowenberg.
All right, thank you. I have a couple questions. Just to sort of tag on to Commissioner Harmon's concerns around this sort of feasibility threshold. Is it being tied, in this case, to cost, but also to no physical feasible alternative identified yet either?
Well, I think that's both of those things are true.
That should just, okay.
Yeah.
So, and we're, I think the physical alternative is probably the more concrete thing at this point to base a no feasible alternative solution on. So I'm just sort of trying to think through this. So I'm trying to understand how the 25-year term and check-in works. So if I read the staff report correctly, at the end of 25 years, and of course there will have been this monitoring that's been going on in the interim, and maybe some adjustments to adaptive management to make it, quote, work better. And so crystal ball forward 25 years, and so the permit could either be reissued, maybe some different conditions applied, and or what?
Or any number of things. I mean, the commission would retain its discretion to approve, deny, or approve of conditions a new permit.
Right, so if there's no new permit issued, what happens? And is there an alternative at that point in place?
The alternative that's in the staff recommendation is that the armoring structure would have to be removed and the area restored to dune and beach.
Well, that doesn't solve, though, the protection of the infrastructure that the whole project's trying to protect.
I think that's fair observation.
So where in, and I thought I saw this somewhere, is there not a requirement, is there not a condition of this permit that is requiring the SFPUC to be continuing looking for actually an alternative solution, which could mean relocation, and frankly, over time, there could even be different technologies and or needs and or systems for dealing with wastewater, stormwater, et cetera. So is there anything that's requiring the agency to look for a solution that gets the infrastructure off the beach or out of?
I would say that that's probably implicit. So the way the condition is structured, and just to be clear, the duration condition is structured currently for 25 years after the main armoring component is completed, which isn't expected until 7 years from now. So there's actually would be 32 years, as currently estimated. Just to be clear. But I think when I say it's implicit, it's because at that point in time, when the next review, the 25-year plus review would come in, it would be like any other armoring structure that comes in front of the commission, which would have to be supported by a full analysis of what are the alternatives to this, including potentially relocating infrastructure. So I think it's implicit in as much as that it's inherent upon the city during this period of time to be thinking about those things, to be thinking about funding, to Commissioner Harmon's point, for the state to be thinking about funding. That is all part of it.
Okay.
And so that would be the expectation. It would be a normal coastal permit request in front of the commission, and there would be a slew of alternatives, and trying to find the least environmentally damaging one of those.
Okay, thank you. So it's implicit in the process.
Can I add too? And that I think over the intervening period, we're going to have a lot more information about what does sand replenishment look like in this area? How has it been successful or unsuccessful? And that will go into that analysis. And I think we'll probably know before 25 years, maybe where we might want to head at that point. And we can be working with the city to be working through those alternatives earlier. So I don't expect to get to 25 years and everybody's like, well, we should figure this out. I think it's going to be a process, and we're going to be looking at these monitoring reports regularly and understanding and thinking through just how the whole project is implemented, and is it working or is it not?
Okay, thank you. I guess it was a little bit of a duck question, but bottom line, that the 5-year monitoring and just observing how this project performs is going to telegraph what's going to happen at 25 years out, I would guess.
It might.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
All right.
And the ongoing.
Yeah, I was going
Okay.
to say, it's all ongoing, all that monitoring.
We're also going to have increased sea level rise, potentially increased storm activity. So I don't think we exactly know what it's going to look like in 15 years, but we're going to get, it's going to be a whole process through that time.
And there'll be a whole nother generation of staff behind the desk.
Apparently,
And
the UC Berkeley
and commissioners
students.
as well. All right. So another question, concern. So the buried seawall, what are we calling it? Is there an engineering term or some?
Low profile wall.
Low profile wall. And the design, is this a novel design, or is this something that's in play other places on the coast or elsewhere I'm assuming there is, but I just.
So certainly seawalls are not a novel design, and essentially this is just a vertical seawall. I think what may look different about this seawall than other seawalls is the fact that it's what we call a secant pile wall. So that really has to do with the method of construction. So it's what I was mentioning, where they drill.
We don't need to go into that.
Yep.
And then it's a buried seawall. So
Yeah.
So here's my has the Coastal Commission ever approved a seawall of this type buried, and forget the just whatever? Is it a unique structure in our view? And I ask this question because what I'm concerned about does this type of armoring, that is basically camouflaged armoring, does it become a new tool in the toolbox for folks potentially dealing with erosion issues or protecting infrastructure or homes? And how in our permit and in the conditions, what have you, have we safeguarded, have we created the bar, have we put the bar so high to employ this kind of device as a solution to erosion, so that this action can't be used in the future for folks to point to as precedent for a a way to deal with coastal erosion and protection of infrastructure, et cetera. Does my question make sense?
A little bit, I think. And Jeremy may have more to add, but with respect to the vertical component and even buried walls of that sort, the commission has definitely approved projects like that.
Well, I didn't need to ask such a long question then.
Yeah.
Well, no, but the other part of the question, you know, the slope stabilization layer and the way in which it's going to be constructed and some of the unique context with the Lake Merced Tunnel, as you know, Jeremy was talking about with respect to buoyancy and that sort of thing, that's pretty unique to this particular situation. But it is a kind of for us, you know, an unusual feature. But part of its purpose is, and including as recommended in the staff recommendation, is to flatten it out and again try and create more of an opportunity for that dune system to actually take. And that was important to us too, because originally it was quite a bit steeper. There was a lot of concern that the dune system wasn't going to be able to take. So that's partially the, you know, as we all described, flattening it out. And but that part of it is, you know, slightly unique. But the rest of it, the vertical component, the secant wall, is not.
Right. So, and it works as a system.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I guess I'm just, you know, I keep on thinking about the Morro Bay solution, and you know, obviously smaller scale, different place, potentially more real estate options, et cetera. But you know, that's I think what we're hoping for. We're hoping for the nature-based, you know, solution and or relocation, as opposed to having to, you know, protect in place. And I think we want to be pushing agencies to get there. Otherwise, you know, this is such a complex and large and amazing project. It has a lot of great aspects to it as well. And I know a lot of public process went into it, and it's not necessarily satisfying, but obviously we have to do something, or the city has to do something, so.
Commissioner Lowenberg, thank you.
So I just have one question, Mr. Smith. I don't believe that Commissioner Aguirre's question was answered about the break. Will it change the break for surfers, for any of that? Will that be changed in a dramatic way?
So the surf dynamics in Ocean Beach, as many of the surfers know, are quite dynamic. So a lot of the breaks in Ocean Beach are what we call bar breaks. So it's all dependent on what the sand and the surf zone's doing. So it's very difficult to say how this project would maybe influence that, just given the dynamic nature of the surf break. I'd say what we expect to have a larger influence on surfing is actually the placement of the sand more than the wall. But if waves are hitting the wall, we do expect that reflection to potentially affect surf quality. It's just really difficult to measure that and pinpoint that, but it is one of the known impacts that we discussed in the staff report of armoring, is that when you see that reflection of waves hitting a vertical wall, it can influence surf quality offshore.
Yeah. Well, having grown up very near here and ridden my bike to Fort Funston many a day to play there, this is a tough one, because we want it to, Commissioner Boschko, we want it to last a long time, but we don't want it to look like it's going to last a long time. You know, we're kind of in a rock and a hard, no pun intended, a rock and a hard place, but we also, I think it would be, at the end of the day, very irresponsible of us to take the chance that the tunnel go down and risk what might happen to that section of the city. I've never been convinced that the sanitation plant was in the right place, but that ship has sailed. And now we just have to deal with, unfortunately, the consequences of it being there. And I go back to, I just don't think it's responsible of us to deny this permit, given the implications of what could happen. I would encourage the city to keep looking at new technologies, to look at new ways. I know this may be falling on deaf ears, but technology is changing constantly, and if any of this can be done away with, so be it. So with that, you can tell where I'm leaning, because I just don't think we have a choice, unfortunately.
Thanks, Commissioner. I just have a couple questions, and I guess my main question goes to really, because we're in this really, everyone knows, staff knows, the public knows, we know, this is really a very bad situation that we're finding. So I was wondering if staff could address, assuming everything goes according to plan, the sand nourishment works, the wall as it's created hopefully works, assuming everything goes according to plan, can you talk to us for just a second about what is the actual damage, that coastal act level damage? Like, do you anticipate what? Because normally we're looking at loss of beach, or normally so we're struggling so much, but in my mind, I keep saying, okay, well, if this went according to plan and according to our requirements, what would the actual damage be from this project?
Yeah, and that's all estimated in some detail in the staff report, and it's basically looking at, were the beach and the system allowed to naturally change and adapt, including in light of sea level rise. You would have, the beach would move inland, the beaches would be created, et cetera, and the impact assessment is based on that. What would have happened but for, putting in the armoring? And there's quite substantial levels of impact if you were considering if a natural shoreline were to be allowed to continue to move inland. That would have, of course, necessitate that the infrastructure be moved.
But you would nevertheless, and according to this plan, the beach will remain 80 feet. They're moving 80 feet in. I mean, yes, it would, natural processes are always superior, but here we're talking about a risk of a massive failure having a huge impact on the resources of
Right,
the
and
coast.
that's exactly right. That's why we feel we're stuck in a difficult position, and that's why we think the conflict resolution provisions of the Coastal Act apply to this case, because we don't want that catastrophic impact.
But, in my mind, if this goes according to plan, with the benefits, including public access, and all the other benefits, I mean, it could end up being a pretty good project if it goes according to plan and the beach nourishment works, et cetera.
That's
Is
fair.
that correct?
That's absolutely fair, yeah.
Okay, because that's kind of where everyone is struggling, but there is a chance, good chance, hopefully, that this could work. So anyway, I really, one of the things that I struggle with is spending so much money on this and not spending money on really moving the infrastructure, but this is happening all over. You look at up where we are in Sonoma County, Highway 37, it's just everything. You look at the cost to actually move something or raise something compared to dealing with the problem with the money you have, and it's just crazy because, we're spending $300 million, whatever, on this, and then you won't have that $300 million. So I really look forward to the in-depth conversation going forward of how to move the infrastructure. So unfortunately, we're in a situation here, and I'm very supportive. I just am so grateful to the amount of work that everyone did on this. The city, all of the partners, Surfrider, staff. Particularly, you look at the addendum and just struggling with these issues. And I was really impressed by what you put in the addendum. So I think we have one more brief, hopefully, comment, because we've been 2 hours on this item, from Commissioner Aguirre, or is it? I really want to try to wrap this up, guys.
We're going to wrap. There was
Okay.
over and over I hear this concept around this was built in the wrong place. And I just want to say there's a reason why wastewater treatment plants are built where they're built, is because water flows downhill, including all the things that are in it. And this is not a unique problem to the city of San Francisco, but every coastal urban environment on the planet. It's universal because it's all been confined by all the development around it. So the quandary about where to move a wastewater treatment plant, and especially those have been made mechanical, meaning they've been made very small, as opposed to plants that are made with ponds and other things, is that this is just not unique. And so I share the anxiety of everybody here and everyone in the audience. The nut to be cracked will have to be in the future, and the embedded capital that is in this infrastructure is even more than what you would think about moving this. So I just wanted to just put it into perspective, on a global perspective. This is a problem everywhere.
Yeah, so ultimately, it's going to be a state and national problem. All right, so I think we're prepared at this time to make a motion. I'll turn to Commissioner Lowenberg for the motion.
I'll make a motion. I move that the commission approve coastal permit number 2-21-09-12 pursuant to the staff recommendation, and I recommend a yes vote.
All right, do we have a second? All right, we have a motion and a second. I'm turning to the commission to see if there is any objection to unanimous approval of the motion. All right, seeing none, this motion is approved. The coastal development permit is approved, and we are going to take a break till 4:10. Okay, everybody, we're going to resume. It's 10 after 4. Commissioners, if you could come back. Okay, we're going to move on to item 10B as soon as we have a quorum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need 2 more commissioners. If we can get them here, that would be awesome. Commissioners, if you're outside, can you come in? 6. And 7. All right, we have 7. 8. We have 8. All right, let's proceed with the presentation on item 10B, the Lagunitas Creek Bridge replacement at Point Reyes Station.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hart. We do have a PowerPoint for this, and again, Marlene Alvarado from our transportation unit is going to give our staff presentation. She's on the Zoom.
That's the incorrect presentation. This is for 10B.
That's the next
Yep.
one, so.
That's the next one. Yep.
Okay.
Give us a second. We actually don't have that.
Are we looking for it? Is that what's happening? We're looking for it. Okay.
I forwarded it to you, Chris, again.
Okay. Okay. RT. Is it
It's title staff 10, TH 10B
is it
Alvarado.
this presentation?
No.
Reduce. Yeah, that looks bridge. Oh. Okay. It's okay. No.
They're looking for the presentation.
Yeah, it's coming up.
The original email was Wednesday morning, but I just forwarded it again. No, that's not it.
I guess we can't do it without the presentation because it's just the time.
I think it's close.
Or we could also
we
do
take-
the wildlands and then come back to this. You want to do that? Yeah, that was the protest vote, so I guess that's not happening. Okay, are you guys on the verge of finding it, though? Oh, okay, so just a couple minutes.
Okay, Chair Hart, I think we're ready. Marlene, I think we're ready. We've got the PowerPoint up now.
Yeah.
All right,
Sorry
great.
about that.
So here we are. Let's go.
Thanks. So good afternoon, commissioners. Item 10B is Caltrans proposed Lagunitas Creek Bridge replacement project. Slide 1 shows the existing bridge, which Caltrans has determined has significant safety issues. Next slide. The proposed project is located along Highway 1, immediately south of the unincorporated town of Point Reyes Station in western Marin County. The site is noted in purple on the image to the left in slide 2, showing Point Reyes Station at the inland edge of Tamales Bay. And on the right, you can see some of the specific locations we will be talking about in this presentation. That includes the town of Point Reyes Station at the top, the B Street site, the bridge location, and the Redwood location, all to be discussed as we go. Next slide. Slide 3 shows an aerial image of the existing bridge with the north end on the right. So we can also see here the White House Pool Park informal trailhead located adjacent to the north end of the bridge, which provides access along Lagunitas Creek and towards Tamales Bay. You can also see the Point Reyes Station Animal Hospital parking lot and the redwood tree in it circled in red. That will be referenced again later in the presentation. Next slide. Here is a street view of the bridge looking north towards Point Reyes Station. The bridge was originally built in 1929, and Caltrans considers it outdated and unsafe, particularly in terms of earthquake resilience, and has determined that it needs to be replaced to meet current bridge standards. The bridge has a narrow, deteriorating wooden path for pedestrians, which you can see to the left in slide 4, and just 2-foot shoulders, which are not safe for cyclists. The railings are also outdated and don't meet modern safety requirements for vehicles. Perhaps the bridge's most distinctive feature is its green side trusses, as seen here. Next slide. And slide 5 shows you a rendering of the proposed project, also looking north. The new bridge would be a bit longer and wider, featuring 11-foot lanes, 5-foot shoulders for cyclists, and a 6-foot pedestrian path on one side. It would sit on concrete piles in the same alignment as the old bridge, but with slightly smaller piers. Additionally, the project includes a bioengineered woody debris structure specifically designed to enhance salmon habitat. It is not necessary for stabilizing the banks in this area, which is a minor typo in the summary of the staff report. As you can see, while the new bridge would be a visual change, the new design is simple and compatible with the scenic surroundings, and it would arguably enhance views. Keep Highway 1 as a scenic 2-lane road and incorporate see-through railings for creek views with the same distinctive green color as the existing bridge. I would note there's another minor typo on page 43 of the staff report regarding the estimated increase in impervious surface area, which will rise by approximately 4,800 square feet. Next slide. Slide 6 shows you a before and after of the bridge from a side perspective looking east. Next slide. Caltrans also plans to do some habitat restoration around the bridge and at an adjacent acre or so site known as the B Street site, where the site would also accommodate a new public park, including recreational features like parking, bike racks, a restroom, walkways, and a gathering area outside the habitat areas. Trails would also connect this new park to the White House Bull Park area. Next slide. Lastly, there's a large redwood tree in the Point Reyes Animal Hospital parking lot noted here on slide 8, which may need to be removed for utility relocation work, and there's been strong local opposition to cutting it down. Caltrans is working with Pacific Gas and Electric to find alternatives, but no solution has been reached yet. You will hear more of a response on this issue from Caltrans in their presentation. However, staff's recommendation allows some minor trimming, but otherwise prohibits removing the tree unless and until Caltrans submits a thorough alternatives analysis. Caltrans has already explored a lot of alternatives and has not identified a feasible one. We're going to keep working with them to explore every option, but as it stands, it remains uncertain. Next slide. Overall, staff recommends approval of this bridge replacement project to provide safe and enhanced public coastal access. The motion to implement this recommendation is found on page 4 of the staff report, and this concludes our presentation, but we are available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there ex partes on this item? All right. Commissioner Strickland?
Yes, I had an ex parte with Larry Bonner, Scott Williams, and Chris Caputo on November 11th from 11:30 to 12 p.m. Went through the basics of the project. I had the opportunity to ask a few questions about specifically about removal of the redwood tree and some of the habitat elements. I did ask if there were any comments from the Department of Fish and Wildlife on their 1600 permit application. And I asked them to report to us today on any possible implications of sea level rise or exacerbated storms, specifically referring to the new designed width of the bridge to make sure it could accommodate both of those potential new phenomenon. And it's on record.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice.
I have an ex parte. It's on file. It was with the Caltrans team and occurred on October 31st.
Thank you. I also have an ex parte from October 28th that is on file. All right, so any more? All right, seeing none, we'll open the public hearing. Let me ask you, how many members of the public do we have?
And I'll be handing the mic off to Jose.
So we do have 7 members of the public, and we do have Larry Bonner from Caltrans and Talia Smith from Marion County, and also Robert Blizzard representing Caltrans on Zoom.
All right, great. So the applicant technically is Caltrans, so why don't we hear from them? Mr. Bonner, how much time do you need?
I'd like to request 10 minutes. I have about a 6-minute presentation, and then I'd like to reserve a few minutes for rebuttal if needed afterwards.
Okay, that's fine. Why don't you take the 6 minutes and then we'll see if you need the additional time.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Larry Bonner. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners, staff, and members of the public. I am our Caltrans District 4 Office Chief for the Office of Environmental Analysis and the project representative for this item. Can we get my presentation up, please? Sorry about that. That'd be helpful. That's all right, yeah. Thank you. And then once you get it up, if you want to just go to the second slide, that'd be fine.
There it is. Great, thanks.
Thank you very much. The purpose of this project is to provide a safe, seismically stable crossing over Lagunitas Creek on State Route 1. The current Lagunitas Creek or Green Bridge is 95 years old, deteriorating, corroding, and lacks seismic strength. It also does not meet current standards for safety and access for multimodal users. Next slide, please. The project has many benefits, including habitat enhancements for coho salmon and California freshwater shrimp. The proposed root wad structure will provide for ecological enhancements by creating complex undercut bank and refugia habitat for these species, substantially improving this habitat over baseline conditions. Our proposed project also spans the active channel of Lagunitas Creek to avoid impacts to fish passage. Next slide, please. Our proposed mitigation site at the corner of B Street and State Route 1 is very close to the project location and will allow us to create seasonal wetlands and riparian habitat for mitigation. The proposed mitigation site will have public access improvements with trails, community enhancements with the proposed pocket park, and provide for habitat enhancements, including improved riparian habitat connectivity to existing Lagunitas Creek riparian habitat. Next slide, please. The proposed bridge and project will retain important visual components of the current green bridge by the rail design you see in this picture and with color matching of the existing green bridge. To support context sensitivity and design, instead of standard 12-foot wide lanes, Caltrans is proposing 11-foot wide lanes for the bridge, along with 5-foot shoulders for bicyclists and a 6-foot sidewalk for pedestrians. Our project will improve the safety of this bridge for all multimodal users. Next slide, please. Caltrans has worked diligently to minimize the impacts to the overall environment from this project. However, the project has some impacts and challenges. One of those is the need to remove a redwood tree as part of the utility relocation efforts required to safely place and operate the cranes necessary to place the precast bridge deck. The precast bridge deck is a construction methodology that is far faster than other bridge construction methods and was proposed to minimize the time needed for full closure of State Route 1 and to minimize disruptions to the community and businesses as a result. Next slide, please. We did not arrive at the previous proposed utility relocation alignment on our first try. Our first relocation plan is shown here and was rejected due to greater impacts to native trees, riparian habitat, and private properties. While this alternative would save the redwood tree, the impacts would not only be greater to biological resources, but also to private property owners and to White House Pool Park, a protected resource under Section 4F of the Federal Department of Transportation Act. Next slide, please. We also considered other alternatives to try and avoid the need to remove this redwood tree. Caltrans has analyzed undergrounding the utility lines using taller temporary utility poles and aligning the pole behind the animal hospital. While all of these would save the redwood tree, all would also result in an overall increase in impacts to private properties, native riparian vegetation, and coastal wetlands. In addition to greater impacts to other various ecological resources and private properties, a change in our plan now will require Caltrans to restart our right-of-way process to obtain the temporary construction easements necessary to build this project. Restarting this process in any form will incur a delay of 12 to 18 months. Next slide, please. One of our challenges is that any change to our current plans and the resulting delay will result in the loss of the project's funding. Due to this project having lost its funding once already, the second reprogramming of this project was challenging, and losing the funding again will result in a minimum delay to reprogram the project of at least 4 years. Losing the funding comes with inherent risks. The bridge is in a poor state of condition and will continue to deteriorate. Our state's bridges are evaluated for safety at least every 2 years, and it is likely that delays will lead to load limits being placed on this bridge at some point in the future. Load limits will limit the bridge from being able to be used by dairy trucks, delivery trucks bringing goods to Inverness Park and Inverness, and possibly school buses and emergency vehicles. Most importantly, the risk of catastrophic failure remains due to a seismic or other climatic event. Load limits or catastrophic failure will likely have varying degrees of significant impact to the community in this area. Next slide, please. The project to replace this bridge is a critical infrastructure improvement project that, overall, has many positive benefits. It is unfortunate that this redwood tree must be cut down to build this project. We have looked at many alternatives to save this tree, and not only will those result in more impacts to coastal, environmentally sensitive habitat areas and private properties, but they will require substantial delays that will result in the loss of this project's funding. This bridge will be replaced at some point in the future, and saving this redwood tree now may not ultimately save the redwood tree in the future, or this tree will be saved, but at a greater amount of impacts to other sensitive resources. On balance, the project as proposed has substantial benefits that outweigh this difficult loss. We concur with coastal staff recommendations for this project. We'll continue to work with coastal staff on any possible alternatives to save this tree and ask for the commission to approve our project at this time. Last slide. Thank you very much for your time, concern, and consideration for our project.
Thanks, Mr. Bonner. All right, is there anyone here from the county?
Yeah, we have Talia Smith from Marin County.
All right, is this as a speaker or as a? Sure. So you just need a minute or two?
Hello, my name is Talia Smith. I'm the Director of Legislative and Intergovernmental Affairs at the County of Marin, and I'm speaking on behalf of Supervisor Dennis Rodoni, who represents District 4. That's the area of Marin, that's all of West Marin north of the Marin County headlands. We're just here to support the staff recommendation that the Coastal Commission staff have provided on this project and reiterate how important it is to the community. If there were any further delays associated with this project that could result in a weight limit being put on the bridge, the detour is about 4 to 5 miles around the area, which would include heavy trucks and equipment and also emergency vehicles. So we're just here to again reiterate that we support the staff recommendation, including the special conditions that is provided in the report. And we urge your approval. And we also want to reiterate that we do feel that this project brings considerable benefits to the area, including the restoration of the B Street site and the very increased multimodal access on the bridge. With that, that is all the comment that we have to say today.
Thank you so much. All right, How many members of the public do we have?
We have 6 members of the public. 4 are in person, 2 on Zoom, but we also have Robert Blizzard from Caltrans on Zoom.
Okay, we've heard from
Oh, he's just
Caltrans.
about, okay, so
Yeah.
members of the public, we have Dr. Mary Whitney, Shannon Gray Collier, and Pamela McNeely.
Okay, so if you could come up and then be prepared to follow the speaker before you. Each speaker will have 2 minutes.
Okay. My name is Dr. Mary Whitney. I'm the owner of Point Reyes Animal Hospital. My hospital's been in business 52 years and is the only veterinary hospital serving West Marin coastal communities from Stinson Beach to Tomales. My hospital is adjacent to the bridge and I'm directly affected by the right-of-way easements. From the beginning of my involvement in this eminent domain process, it's been very clear that Caltrans has not done the work to explore the full impact to the environment on this project. I've had to request 3 on-site meetings to learn that the plan was to remove a healthy, majestic redwood tree to make room for a temporary power pole. When I asked Caltrans as to what other options they had explored, when they were on site with me, they had no answer. Caltrans had clearly not done the work to explore the alternative options. I was told it would cost too much to re-engineer the project. I respectfully recommend the Coastal Commission postpone their vote on the Lagunitas Creek Bridge application to give Caltrans a chance to truly evaluate alternatives. If the vote is postponed, Caltrans will have an incentive to find an alternative plan. This action has the best chance of saving this healthy, iconic redwood tree. I would like to thank Chair Hart, the commissioners, and the staff for recognizing the importance of saving this redwood tree by adding special condition 2. I have confidence the executive director will hold Caltrans accountable to present a less harmful opinion and option and rerouting the utility lines other than to destroy a heritage redwood tree. My concern is this, which has just been confirmed by what I just heard, is that the redwood tree is currently embedded into the plan with wording that provides a loophole for Caltrans to move forward and after approval, present bogus alternatives as untenable to the executive director. I hope there are safeguards to prevent this from happening. As the owner of the property where this redwood resides, I'd like to be informed of the alternatives that are being analyzed, and I would like the opportunity to comment on them at least 45 days, preferably more, before the alternatives are presented. But I feel today that there's not going to be alternatives from what I heard, and there's been plenty of time, and taking more right-of-way easements, I'm happy to give up more right-of-way easement to save that tree. And going around my building is really land I'm not using, and my neighbor's land, I don't see that there's a problem. And acquiring another property is basically farmland that no one lives on. It sounds like it has to do with losing funding. And that is why we are here today, not able to save this tree for sure, because, I mean, the project's been delayed. It's not even going to start till January 26th.
Thank you so much for your comments.
listening.
Yes,
All right.
thank you, and thank you. Sorry you had to wait such a long time all day. All right, next speaker, please.
Thank you. Now we have Shannon Gray Collier, and then Pamela McNeely, and Jenny Pacraduni.
Don't go. What is your name?
My name is Pamela McNeely.
Great. Please present your comments.
I have a business in Point Reyes, actually in the Redwood gas station. I'm going to be displaced there, but this from an earlier thing. But this plan has been in the works for over 9 years. It is only in the last month that we discovered that this tree was slated to be killed. This is an ancient tree. Its root system could be as much as 1,000 years old. And because this has been hidden and not in any kind of a public process, there has not been any ability for biologists to speak and look at the importance of this tree. It is just recently that Mary found out that this tree was slated for being destroyed. This tree supports critically endangered species, the northern spotted owl. As you know, there's endangered coho salmon in the creeks. This species in particular, the spotted owl, is dependent on old growth tree, of which there's not that many in the area. And we would like to make sure that biologists have been given the opportunity to access this construction project. In general, I'm just surprised at why Caltrans' first response was that they would kill a ancient tree, and then the staff is going to recommend not to do that except with this loophole. But then they get up here and they've already said that they've already exhausted all of their other, they've exhausted the loophole and they want to remove this tree. So it's kind of like the staff said, don't remove the tree, and Caltrans is already saying they have to. But that has not been given to the public in any kind of a way that we can understand. It has not been presented to the public. Request a postponement of the vote to allow for an updated EIR, which includes information on the current status of endangered species and why this tree should be removed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you. One last call for Shannon Gray Collier or Jenny Pacarduni in the room. If not, we'll move on to Zoom speakers, starting with Christina Deser.
And who would be the next speakers after her?
And Mark St. John will be the last one.
Okay.
Hello, commissioners and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to address you on this matter. Again, I'm Chris Desser. I live in Point Reyes Station. I'm a former member of the California Coastal Commission, and I've served as a Marin County Planning Commissioner for more than 8 years. Today, I'm speaking only on behalf of myself. The two matters before you today with regard to our community are of great importance to both residents and visitors to the town of Point Reyes Station, in that the projects are located at the southern and northern gateways to our town. Your decisions will have significant visual and cultural impacts. The second one, the one we're speaking of now, concerns the removal of a heritage redwood to facilitate the temporary relocation of a power pole during the Lagunitas Bridge replacement. Please require Caltrans to find an alternative to killing this tree. Too often, Caltrans takes the approach that when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. This is such an example. There is almost always more than one way to solve a problem. One of my most effective acts when I was on your commission was leading the decision to require Caltrans to come up with site-specific designs to replace failing historic bridges when they were taking a one-size-fits-all approach. It can be done. Today, you have another opportunity to require Caltrans and PG&E to design a more appropriate place-based solution. I hope you will do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mark St. John, and we were able to locate Shannon Gray Collier on Zoom. So Mark, I'm going to promote you to panelist. Okay, he's online. I'm going to allow you to speak as an attendee. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
What's the name of our speaker?
Mark St. John. You're still muted if you go ahead and unmute.
Mr. St. John, are you there? You need to unmute. Okay, so
Okay,
apparently
we'll
he's
move
not
on
available.
to Shannon Gray Collier. She's being promoted in. Okay, Shannon, whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, awesome. I hear Caltrans and I'm aware that there's going to be hopefully some more alternatives presented, but I'm also aware that what is considered feasible has a lot to do with how much we value this tree. So I would like to speak to that. I'm going to speak to this moment in time during which so many lives, both human and non-human, are being destroyed unseen. I'm going to speak to this fact that this tree stands for something huge at a time like this. She stands for her own life, her own deep, integral part of this ecosystem. And she also stands for people in a community coming together and fighting for the right to coexist. She stands as a symbol for respecting all life. I have sat in this tree's trunk, in the center of what is, in fact, 5 trunks, and I have felt the immensity of her history, of her deeply grounded existence. She is truly worth fighting for. We are all worth fighting for. Imagine for years to come passing through Point Reyes Station and seeing nothing but a bare stump where she once stood. Imagine the message we would be reminded of over and over again. Imagine the priorities that we will have reflected back to us. Is this what we want? Is this who we want to be? Alternatively, imagine passing through Point Reyes Station for years to come and seeing her stand so strong, so tall, and remembering a moment when a community of people persevered and fought for another being. When a massive company, Caltrans, was asked to take a moment more, and they did, to make an ethical and deeply embedded choice. There is a way to both build this bridge and preserve this tree. It is worth every effort and every additional cost. It is so unbelievably worth it. Please do everything you can. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last speaker.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, we'll go back to you. Mr. Bonner, do you have any concluding remarks?
Yes, thank you very much. Just a couple of things. I do want to point out that the redwood tree is not an old growth tree. It is a second growth tree. Our biologists have evaluated it for the potential for habitat for endangered species. It certainly has no qualities that would cause it to be habitat for the northern spotted owl or any other sensitive species in the area that might be in the area. The tree is actually located in fill. It would not have naturally occurred in this location due to the proximity to the bay. Coast redwoods do occur very close to the bridge location, but more up on the slope. So this was originally a planted tree that was cut once, has regrown. In this case, we do need to cut down the tree again, but we don't need to take out the stump. So the stump, like all redwood trees will do, will resprout and regrow much more rapidly. We'll also be, of course, proposing mitigation for taking the tree out and replanting other trees in other locations. The other thing I wanted to point out real quick is that the right-of-way easements that we need are not just from the Point Reyes Animal Hospital, but from other private property owners, the State Lands Commission, and other owners. Some of those have been secured and those processes are completed. Others are currently ongoing. But it's more than just having to renegotiate the temporary construction easement from Dr. Whitney at the Point Reyes Animal Hospital. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll return to you, Mr. Carl, or Ms. Alvarado.
I'll do just quickly. I think it's important to understand just the LCP context around decisions related to the tree. Our ecologists have evaluated this area, the tree, and it doesn't qualify as ESHA. The LCP doesn't otherwise explicitly protect the tree. So the LCP issues, the basis for considering what to do about the tree, are more character and public views. So that just so that you have that context. All that being said, we too want to avoid removing the tree. We think it's important. I know Caltrans has done a lot of work in terms of feasibility of alternatives. Our condition is structured that currently minor trimming is allowed, but the removal is not allowed unless and until they've given it the college try to see if there aren't other alternatives to do something here, including we have an opportunity to speak with PG&E ourselves. We have our own contacts there. So I don't want you to think there's, this is not a garden path, but we're going to try as hard as we can to find a way not to allow the tree to go. That being said, from Caltrans' perspective, as it stands right now, they just don't see it. They don't see that path. And so just want to be clear for the commission, but the recommendation is structured that we are going to do that. And they will have to submit an alternatives analysis that demonstrates it's the only thing that's feasible here. And so with that, are available for questions, including our ecologist.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Carl. I'll bring it back to the commission for any, Commissioner Bochco?
Yes, thank you very much. I find it difficult to believe that for a temporary pole, there isn't someplace else. And since the property owner is so compliant, I mean, she seems to be willing to say, put it someplace else on my property, am I correct? I'm sorry, I can't remember your name, Mary. Could you come up for a second? Is that all right, Madam Chair? Can I have,
Sure.
yeah,
Dr. Whitney, please.
Dr. Whit. So there was testimony about putting the pole in the back of your property, and I can't quite recall why they said they couldn't. Could you tell me a little more on your point of view on that?
It's a temporary overhead utility easement for the pole. So basically a lot of the easements up in the air where the lines will go. And I've been involved with this process since probably 2015 or, that this has been trying to happen. And there was times where they were going to bring it behind the hospital, and that's where the easement was. But I was never told why they didn't. And I know they can't run lines over buildings. I tried to find out why can't you just go behind? And I never really got an answer. And when I asked PG&E representatives on site, they told me that Caltrans would not pay them to look at other options.
Okay.
And
Thank you very
so
much.
that's what I was
Thank
told.
you. Could I see the gentleman from Caltrans, please?
Mr. Bonner.
Mr. Bonner?
Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
So could you please explain why we can't put the pole behind on the veterinary property?
So if we place the pole behind the veterinary property to save this redwood tree, it'll require a different alignment, right? And so the temporary construction utility easement, the right of way for that would have to be changed. And
But
it
who
would have
owns
to-
that right away?
So that right of way is owned by several owners.
Who are they?
I believe, I don't know the names of all the owners. I believe Mr. Mosier is one of those. There is also land that's owned by the State Lands Commission is another owner.
Have you
Dr. Whitney is
have
also.
you discussed this with them? Because we're talking about alternatives, and you're
Mhm.
saying there aren't any, and I'd like to know which ones you've explored and who has turned you down.
Yeah. So the primary problem at this point is that is two things. One, if we take the alignment of the pole behind the Point Reyes Animal Hospital, there will be more impacts to coastal ESHA, more impacts to native trees, and there will be more use of private properties. There is a condition, a civil code section that we're required to comply with, that where we take the least private injury for the most public good.
Yeah,
And
but
so-
that has nothing to do with the Coastal Act. So my particular concern here is you're saying you can't do something when in essence you haven't really gone the full route to find out if you really could do something. And I think that is probably not meeting the condition 2. So if we approve this today, I would strongly recommend basically the language that you already have in this report, but I do not believe there is not an alternative. So I trust our executive director with my life. She is that smart and cares that much. But I truly will be very disappointed, I'm sure a lot of us would be, that there can't be another alternative. And it's just a matter of PUC money. Well, they should cough it up. Okay?
Thanks,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Bonner. I don't think anything further is required at this time. Are there any other comments? Commissioner Kunkel.
Just a note, and I'm not sure which parcels you're referring to, but the State Lands Commission did issue 2 permits at the last meeting, the October meeting. Controller Cohen sits as the chair on that commission. So are there additional lease areas that you would need? I mean, those included construction easements.
Right. No, we do not need additional ones, but if we change the alignment, then those would have to be reopened and renegotiated and changed. Because they define a certain boundary for which we can have a use of that property. And so if we change the alignment, that whole right-of-way process has to start again.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Wilson, and then I'll have a couple comments.
Thanks. This has nothing to do with the tree. My question to Caltrans is on both the north side and the south side of the extent of the project is B Street and Sir Francis Drake, and they both have very wide, it's like very old school. I mean, I first I want to say I really appreciate the update to the bridge, the pedestrian and bicycle pathways, even the whole sidewalk, the whole thing. But when you get to the sidewalk at both ends, you're on these, old school design where it's made for logging trucks to go around the corners with these big wide corners. And I'm just wondering, is there a potential to work with staff to maybe take a look at those so that we can make those a little safer, people drive a little slower, especially since we're putting a park next to one? And I just want to ask you about that.
Yeah, so the new bridge will be wider, and with the additional width of the bridge, there'll be better sight distance for that curve. So, there'll be a better sight distance for that intersection. This will improve the safety for bicyclists and pedestrians by having better sight distance by the automobile users or truck users of the facility. We're also adding a painted ladder crosswalk at Sir Francis Drake Drive to draw and State Route 1 at that intersection to draw further attention to multimodal users in that area. And overall, I think with the better sight distance, that'll improve the safety for those multimodal users in that area.
I don't disagree with that, but sight distance is really about the driver. And oftentimes sight distance means that the driver feels safer and they drive faster. And so what that does is it may be safer for the driver in essence, but if they're going faster, it's more damaging to the people and things they hit. And so oftentimes what we're trying to do, and this is a thing I have with Caltrans all the time, every time there's an intersection, especially in these older routes and where we used to design around truck traffic, we have these curves that are very wide and they're not very pedestrian friendly. I'm just asking that if you wouldn't mind working with staff, is there an amendment we can propose to work with Caltrans to make sure that you guys take a look at this, and if there's any changes that you guys can go forward?
We have a condition that allows for minor changes.
Okay.
To the extent, I think you should ask Mr. Bonner about that. We're happy to have conversations with Caltrans around this issue.
Yeah, and I'm not a civil engineer nor a traffic safety engineer, so we can take that back and talk with our engineers about looking at options. I will say that with the 11-foot lanes on the bridge, part of that constrained lane width will cause drivers to feel less comfortable and hopefully keep their speeds down. So with better sight distance and the constraint with the 11-foot wide lanes across the bridge, I'm hopeful. I don't have the data, and I'm not a traffic safety engineer, but I'm hopeful that those will also contribute to enhancing the
I'm so
safety.
happy to hear you say that back to me after years of me saying that to Caltrans. So really
I've never heard
appreciate
you say that, but you're welcome.
So that's great. Appreciate it. So long as there's attention to that, and if there's potential for changes, that would be great. I really would appreciate that. Thank you. And I'm happy to make a motion if
We have a
if no
couple
one's-
more
Thanks.
commissioners that would like to speak, and then we'll come back to Commissioner Wilson. Commissioner Uranga?
Thank you, Chair. There's another entity that has come up in this discussion, that was PG&E. I haven't heard anything from them. I think it's important that we get their perspectives on what can and cannot be done in this area, especially regarding that the tree. I'm not a tree hugger, I'll be honest, but I do believe in life, and trees have life, and we should not consider this in such a perfunctory way. I love the comment that Mr. Carl made, that we have our own connections with PG&E, and that they are willing to pursue those discussions. So I align myself with the comments made by Commissioner Boschko and with the comments made by Deputy Director Carl, that we need to continue to pursue this from that perspective. And I look forward to a real positive resolution to this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Striplin.
Yes, I just wanted to try and say a few nice things about this project. Given the creek that it's on, I'd like to remind us that this is Lagunitas Creek. This is the southern stronghold of some very critically endangered anadromous salmonids. It's a 103 square mile watershed that funnels through all of it right through that little bridge right there. I've been on that bridge many times. I live nearby. I've been under it, and it's good to go. I feel like if the San Andreas Fault sneezes funny, that bridge is gone, and not only would the residents there lose ingress, egress from town of Point Reyes Station, could really complicate some things if you're having a heart attack or a baby or any other kind of conditions, and losing that bridge in a single event could destroy your run of salmon for that year. So sooner the better. Thanks for getting it done.
Thanks so much, Commissioner. All right, I just have a couple of comments. I did go out to the site. I did see the tree. I did have as I mentioned, an ex parte with Mr. Bonner. And I have to say that I was very happy to see the staff report requirement that every option be considered. In my mind, PG&E should be the focus of the discussion. I've dealt with PG&E as a parks director, and I found that real pushback results in real results in my experience. And I talked with Mr. Bonner about this. It seemed to me that either finding a way to use the tree potentially as the pole, to trim the tree beyond up to or beyond the 65 feet level of the pole. The concern expressed was fire. You have one tree in a parking lot surrounded by a wetland area. If you're concerned, put a camera up, that's linked to the fire station. There's so many options here where you could keep your alignment and keep the tree. And I think you're hearing from this commission a very strong desire. Yes, it's in a parking lot. Yes, it may not be habitat, but it's a redwood tree. It's iconic and it's very meaningful to this community. So I think from my position is anything that can be done to keep the tree should be done. And we'll look forward to, it would be great if staff could tell us the outcome of this. I know there's a lot of interest. All right, so we have a motion from Commissioner Wilson.
Unless Commissioner Striplin would like to make the motion as he's the local.
Yeah, Commissioner Striplin, would you like to make the motion? Do you
I'd be
have it
happy
in
to.
front of you? It's they're on page 4.
Commissioner Rice would like to. It's your account. I move that the commission approve coastal development permit number 2-24-0786 pursuant to the staff recommendation, and I recommend a yes vote.
All right, you going to second?
Second. Oh, who is going to second? Sorry.
I think Commissioner Wilson was
Go
going to.
ahead, that's fine.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any objection to a unanimous approval of the motion? It sounds like we do have. We'll need a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Striplin.
Yes.
Striplin, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
Sorry, I have to abstain.
Escalante abstains. Commissioner Harmon. Harmon, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Nodoff.
Aye.
Nodoff, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Yes.
Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Uranga.
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Chair Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is 11 yes with 1 abstention.
Thank you so much. And I just want to point out that our Commissioner Harmon is in the back of the room off camera, but she did vote yes on this item. All right, that item is concluded. We're going to move on to item 10C, the Wildlands Conservancy Access Improvements, Bodega Bay. And I know we have that presentation because we've seen it a couple
We've
times.
seen it, yeah. So we do have a PowerPoint.
I know that you all got here at like 6 this morning or something, so I'm trying to, I know it's been a long day.
And we have Eric Stevens from our transportation unit. He's on the Zoom. He's going to give our staff presentation.
Okay, thanks so much. I want to thank Ms. Alvarado for the last item. That's a lot of work on that one, so thank you. Thanks to you, Mr. Carl.
Good afternoon, all. I'm getting a message that the host has turned off my video. Is it possible to turn that?
We see it. Oh, we don't see you, but we see the video. We don't see you, though. Do you?
I'll just do the presentation. It's been a
There you
long-
are. Nope, you're there now. Great.
Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Item 10C is a CDP application from the Wildlands Conservancy to improve a network of approximately 5 miles of public access trails throughout the Estero Americano Coast Preserve, just down coast of Bodega Bay in Sonoma County. The photo in this slide shows a view of the preserve looking south towards the ocean. Before getting into the details of the project, I'd note that we produced an addendum that responds to comments received on the staff report, but that doesn't change the staff recommendation for approval. Next slide, please. Slide 2 shows the location of the site with the preserve itself noted in red in the center of the slide. The preserve is located on the Sonoma coast, just south of Bodega Bay and on the border of Marin and Sonoma counties, about an hour north of San Francisco. As you can see from this image, the preserve fronts on both the Pacific Ocean and the Estero Americano, the latter of which snakes some 9 miles inland. Next slide. And slide 3 shows you the mouth of the Estero where it meets the ocean and Estero Beach, which would be accessible via the trails associated with the proposed project. Namely, the project is an exciting opportunity to provide formalized access to this beach, the Estero, and the preserve uplands, where essentially no such access exists today. That is because the 547-acre preserve is a former cattle ranch that was in private ownership until the Wildlands Conservancy acquired the parcel in 2015, including with support from the State Coastal Conservancy. Wildlands is currently in the process of restoring habitats on much of the site, and the proposed trails are complementary to those efforts. Next slide. Slide 4 zooms in on the project site. Here you can see a closer view of the property and the Estero. Let me reiterate here that almost everything you see in green is private property with no public access. You can also see on this slide the Bodega Harbor residential subdivision just to the up coast of the preserve and along the property boundary, the Shorttail Gulch Public Trail in blue. Keep this image in mind as we proceed because the primary opposition to this project is from the subdivision's HOA, which claims that the public trail cannot be used to access the preserve, which I'll get into shortly. Keep this in mind too for a different reason, namely that the preserve is a mostly undeveloped slice of classic Sonoma coast that would be formally opened up to the public as part of this project, and it has the potential to be a true public access gem for years to come. Next slide. Slide 5 shows the trails on the preserve that would be formalized in green. The improved trails would run primarily along existing former unpaved agricultural roads and cattle paths, but some additional trail segments would be created by mowing trails through grassy areas. The area noted as overlook trails towards the top of the slide would run at higher elevations with dramatic views over the property, the Estero, and the ocean. Another trail would run through the former farmstead area of the property, past an existing pond, and then along the coastal bluff where it would run down to the ocean and the beach at the mouth of the Estero. The project also includes additional access amenities, including a kayak pulling area along the Estero and a small bathroom at the beach access area. Next slide. As I indicated earlier, the adjacent HOA opposes the proposed project. Their argument is that the public trail would be used to access the preserve trails, can't be used to access the preserve because the underlying easement that provided for the public access trail in the first place does not explicitly contemplate a connection to the new preserve, and that by using it in that way, it will overburden the easement. However, there is no disputing that the easement is a public easement held by the county for public use, and it is clear to staff that that easement can be used in the ways envisioned by the proposed project, including because it allows for public pedestrian access, which is all that's proposed here. And that easement contains none of the limitations to access that the HOA suggests, and it does not appear there would be any sort of excessive traffic, parking, or any other impacts. For orientation, slide 6 shows you the public trail managed by Sonoma County Regional Parks in solid blue, the Pinnacle Gulch and Short Tail Gulch public trails, both of which extend from public streets to the beach. At Pinnacle Gulch, there's also an approximately 20-space public parking lot, and users would be able to park there and walk along the public street noted in the dashed blue to the Short Tail Gulch Trail, or they could park on the street at the Short Tail Gulch entrance as there's ample on-street public parking there. From there, it's a short connection to the preserve, about 350 feet, circled in red at the center of this slide, which the HOA contends can't be used to access the preserve. Once that trail hits the preserve property, that's the beginning of the post-formalized public trail on the preserve, noted in green. Again, all the streets in the subdivision are public streets. These trails are public trails, and the easement can be used by the public, including to access the preserve trails as is proposed in this project. You are likely to hear it differently from the HOA today, but in our view, this is actually a pretty clean-cut case of the public exercising their rights of public access. I'll also mention here that the addendum we posted yesterday provides a thorough explanation and rebuttal of the HOA's points. Next slide. So now I'd like to give you a proper flavor of the project and take you on a bit of a hike through the project area and the preserve. Here on slide 7, we see the aforementioned public parking lot at the Pinnacle Gulch Trailhead, owned and managed by Sonoma County. Trail users can park here. Next slide. Or trail users can park here at the additional parking available on the public streets throughout the adjacent subdivision. Slide 8 shows one such street directly adjacent to the Short Tail Gulch Trailhead. Next slide. And slide 9 shows the approximate location where the existing public trail intersects the preserve and where the preserve trail system would start. Slide 10. Slide 10 gives you a sense of views from the upper trails looking south towards the ocean. Next slide. Slide 11 shows you the views from the trail along the bluff top. All told, this hike from Short Tail Gulch entry to Estero Beach is just 1.5 miles. Looking south here on clear days, you can see Tamales Bay and Point Reyes National Seashore in the distance, which can just be barely made out toward the top right of this slide. Next slide. Slide 12 shows you the view looking to the north from the Bodega Trail area. Here, looking back towards Bodega Bay, with Bodega Head to the left and Doran Beach more to the middle right. Next slide. Slide 13 shows you the view once you've arrived just above Estero Beach, with the Estero Americano to the left, the Pacific Ocean to the right, the marine coastline, and Point Reyes National Seashore in the distance. Next slide. In conclusion, staff believes that the project represents an exciting opportunity to meet multiple Coastal Act and community objectives, including a new section of the California Coastal Trail at an incredibly breathtaking location. Thus, staff recommends approval of a conditioned CDP for the project, and the motion and resolution are found on page 4 of the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, first let me ask if there are any ex partes on this item. All right, seeing none, open the public hearing on this item and ask if there is anyone here for the applicant Wildlands Conservancy or on Zoom.
Yes, we have Ryan Berger and Luke Farmer for Wildlands Conservancy.
And
In
which of
person.
them will be presenting?
Ryan Berger, Luke Farmer. Yeah, you guys can
Oh,
come
you're
up.
here in person. Hey, Luke, come on up. And how much time would you like? Oh, well, you can have 3 minutes, definitely. Do you have any presentation?
I do not.
Okay, proceed.
Well, good afternoon, commissioners. I know it's getting late in the day, so thanks so much for your time. My name is Luke Farmer. I serve as the regional director for the Wildlands Conservancy's Sonoma Coast Preserves. The Wildlands Conservancy currently manages more than 200,000 acres in 3 states across 25 preserves. We take great pride in the stewardship of these properties and the well-managed public access that we provide for free. Our preserves are staffed by passionate individuals who work tirelessly to protect these lands and provide the best possible experience for our visitors. I strongly support this project to establish a small network of hiking trails on the Estero Americano Coast Preserve. This property was purchased with public money from the Sonoma County Ag and Open Space District and from the State Coastal Conservancy with the joint goals of conservation and public access. I believe these objectives are clearly in alignment with the Coastal Act and the goals of the Commission as well. The preserve is bound by a conservation easement as well as a recreation covenant, which require us to open the property for visitation at the existing public trail easement at Short Tail Gulch. We have an obligation to the people of Sonoma County and California to make this happen, ensuring that the spectacular views and recreational opportunities on the property can be enjoyed by anyone wishing to visit. We have spent more than 4 years communicating with neighbors and representatives from the Bodega Harbor, sharing our plans, touring the preserve, and requesting constructive feedback. The proposed trail system was designed to minimally impact the natural resources of the property while providing a truly fantastic experience for visitors. Growing up in Sonoma County, I spent a huge amount of time exploring as much of our magnificent coastline as I could, but the lands adjoining the Estero Americano have been held almost exclusively in private ownership for generations, making it extremely difficult to gain access. On my first visit to the mouth of the Estero Americano, I hiked from Doran Park at low tide and had to scramble over steep, slippery, rocky outcrops to get back to my car when the tide came in. One of the core goals of this project is to simply provide safe and reliable passage on our property between two existing public access areas, the Estero Beach and Short Tail Gulch Trail, so that visitors can enjoy this section of the Sonoma Coast safely and regardless of tidal influence. The Wildlands Conservancy is a willing and capable landowner hoping to make this vision a reality. And in closing, I just want to thank you for all the work you do in protecting the coast and safeguarding public access. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Farmer. All right, do we have another speaker from Wildlands?
Yeah, Ryan Berger.
Okay, Mr. Berger. How much time do you need?
3 minutes max.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ryan Berger, and I'm the Wildland Conservancy's Sonoma Coast Preserves Manager. We thank the Commission's staff recommendation to approve the proposed coastal permit application for public access to Estero Americano and the time and effort that went into review. This is indeed an exciting opportunity to meet many Coastal Act and community objectives, including providing a new section of the California Coastal Trail. The first time I stepped foot on this 547-acre property, my jaw literally hit the dirt as I took in the beauty around me. And it excited me to think of the possibility of playing a key role in working diligently to one day provide this opportunity for others while employed for a conservation organization dedicated to protection and preservation. In 2025, the Wildlands Conservancy will be celebrating 30 years of land conservation, protection, stewardship, and free public access. And our track record for doing so in a responsible and ethical way speaks for itself. You need only visit one of our 23 preserves throughout the state to experience the quality and care that our staff put into this work. In fact, 30 minutes north of the Estero, the Jenner Headlands Preserve is a shining example of just this. We are more than capable of managing the Estero with the same attention to detail. We also feel that we have done our due diligence in conducting the required surveys and associated reports to ensure our process to bring the public to this special place is done in a respectful manner to both natural resources and our Sonoma County residents alike. The surveys include, but not are limited to, botanical and biological, archaeological, geotechnical, mitigation plans, and traffic studies, none of which indicate negative impacts to the preserve and the surrounding community. It is a passion of mine to share my love and enthusiasm for protecting a special place like this. And what better way to share that enthusiasm than to invite others to enjoy it so that they too can be inspired to join us. We can't come to know, love, and appreciate these spaces if we are limited in stepping foot upon them. So I invite your support to help us change the hearts and minds of many by approving this application. I would like to end by expressing my gratitude to the Commission for your long history of protecting coastal California and ensuring public access to our undeniably beautiful shorelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, how many speakers now do we have on the
So
side?
we also have Leslie Liu from Sonoma County.
Okay.
And then we have a total of 12 public speakers, 7 in person and 5 on Zoom. So Leslie Liu, you've been promoted as a panelist. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Great,
And
thank
let
you.
me-
Good
And
afternoon.
Leslie, can I just
Yes.
ask you, are you speaking on behalf of the county, the district?
The district.
Okay, and is 2 minutes sufficient?
Oh, yes, definitely.
All right, terrific.
Yeah.
Please proceed.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Leslie Liu, and I'm with the Sonoma County Ag and Open Space District. We contributed funding to help the Wildlands Conservancy purchase the Estero Americano because we wanted to help protect the Estero's natural resources and majestic coastal views. And we wanted to help provide recreation along the coast and on the Estero for residents and visitors to Sonoma County. We also provided funding to the Wildlands Conservancy for the planning and permitting of the proposed trail system on the Estero and to mow a hiking path that will connect this magical preserve to the coastal trail. We really enjoy partnering with the Wildlands Conservancy because of their skill at stewarding wild places. We at Sonoma Ag and Open Space are very supportive of the Wildland Conservancy's plan for a low-intensity use trail that will connect existing access points and will add a new segment to the coastal trail. Projects like this that add linkages to existing nationally significant trails like the coastal trail are truly inspirational because they allow visitors to the coast to hike on a trail for virtually as long as they like. We are also very excited about the prospect of providing additional access to kayakers along the Estero Americano. Projects like these are what inspire people like me to work on conservation. So again, Sonoma Ag and Open Space is enthusiastically supportive of this project, and with your approval, we look forward to groundbreaking. Thank you.
Thanks so much. All right, are the folks here in the room,
Yeah, so we'll move to people in the room. We have Tanya Sabka, Ellen Robb, and Jackie Gomez.
great,
heard
so
your
if
name, you
you've
can
heard your
step on up.
name, just be prepared to come up and speak after the person before you. Everyone will have 2 minutes.
Again, that was Tanya Sabka, Ellen Robb, and Jackie Gomez. If you heard your name, step on up.
Hello again. I said good
Hello
morning
again.
this
It's
morning.
quite a
and
long
I
day
said
for
good
you.
evening.
All right.
No. So again, my name is Dr. Tanya Zapka, and I introduced myself earlier. And I hope perhaps at least the commission is a little bit vexed also about this item 10C, the wildlife coastal permit application. So I'll address 2 topics. Regarding what we consider kind of an ill-conceived plan to unlock known locked purchase land with the initial publicly stated intent to maintain a preserve, and now is proposed for extensive recreational development. So I'd like to provide a recommendation for an additional environmental impact assessment that will augment the expertly enumerated and clearly articulated violation of legal agreements, including the 1977 stipulated judgment, settlement agreement, and grant deed, as well as the ESHAA policy as submitted by Tom Roth and BHA. So the second topic I want to address is to highlight the very real concerns for the negative impacts on our environmentally conscious small community. These concerns have been poorly addressed, if not flatly ignored, despite numerous requests for public discourse with the TWC. So on topic 1, I would like to highlight one additional oversight and to invite the Coastal Commissioner to consider this. The 1998 National Environmental Policy Act requires an EIA, an environmental impact assessment for large-scale projects in sensitive areas. This proposal is large-scale at 547 acres, is in a sensitive ecosystem, and is considered a new use case. As such, at the very least, the Coastal Commission should request the TWC to go through the screening process to be assigned a category for EIA. And this screening would at least result probably in a Category B assignment, if not Category A, especially due to the new development of an extensive trail system, installation of toilets, and currently poorly disclosed or described infrastructure build.
Thank you.
So I would just like to finish by suggesting that there is no plans to really keep our community safe and manage that the road systems and the parking will not impede access to emergency vehicles, especially for elder people in the community like my mom, who's 82 years old. So I implore the Coastal Commission to oppose the staff recommendation as it violates several legal agreements and environmental policy, and at the least ask for a postponement until the TWC follows the NEPA process as appropriate for this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ellen Robb, Jackie Gomez, and Carmen Estrada.
Good afternoon. My name is Ellen Robb. I am a homeowner in Bodega Harbor. I previously submitted written comments opposing the CDP. I just need to look this way, I think. Okay. I previously submitted written comments. I would like to take this opportunity for oral comment to address some comments made by commission staff to the effect that the homeowners who oppose the CDP are motivated by a desire to discourage use of the Short Tail Gulch Trail, especially by members of the public who are not demographically similar to the homeowners. I believe it is entirely inappropriate for the staff to speculate about the homeowners or to apply stereotypes or assumptions to them, especially without citing any facts or evidence. As a rebuttal, I will provide you with some evidence based on my own lived experience. First, this is California, and the homeowners and the many other residents of Bodega Harbor represent a variety of occupational backgrounds and ethnicities. Second, the public is clearly invited to enter Bodega Harbor by means of signs located right at the entrance on Highway 1, which advertise the restaurant and golf course, both of which are open to the public. Third, the two public access trails, Short Tail Gulch and Pinnacle Gulch, are clearly marked, I believe, by Sonoma County. Finally, I would like to add a note based on my own personal experience. My husband and I have owned our home in Bodega Harbor for more than 20 years. Over this time, we have repeatedly walked every street and trail in the subdivision, including Short Tail Gulch and Pinnacle Gulch, both together and separately. I just need another 30 seconds. My husband is non-white and an immigrant to this country. I am white. At no time has anyone ever attempted to discourage, intimidate, or stop either of us from using the streets and trails. Based on this, I believe that income levels and race have nothing whatsoever to do with the positions being taken by the homeowners in connection with this permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Jackie Gomez, followed by Carmen Estrada and Mary Christina Podolak.
Good afternoon. My name is Jackie Gomez. I'm an owner of a home in Bodega Bay Harbor, specifically the home that is directly across from Short Tail Gulch Trail. The commission stated, excuse me, I'm going to go backwards. I am a native Californian, and access to the coast and beaches is something I absolutely value. However, I am vehemently opposed to the staff's recommendations to approve the proposal by the Wildlands Conservancy with the singular access point to the entire 547-acre ranch proposed to be the Short Tail Gulch Trail. The commission staff stated this in their recommendation. It is clear to the staff that the easement can be used in ways envisioned by the proposal, including because it allows for public pedestrian access, which is all that is being proposed here. Because there are no limits on the easement and the amount of pedestrian use, and because it does not appear there will be excessive traffic, parking, or pedestrian use that would burden the HOA in any case, unquote. The analysis on the increase of cars coming into and parking in the community falls far short of a thorough analysis. Those of us that have homes there see this reality. Most weekend days, even now, there's already an overflow onto the streets. More pedestrian access comes with more cars. So for the staff to say it's just pedestrian access proposed is wholly inaccurate. Our streets are incredibly narrow. They barely accommodate parking on one side. If cars begin to stack up on our roads, there will not be enough room for emergency vehicles to move through this community, putting the residents and their homes at significant risk. Therefore, it is irresponsible for the safety of the entire Bodega Bay Harbor community to approve this proposal as is. Do the right thing. Make the Wildlands Conservancy design an access plan that includes direct access at roads and parking on their 547-acre parcel rather than burdening an adjacent community to cover these requirements for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Carmen Estrada, Mary Christina Podolak, and Tom Roth.
Hello, Carmen Estrada.
President, Bodega Harbor Homeowners Association, thank you very much. Yes, we do oppose not the Wildlands project. We oppose their use of our easement to the beach as an entrance to their neighboring ranch and their neighboring development for the public. Now, what we have is our developer started the plan in 1968. In 72, the Coastal Act passed, litigation ensued. In 77, we had a stipulated agreement, a stipulated judgment, and it is embedded in everything the association does. We tell people they can't paint their house a certain color, they can't have charcoal roofing because they have to have it in a certain color because that's what stipulated judgment requires. We tell people all the time these things. One of the requirements of the stipulated judgment is that we have 2 public trails to the beach. Shorttail Gulch is one of those public trails. It is used extensively, mostly on weekends and on holidays. It is a stone's throw to the nearest home. There's only the entrance, the trailhead, 28 feet, and you have a curb and then the first houses. It is a very narrow street. There are 135 homes in a dead end on that end of the loop. You start parking people there. There is no parking. You start parking people there. Our own fire department has said they can't go in and get out in an emergency. That is one very real problem. The staff report calls it a public easement, public pedestrian trail that can be used to enter an adjoining land. It is a public trail. The stipulated judgment says it's a public trail to the beach. We've used that for nearly 50 years on both of our public trails. You are essentially violating a stipulated judgment that your own Coastal Commission predecessor was involved in, and we want you to ask Wildlands to please consider alternatives, to sit down. In a way, we're the redwood tree. Our little easement, however, it's protected by a stipulated judgment, and Wildlands is Caltrans. Wildlands is telling you,
Thank you so much for your
we can't make
comments.
a change, it'll
Thank you.
cost more, we can't do anything, and they can. We're willing to work with them.
Thank you.
Please have them go back to the drawing board, and we'd appreciate that. Yes.
All right, next speaker.
Thank you. Mary Christina Podolak, followed by Tom Roth and John Laughlin.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. It has been a long day. I am a resident of Bodega Harbor, and I live across the street from the Shorttail Gulch Trail. We use it all the time. We encourage people who come to use it. But it is a trail to the beach. It is not a trail to inland properties. And the Wildlands Conservancy has lost that right in 2 other cases, getting access into it. What we're asking for is responsible public access. We want the public to be able to use it, but it needs to be done so responsibly. So that we ask you to oppose the permit application, that you support responsible public access, and that you require the Wildlands Conservancy to look at alternative options. That has not been done since this has been presented, and that an EIR, environmental report, be considered and requested. The lack of the county's response to our concerns is amazing. We have written letters, we have spoken at local coastal meetings, no response. Then the permit is consolidated to the CCC, and this is a hearing. This is the first hearing that we've been able to really talk about this issue. I did take issue with the staff report. It was mentioned it earlier. I'm going to read this sentence to you. Private landowners in Bodega Bay and along Estero Lane seek to raise barriers to coastal public access and deter visitors that are not residents of the wealthy HOA community or adjoining properties. By virtue of their opposition, they essentially seek to deny and diminish coastal access based on socioeconomic status and place of residence. That is not the case. We support public open access to the coast and encourage it. Thank you.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
comments. Next speaker.
Tom Roth, followed by John Laughlin. Then we'll move on to Zoom speakers, Delaney Sauer.
Mr. Roth?
Well, I did not anticipate addressing you with good evening, but here we are. Hey, my name is Tom Roth.
And I wish this was our last item, but it's not.
My name is Tom Roth. I'm legal counsel to the Bodega Harbor HOA. And as you've heard, the major concern that the HOA has is not with the Trails project itself, but with the access being proposed by the Wildlands Conservancy. They propose taking the Short-Tail Gulch Trail and making that essentially the only public access to this 547-acre property. Maybe there were plans to have other public access previously. There's been litigation over that, and now there's only very limited public access through Estero Lane. 4 times a year, for very limited groups of public people. As a result of that, the main public access, if you approve this CDP, will be through this hiking trail. That's it. The entire system, the entire property will be accessed through this one hiking trail. The documentation that you have in the record before you shows clearly the intention of this easement was to allow the public to go from the subdivision to the beach, known as Track A. All the documentation supports that. There's not any documentation that supports access to the adjacent Estero Ranch, but that's what is being proposed here. The problem with that for the commission is a party to a stipulated judgment and a settlement agreement from 50 years ago. And the HOA is a successor in interest to the landowner and is also a party to that agreement and can enforce that agreement and will be forced to enforce that agreement if you approve this. And so we would ask, I think there have been some suggestions that people should take a step back and look, are there alternative access points that can be considered here? Those really weren't evaluated very carefully in the staff report or by the applicant. And we ask that you do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have John Laughlin, followed by our Zoom speakers, Delaney Sauer and Norma Jellison.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is John Laughlin. I'm a full-time resident of Bodega Bay. I'm a hiker and an environmentalist. I have 4 comments and would respectfully offer 1 suggestion. The first relates to the absence of any public dialogue, discussion, or hearings on this application until today. This application has the potential to directly impact 1,000 or more local residents and many more prospective visitors to the Estero. The county is well aware of the significant degree of local interest and the many concerns raised by the local application. Unfortunately, as Permit Sonoma was close to completing its local review, it was quashed and not made public. The consent action by the Board of Supervisors consolidating the permit process with the commission effectively excuses the county and the wildlands from engaging with the public on this matter. This is despite the many, many issues that have been raised. This is not a minor issue, nor is it inconsequential. It deserves a full, open, and transparent discussion of the pros and cons at the local level, which has not occurred. Some might argue it's deliberately not occurred. The second issue is the dismissal in the staff report of the very real issues raised by the application, the absence of any viable parking solution, the suggestion that visitors can park at Duran Beach, a lot almost 2 miles from the trailhead, or in the small Pinnacle Gulch lot are not serious, given that these lots are already full most weekends. Parking on the street, which is this other suggestion, is hugely intrusive. This is a quiet, completely residential neighborhood with relatively narrow streets of 21 to 26 feet. And this presents a genuine safety risk, has been referenced relative to emergency vehicles. There are videos that exist of fire trucks unable to proceed down Osprey Drive because of the parking situation.
Thank you very much, sir.
I have one last
Appreciate it.
comment, please. My last concern is there's been neither serious effort nor public dialogue examining other alternatives for accessing the opening of the preserve. And this relates directly to my suggestion to the commission. Given the myriad issues and the large number of the public potentially affected, I would urge the commission to please consider the formation of a study committee comprised of all the interested parties, the TWC, the HOA, local ranchers, residents, environmentalists, and the relative county departments. That has not happened. To identify and evaluate all of the issues and options around opening the preserve, which we are in favor of. It is the manner in which it has been done. I hope the commission defers or denies this application.
Thank you, sir. All right, do we have anyone else here in the room?
That was our last in-room speaker. We're moving on to Zoom speakers.
Okay, thank you, Jose. I want to emphasize to folks that are waiting to speak on Zoom, we are going to limit your comments to 2 minutes. It's 20 minutes to 6. We've been here since 9 this morning. Our crew has been here probably since 6 this morning, knowing how early they get in here. So please limit your comments to 2 minutes. We are going to cut people off at 2 minutes on Zoom. Thank you.
Okay, we'll start with Delaney Sauer whenever you're ready. Then we'll continue with Norma Jellison and Dr. Judith Tischler.
Good evening, Chair Hart and Commissioners. My name is Delaney Sauer, and I'm an environmental communicator and a graduate student in marine biodiversity and conservation. I'm here in support of the coastal development permit for the Estero Americano Coast Preserve. I believe that as important as it is to set aside wild lands, it's equally as important to use those spaces to foster relationships between community members and the environment. I've experienced how increasing community access and interaction with nature can change people's lives and drive the success of those conservation projects. Promoting this bridge between people, wildlife, and the environment is essential to creating lasting stewardship. The Estero Americano Coast Preserve trails and related improvements would provide otherwise inaccessible and simultaneously exemplifies the benefits of restoration and conservation efforts. The coastal prairies, estuaries, and wetland habitats in the preserve area are some of the most significant in the state and deserve to be appreciated and accessible by all. I hope this access plan can be approved with the suggested impacts so that all users and surrounding residents can reap the benefits of improved coastal access and proximity to these preserved habitats. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Norma Jellison, Dr. Judith Tischler, and Susan Kirks.
Norma Jellison of Bodega Bay. I do not live in the Bodega Harbor subdivision. At a minimum, please put the brakes on and require a robust environmental impact assessment to assess all the unidentified negative impacts of the proposed access. I'm concerned over access being blocked through Estero Lane, a public road, or an environmentally superior alternative access via the harbor's maintenance yard, which would have no impacts on the residential neighborhood. And I'm really concerned about efforts to block access to adjacent Sonoma Land Trust and impede coordinated access. And I note, by the way, that Sonoma Land Trust originally purchased and transferred the Estero Preserve property to TWC in 2016. Cooperative access by agreements between two nonprofits with similar missions that both allow limited guided access would make more sense than access through a residential subdivision. The Mockingbird parking lot is already oversubscribed. Despite the photo you saw, it's full on weekends and vehicles park on both sides of the lane, the two-lane street. Visitors will drive to Osprey, park on both sides of the two-lane street, and it will compromise access by residents, visitors, and fire and ambulance vehicles. The traffic study doesn't adequately identify such negative impacts. Both the Pinnacle Gulch Trail and the Short Tail Trail are very popular and have resulted in negative impacts to the tide pools on those beaches because there's no staff oversight and no docents on those beaches. Signs directing the public to the Estero Preserve will increase the use of negative impact on the tide
Next
pool.
speaker.
Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Judith Tischler, followed by Susan Kirks and Peter Stein. Peter, we're not seeing you in the Zoom. Please use your raise hand feature so we could locate you. You can go ahead, Dr. Judith.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and Commission. My comments address the incompleteness of the application, which would compel the Commission to postpone consideration of the application. For many of the points already mentioned, I won't repeat them. We have no EIR, we have no legitimate traffic study, and we also have a gross mischaracterization on page 21 of the staff report, paragraph 2, which has been read to you. We all support the TWC. We all enjoy the immense efforts that the TWC has put into our community. But they have not done their homework, and what you have before you is an incomplete staff report and an incomplete application for the reasons that have been raised here tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Susan Kirks, followed by Peter Stein.
Thank you, and good evening again. I'm Susan Kirks, and I'm speaking on this particular proposal as the naturalist in the Bay Area who documents and monitors American badger habitat protection, ability to survive, and hopefully continue to live through our climate crisis, and also a different way of seeing potential public access on this property and a climate action related comment. The kayak proposal, in my opinion, is also completely inappropriate. And one of the reasons the Estero Americano is so incredibly special as it is because of the lack of human encroachment and the ability for birds and wildlife to survive there and to access the property. Nearby this property are 2 natal territories for adult female badgers. And what that means is that juvenile badgers disperse and forage on this property and other properties in the wildlife corridor going south to the Marin County coast. Badgers need access to this property as they have for foraging and movement. And when you place human beings without management, literally, and put new trails in, this is adding human activity that will impact the biological resources there. No question about it. A more appropriate public access would be to have guided docent tours, also volunteer groups to do habitat restoration, plant native bushes and plants for cover and nutrition, and help the wildlife, help the marine life, and don't put people ahead of our natural resources. They truly need us. So today I'm speaking to you for the badgers. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, we have Peter Stein.
Thank you. Good evening. Thanks for your patience. My name is Peter Stein. My family and I have been homeowners in Bodega Bay in the community known as Bodega Harbor since 1988. Many of us love the idea that the Estero Americano and the ranch lands are going to become a new wonderful public amenity. This is not a protest against the opening of those lands. It's going to be fantastic for Sonoma County, but this is urging you at the commission not to approve this current staff recommendation and proposal because it does not responsibly address the real concerns that you heard of the surrounding community. It minimizes and utterly dismisses those concerns of the residents of Bodega Harbor regarding the impact of placing the sole access point at the Short Tail Gulch access trail. This may not only have legal concerns with regarding the 1970s era agreement about the use of that trail, but simply completely dismisses the concerns of the burden of impact. This is going to be a wonderful new amenity, but the current proposal does not address the real concerns of Bodega Harbor for addressing increased parking, garbage, traffic, emergency vehicle access, and so forth. These unfortunately have been minimized and belittled essentially as NIMBYism, I'm not a NIMBY, I'm a YIMBY. I want this thing to happen. But this proposal runs roughshod over real concerns of this community. So I'm urging this coastal commission with respect to understand that the access gate is being foisted upon the Bodega Harbor residents without constructively engaging with this constituency. So the proposal should be postponed so it can properly address and mitigate this community's legitimate legal and operational concerns. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
No more speakers.
All right, thanks very much, Jose. Appreciate it. Bring it back to staff. Mr. Carl.
Yes, just a couple things. There was a quote in the environmental justice section about socioeconomic status and place of residence that's been brought up multiple times in these comments. We note in the addendum that that was inartfully stated. In the original staff report, it was intended to identify the types of things that can discourage access for all. The addendum changes that section and speaks now to its original intent. As to comments about alternatives evaluation, our staff report does evaluate a variety of ways of alternatives and ways of limiting coastal resource impacts, as does the addendum. We believe that's covered. And then I think the overarching comment is that the arguments that you've heard today are not new arguments. These are all the things that we've heard about this particular project. We simply disagree, and that's okay. Reasonable people can disagree. But I'm not going to go into the detail of that because it's all covered in the staff report and in the addendum. And we think that all of those issues are covered appropriately. We still continue to recommend approval of this project. Of course, we're available for your questions.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Carl, it's also the case that within the exhibits are a number of other traffic studies and other sorts of studies.
That's
Just want to
correct.
point
That's
the
also
commissioners to
covered in
those
the
as well.
addendum as well, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And so in the package, including the exhibits and addendum. All right, I'll bring it back to the commission for any questions and potentially a motion. Bring to my fellow commissioners, any questions regarding this project? All right, is anyone interested in making a motion? The motion is on, all right, Commissioner Rice.
Yeah, I move that the commission approve the coastal development permit number 2-24-0867 pursuant to the staff recommendation, and I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Rice, second by, I believe, Commissioner Striplin, and we have a comment from Commissioner Rice.
Yeah, and I just want to, I'm very glad to have this before us today. I think this is, as most speakers have mentioned, actually such an incredible new public asset in terms of more members of the public being able to access an area of the Sonoma Coast that is absolutely so gorgeous and precious and has not been accessible in the past or as accessible. And I hear the concerns of the residents of Bodega Bay Harbor, but I understand that. And I know with lots of open space that we have down in Marin County, various different reserves and preserves that are adjacent to neighborhoods, often there are concerns around the public accessing trailheads next to neighborhoods. Generally, I find that these things can be worked out and the impacts are not what are anticipated by neighbors. So I hope that everyone will find that actually this is value added for everyone involved, whether you're a neighbor or a member of the public, or frankly, some part of that property that's getting restored in a special way. Anyway, happy to move the motion.
All right, thank you. You did read the motion, right?
I did.
And it was seconded by Commissioner Striplin. All right, I'll turn to my fellow commissioners and ask if there is any objection to unanimous approval of the motion in the second that's before us. Seeing none, the motion is approved and the CDP is approved. Thank you. All right, we're now going to, I asked everyone and it seemed like a break was not required, so we're going to forge ahead here.
Okay.
We're going to move on to the DDR for Central Coast, please.
That's correct. We're down to item number 11. I'd note that we had a noticing issue for one of the waivers in the DD's report. Namely, that's for the Carmel River Vegetation Management Waiver. So we're not going to report that waiver today, and instead we'll renotice it and we'll report it next month.
Okay.
So that means that today we're reporting one remaining waiver as well as one extension and 2 LCP amendment certifications. We're not aware of any objections or controversy regarding these matters, And so the question is whether 3 or more commissioners object, and if not, the commission will concur.
Thank you. Any speakers? All right.
Let me bring her in. Nina Beatty.
We need to make sure this isn't on the item that was postponed.
No, this is Deputy Director.
Ms. Beatty?
Nina, whenever you're ready.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty, and I wanted to comment on the Carmel River vegetation management in advance. I was under the impression it would be considered today. Some of you may remember Dr. Seuss's book, The King's Stilts, about the island kingdom of Bin and the mighty dike trees whose roots protected the kingdom from flooding, and the king protected the trees. By killing trees, vegetation, and their roots, this water district's so-called proactive plan risks riverbank destabilization and erosion, leading to increased sedimentation of the river, harming the steelhead spawning grounds, and it increases the risk of flooding. It does not inspire confidence that this plan was reviewed by the Army Corps of Engineers, which essentially caused the Pajaro levee failure, and by Monterey County, which repeatedly ignores local safety issues. I've seen poor water district actions firsthand. For example, this district stores the Monterey Peninsula's drinking water under the Fort Ord Superfund site. For example, the water district conducts fish tagging that is animal abuse and may kill many steelhead trout in the process. In this barbaric process, they first stun the fish with an electromagnetic device so they can capture it, and then they slice into the fish and insert a large microwave-emitting device. There's no anesthetic and apparently no suturing afterwards. This injures and traumatizes the fish. How many fish develop infections and how many die as a result is unknown. These devices and their radiation then interfere with the trout's body development and functioning for the rest of their lives. And this is all so that people sitting behind desks somewhere can count the survivors of this assault when they swim past a microwave receiver. That isn't science. That's abuse and endangerment by the water district of the very fish it claims to protect, but they ignore it. If they unthinkingly do this to trout, what could they unthinkingly do to the river itself and jeopardize the safety of valley residents? The district seems to lack the mature and independent expertise and sound judgment for proactive work affecting the Carmel River. Please reject this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. No more speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. So do 3 or more commissioners object to any item on the DD report? All right, seeing none, the commission concurs. All right, we're now going to move on to the next item, which is
Item number 13A.
13A, because 12A was on consent.
That's correct.
Street sweeping program for Santa Cruz.
For the city of Santa Cruz, we do have a PowerPoint for this, and Kiana Ford from our Central Coast District Office is going to give our staff presentation.
Thanks, Mr. Carlin. I express my gratitude to you and the staff for the huge amount of work on the Wildlands Conservancy project. Thank you so much for all of your work on that project. We really appreciate it. All right, moving on. We have the
Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Item 13A is an appeal of a City of Santa Cruz coastal permit decision authorizing a 1-year pilot project to limit parking along 4 city streets for street sweeping operations. Next slide, please. Slide 2 shows the 4 streets located on the city's west side and within the coastal zone that would be affected by the project. Along these streets, parking would be prohibited for a 2-hour period between 5 a.m. and 7 a.m. twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but would only affect one side of the street on each of those days. In other words, individuals would still be able to park on the opposite side of the street during street sweeping operations. The city contends that the parking restrictions are necessary in order to allow the city's street sweeping vehicles to access debris and trash that accumulates between parked vehicles and the curb, or normally parked vehicles impede such access. The city contends that the approved project will not negatively impact public access in those areas because the implementation is limited to a 2-hour period in the very early morning where the majority of coastal access users are asleep, and because the subset of coastal access users that do utilize those parking spots during that time may park on the opposite side of the street. Next slide, please. The appellant argues that the program's parking restrictions do not maximize public access and would in fact limit public access, and would disproportionately affect unhoused individuals who reside in their vehicle. Further, the appellant contends that the city's justification for the program, which is essentially that these areas are commercial areas that have been surveyed and found to have increased levels of trash, is not justified. At its core, the Commission is tasked with evaluating the Coastal Act and LCP issues associated with the city's decision, and staff agrees that restrictions on public coastal access are not something to be taken lightly. Here, the project would operate between 5 a.m. and 7 a.m. twice a week, a time when public access pursuits are typically quite limited, and would still allow all coastal access users to park on one side of the street during those hours. In other words, the effect of the city's action on public access is minimal in staff's view, and the design of the program allows for continued coastal access in the area during those times. In terms of water quality, staff believes that the city justified their actions based off of independent evaluation of street cleanliness, and arguably allowing street sweeping vehicles to better access street curbs will invariably lead to reductions in trash accumulation and help to avoid impacts to water quality. Whether that reduction is meaningful or not is part of the evaluation of this one-year pilot program. Finally, while this program is targeted specifically to improving the city's street sweeping operations, the city has other programs that provide services and resources to those experiencing homelessness. In staff's view, when measured against the applicable access provisions, which is the standard of review for this decision, the city-approved program should not lead to any sort of adverse public access impacts. Next slide. Here, the project at its core is a basic municipal street sweeping function designed to be carried out for a limited time in a manner that does not raise any significant public coastal access problems, and is only for an additional one-year term to assess its efficacy at reducing trash and protecting the environment. Thus, staff recommends that the Commission exercise discretion to find that the city's CDP action does not raise a substantial issue and decline to take jurisdiction over the CDP application. The motion to find no substantial issue is found on page 5 of the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thanks, Ms. Ford. All right, are there any ex partes? All right, seeing none, I'm going to open the public hearing and ask whether the appellant is here.
No appellant, no speakers, but we do have members of the city of Santa Cruz available for questions.
All right, so there are no speakers on this item at all.
No.
All right, in that case, I'll bring it back to the commission, and we have Commissioner Lohenberg ready to make the motion.
Great. I move the commission determine that appeal number A-3-STC-24-0044 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under section 30603, and I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition to unanimous support of the motion? Seeing none, the motion is adopted, and finding of no substantial issue, it should be recorded on this matter. Thank you. And now we're going to move on. I want to note that item 17A is going to be postponed. So we are going to move on to the, I believe we're on the DDR for North Coast. Ms. Gray, here in person, day 2. This is item 15, and then we'll move on to 16A, and that'll be our final item for today.
Good evening. Not many people left here. Item 15 is the Deputy Director's Report for the North Coast District Office. This month we have 3 waivers for your consideration for minor development in the city of Arcata, Humboldt County, and Del Norte County. Staff is not aware of any opposition to any of these matters in the report, and we are asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to this item. We're available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Any speakers?
No speaker.
All right, coming back to the commission, ask if 3 or more commissioners object to adoption of the DDR. Seeing none, the commission concurs. We'll move on to item 16A.
Item 16A is a new appeal in Humboldt County, and Melissa Kramer, our Coastal Program Manager for the North Coast District, will be giving the presentation. There is a PowerPoint for this.
Thank you. Hello, good evening, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Item 16A is an appeal of a Humboldt County approval of a CDP for development on agricultural lands in the Lolita area south of Humboldt Bay. Next slide, please. The subject property is in the rural Table Bluff area, about 1.5 miles north of Lolita. Excuse me. The lands are planned and zoned for agricultural uses under the county's certified LCP. Next slide. The triangular shaped lot, which is approximately 4 acres in size, is shown in green. It is bisected by Hawks Hill Road, a paved county road. All approved development is on the portion of the lot north of the road. The approximate building site, which I'll show on the next slide, is outlined in yellow. Next slide. This slide shows a portion of the approved site plan, and the building site area outlined in yellow on the prior slide is delineated in yellow here. Development approved within this estimated 12,000 square foot area includes a 2,000 square foot residence, detached garage to be located on an existing concrete pad, a new gravel driveway, and improvements to existing on-site septic and water systems. The county's approval also authorizes major vegetation removal both within the building area and on an additional approximately 2 acres of the property north of Hawks Hill Road to allow for the cultivation of fruit and berry plants and other types of plants. Some of the development approved by the county will rely on some of the development approved by the county will rely on the on-site well and septic system previously approved by the commission in February of 1982. Prior to certification of the county's LCP, the commission approved a CDP for the site that was under the ownership of a different applicant at that time for the construction of several greenhouses to support the commercial cultivation of flowers and the construction of a residential mobile home and the development of an on-site well and septic system to support the residential use. The image on the left is a portion of the site plan approved by the commission, which is not drawn to scale, and note that north is oriented to the left. The image shows the approved mobile home circled in green, an on-site septic system in red, and an on-site well in yellow. The image on the right is a portion of the site plan approved by the county with an existing concrete pad that may have supported the mobile home circled in green, the existing septic system in red, and the existing well in yellow. These are the only features developed on the site today. The development approved by the commission was undertaken in part as evidenced by county permits on file from the 1980s and by aerial imagery of the site from 1985 showing greenhouses and other development. It's unclear though when structures were removed, and the septic and water systems that the county approved development will rely on have been dormant and unused for many years. Note that neither of these site plans show the agricultural cultivation areas approved by the commission and the county, which are north of the residential development areas. Next slide. The commission received an appeal raising contentions related to project inconsistencies with agricultural policies, inadequacy of septic and water infrastructure to support the proposed use, potential impacts to rear plant ESHA and to cultural resources and human remains, and other issues. One of the main contentions, and the one that is reiterated in a comment letter received from the appellants after publication of the staff report, is that the approved project is not supportive of an agricultural purpose, is contrary to the zoning of the property, and is not being held to the same standard as a similar project approved by the county for a property down the road a few years ago. Next slide. As explained in the staff report, there's a high degree of legal and factual support for the county's findings that the approved project as conditioned is an allowed use on agricultural lands and is compatible with agriculture both on the property and on surrounding agricultural lands. The land use designation is agriculture exclusive grazing land, which identifies cultivation of food, fiber, or plants in addition to grazing as the principal use allowed, with a residence also allowed as a permitted incidental use. The ag exclusive zoning applied to the site identifies both single-family residential and general agricultural uses as principal permitted uses. As the property hasn't been farmed in many years and is overgrown with woody and brushy vegetation, the approved CDP includes various conditions to reestablish and maintain the site's agricultural lands and to protect ag lands in the surrounding area. Next slide. The development on the site is limited to about 6% of the lot, and the approved building area for the residential structures and supporting infrastructure is limited, clustered, and overlapping with areas where the commission approved development under its 1982 permit. The component of the county's approval that's greater in extent involves major vegetation removal across about half the site to reestablish its grassland nature and to allow for the cultivation of fruit trees and berry bushes consistent with the approved project plan. Next slide. Due to the evidence in the record confirming the absence of ESHA and sensitive cultural resources on the site, coupled with the limited extent and scope of development, the county's findings demonstrate that there are no significant coastal resources affected by the county's approval as conditioned. Next slide. Given the fact that the county has in the past approved various similar CDPs for similar development on lots of similar size and zoning in the area, as seen in this table, which is an excerpt from Table 1 of the staff report. Staff believes that the precedential value of the county's decision for future interpretations of the LCP is low. The appeal and the appellant's comment letter assert that the county should have imposed certain conditions on this CDP that were imposed on another CDP approved in 2020 for similar residential and agricultural development in the area. Those conditions required annual reporting for agricultural activities and occupancy restrictions on the residents. The appellant's letter asserts that there are new standards of the LCP adopted in 2014 that should apply to this project. There are no such new certified standards, and we note that the county's LCP was effectively certified by the Commission in 1986 and has not been substantively updated since that time. There are no LCP requirements for occupancy restrictions for single-family residences on small-sized agricultural lots such as this. As discussed in the staff report, the county's findings explain the reasons why the other CDP referenced by the appellants included those other conditions and why such conditions were not warranted in this case. Again, the county's approval includes conditions and findings similar to these various other permits listed on this slide for development on similar lands. Next slide. Weighing the 5 factors together, staff recommends that the county's approval as conditioned does not present a substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal was filed and that the commission declined to take jurisdiction over this project. This concludes staff's presentation and we're available for questions.
Thank you so much. Okay, I just wanted to note that although there is a filing under the ex parte tab from Commissioner Wilson, who is not participating in the hearing today on this issue, it really is not an ex parte. It's just a note that he submitted indicating that he felt no discussion was needed. Is that sufficient, counsel?
I actually haven't seen what he submitted.
It's just basically him, he received a letter and he wrote back saying, I have sufficient information, so it wasn't really an ex parte.
Yes, I understand. He was just forwarding on something that someone else had already given.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's not an ex parte, actually. All right, so we're going to move forward to ask if there are any speakers.
We have Caitlin Wilson representing the appellant, and we have the applicant Joel Geck-Moeller.
Okay, so we'll go with the appellant first. Is that you, ma'am? All right, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you for inviting public comment. It's been a long day, so I will try to keep my comments brief. I would like to start off by saying that the appellants, I'm sorry, I didn't state my name. My name is Caitlin Wilson. I am the attorney representing John Wilson and Cindy Day Wilson, the appellants in this matter. I would like to start off by saying that the appellants do greatly appreciate the changes that have been made to this project in response to some of their concerns. However, there is a large issue that remains, and that is the inconsistent requirements being applied to coastal development permits in the ag exclusive zoning. The local coastal plan is clear. In this region, they would like to keep things the way they are. The Eel River area is a unique region of Humboldt County that has been used for grazing animals for over a century. The Table Bluff region and its comparatively high elevation serves the lowlands of the valley during the raining season when the normal fields are flooded. This project is located in this ag exclusive zoning. The primary concern of appellants is the disparity between this project's approval and the approval for a single family residence just down the street, which was mentioned by staff. That other project, an owner of which submitted comment to the local planning commission, has had a deed restriction placed on it and is required not only to have some semblance of agriculture, but must operate a commercial agricultural production and must submit annual reports regarding this production for a period of 5 years. Those owners have planned a commercial orchard to be in compliance with that requirement. The county's statements that this requirement was due to related parcel creation via a lot line adjustment do not provide adequate explanation. The lot line adjustment in question occurred nearly 20 years ago and was not in relation to the recent development. Also, the project at issue here is on a non-conforming parcel. This is where the substantial issue is raised. Why is one single-family residence project required to demonstrate commercial agricultural production, including a deed restriction, while another single-family residence does not have to quantify its actual agricultural use? The project subject to this appeal mentions only clearing of vegetation for the planting of some berry bushes. There has been an attempt to reframe the project to greater relate an agricultural use that was not in it in the original plans. The LCP makes clear that it proposes no conversion of any lands within the area to uses which are incompatible with continued agricultural use. Why for one project does this require monitored commercial agricultural production, and in another, it does not require that substantiation and does not have agricultural requirements. The appellants simply want to see the LCP applied consistently. I would ask that this commission find that there has been a substantial issue raised and take jurisdiction of this CDB application. Thank you.
Thanks so much, appreciate it. All right, do we have any other speakers, for example,
We have
the
the
applicant?
applicant.
Okay.
Yeah, Joelle, whenever you're ready, go ahead. Joelle, you could go ahead and unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my picture's not there, but I'll read. I have something very brief to read. Thank you. My name's Joel Geckmuller. I'm the applicant for this permit. My wife, Lynn, and I have lived here in Lolita for nearly 4 decades. 3 years ago, we were able to purchase the property on nearby Table Bluff, ground I've dreamt on for over half my life. A man tried growing orchids there once in 1982, for which he obtained a coastal development permit. Ever since then, the ground has lain fallow, overgrown with bramble that's been cut back once or twice. We hope to build a modest home and restore the land for productive purpose. I am task-oriented, as they say, and combined with my lifelong history and passion for growing things, including establishing community gardens and more, I know transformation of our parcel would be imminent. I'll finish with this. Table Bluff residents reach out to me and express their support, dairymen and the like. Meanwhile, the appellants, our closest neighbor, have maintained their concerns over 2.5 years, ever since we first applied for coastal development permit. Many of these concerns we had remained unchanged, I guess, until lately. I'm sort of surprised to see, despite their being addressed by judges, scientists, county council, local coastal program officials, myself, and others. Thank you for your time, and I remain available for questions.
All right, any additional speakers?
No more speakers.
Oh, whoops, I just turned off my phone and the minute it starts ringing. Okay, I'm sorry about that. All right, I'll bring it back to the commission. We'll bring it back to staff. Are there any additional comments?
I would just comment briefly that that staff feels that the county made the adequate findings with regard to all of the grounds of appeal, and that we didn't find that there was a substantial issue related to these. Essentially, it's a fairly modest house. It's about 2,000 square feet. It's clustered. It's in an area that's been previously developed under the old permit. It's about 6 to 7% of the property just for the developed area, and they will have cultivation on the property. And just they were making this distinction that the same rules weren't applied to this property as other properties. And the Planning Commission actually did, at the Planning Commission hearing, the staff did make a finding about that, in that the application that they're referring to was more related to parcel creation than this, and it didn't apply to this. So I think that concludes our remarks.
Thanks, Ms. Gray. Really appreciate it, and really appreciate the staff work on this. Commissioner Striplin was already going to make the motion, if that's okay, unless go ahead, please. Then,
I move that the commission determine and resolve that the appeal number A-1-HUM-24-0037 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under section 30603, and I recommend a yes vote.
Thank you. Commissioner Notoff? You second? Second. All right, we have a motion, a second. Is there any objection to unanimous approval of a finding of no substantial issue? Seeing none, no substantial issue is found. That concludes our hearing for today at 9 hours, 15 minutes. And who's counting? And we'll see everybody tomorrow. Thank you.